Sexy lighting. Let's keep it like this. How'd the show go?
Fine.
In the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. That was good.
Anything out of the ordinary?
Nope.
I didn't think so. For some reason, it was just because he was on his phone or some shit.
I don't know.
Either they were afraid somebody was going to say some shit, or somebody already did.
I think the dude who they were awarding that thing was really important, and
They could be prissy.
what it sounded like was the president of the client's client. Yes, was there.
Oh. They just threw everybody that had the least problems and never risen to them. Was there anybody else that gets thrown in there too, or just you? Were all the other techs just there the whole time? Yeah. Like somebody has it out for jail. I forgot that actually does happen. That has happened. You're just everybody be watching them.
I know we have a client this morning who was very anxious to come in early and check everything. So, right? Isn't that what she was saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. Yeah, she was a little anxious about this morning, so we told her we'd be here early enough. What's weird is these rooms start at 8, but they're bringing us in at 6. It's very unusual. Right. Usually they bring you in at 7. To save them. No, it's great. It's just unusual.
Yeah, it's actually it's usually an hour
This
prior.
is an East Coast based show, is what I'm thinking. 6 a.m. for them out here is nothing.
Let's see.
Hey, you guys do a great job, but don't do such a good job that they separate us again, all right?
All right.
Screw something up, but just a small thing. And I'll call it on the radio, and that way they'll know not to break us up again.
Just say we're having a problem, and they'll be like, never mind after halfway down here.
And those people coming in to check us on our phone, that was only because the was out. Because he got in trouble for going on his phone.
Yeah.
So what was he doing? He was on his phone times every time. I was kicking you because I could. But
Yeah.
You're like, oh, flip it. At least you flipped it over and made it look. No, yeah, it's cool. It's just,
He's still.
she's like, I need to see your frequencies. No, you don't.
And I'm still
Gave us these.
I know, right? And then it's just there's no, what could have changed?
Yeah.
Just good, I was about to come and tell you to tuck in your shirt.
Yeah, come on now. Wait a minute. Did you become the sub lead for this room?
Yeah.
Like I can't get.
Remember the guy here that stood like this for the first 2 days. I'm like, what?
That's classy.
I'm like, dude, you paid $42 an hour. When it hit double time, I was even more mad.
Yeah. So you gotta let that stuff roll off, man. You know what I
I'm
mean?
just like, wear a shirt that fits because you get paid. You keep giving them work.
Well, you can wear a shirt that's too big. That's okay. Just don't wear one that's too small.
You know what I realized? You remember watching Cinderella a long time ago, the original? Another little fat rat?
Yeah.
That's exactly who he is.
What movie are you talking about?
Cinderella.
Oh yeah. Cinderella.
Cinderella. Fat rat. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I believe that represents one of the sins.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's gluttony. Yeah.
He is gluttony.
Inner message to the Disney movies.
I mean, I'm a little
They all represent something.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Guess who Sleepy represents? Oh, nothing. I was.
Sleepy's drug addiction?
Hey, you keep us straight, man. Make sure you tell people to tuck their shirts in. But don't tuck your shirt in. That's. So yeah, all the Seven Dwarfs were based on that too.
Which one is
Sleepy? Was lazy.
Oh,
Sloth.
Sloth.
They were all capitalists though, so it works out. So all that big huffer, and there was nothing in that room. That's great. And what's great is they randomly, without telling me, let someone into the room, these two guys, let someone in the room and opened up the feed without saying anything to me. So the room started doing the Zoom feedback thing. I had no idea, and no one told me anything about it. It wasn't on the paperwork. And
Opened up what feed?
they opened up the Zoom and it wasn't muted. So as soon as he opened up, I got because I had my Zoom turned up because, we were using Zoom.
So you guys did end up having someone come in?
We had someone come in, but they weren't on the thing, and he got confused because the guy said, well, I believe he was supposed to come and watch. And so he decided to take him up the screen without asking anybody, and that caused it was on like a split second, but it was like, I'm like, dude, if you would change, it's going to involve audio. You got to tell me about it. So
Yeah, right?
it was exciting. It was real fun. And then we had the ladies come in to check the food. I was literally standing there for 3 minutes watching them. I was like, dude, if they can watch you for 3 minutes on your phone, that means you haven't looked up at all.
Yeah.
But, in their defense, it has been really, really, really boring and tedious. That was like at the last hours of the day.
Yeah, but still.
I think Julia Chan was the one that wanted to come in early this morning.
Oh, she's the first one.
Well, I believe she was Asian, the lady. Possibly. They're all running together for me right now, so I'm not 100% sure.
That is fair.
Or maybe it was Ann de Bentacroft Diaz. Or maybe it was John. No, it was definitely not William John Evans, because that's a dude.
A white guy.
That's a dude, I think. Yeah, because she's chairing it. It was her. It was Julia Chan, I think. Chan.
Why do we swap?
Hmm?
Oh, no, we do have a 2 o'clock session.
Yeah, looks like it's a short one, though. Oh, no, it isn't. It's the same.
Yeah, 4:10.
So
So it goes to 4:40.
Not at 6.
So we have 2 people in both of them.
Let's see. Where do you see? Oh, not
The
available,
2,
you mean?
no, 2 presiders.
Yes.
So that leads me to believe that we have Zoom sessions.
Really?
Yeah, because that was, I think, why we had 2 yesterday.
Well, I see the next session. There are 3 not availables, so you're probably right. They probably won't talk, or they'll talk from Zoom.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Mess it up
too.
just enough.
I don't
I'm being
really.
facetious. Don't really mess it up.
I was gonna say I don't really want to.
You will at some point, It's just a given.
I hope not.
Everybody does. They had fun in here yesterday in the meeting, though. We're all because they had that fake intermission.
Yeah.
Because no one was one talk that didn't go, so they just all talked and they were all joking about. I mean, as much as chemists can joke.
Yeah.
But they were having fun.
That's good. It's always we want them to have fun and enjoy it,
Oh, were you here when we put the guy's presentation on here and it didn't work?
Oh, and he had to swap back to his Mac.
Yeah. You know why that was?
No.
Because you have to close Playback Pro.
Yes, I did hear about that.
And I didn't know that. I've never used a Playback Pro machine to do anything other than Playback Pro, but apparently you have to literally exit Playback Pro for the other screen to work.
That was John was saying that
So our plan would have worked if we'd just known that.
If we did.
Yeah.
But that was obviously no one wanted to talk about that.
They showed us though by going over by like 45 minutes. It was good times.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh shit. They're missing an iPad.
Really?
I was in the elevator with those guys, I think.
The ones who are missing one?
They said their iPad wasn't down there this morning. I said, that's weird. Like, well, I know I took it down there yesterday. I'm like, you sure you didn't leave it in the room? I was 100% sure. I signed it back in. I'm like, it's weird. They just figured the room was striking today, so they took the iPad away.
Oh. Well, it's weird that they wouldn't. I don't know.
They don't. Seth was the one that said that they 6-7, man. Oh well. What's up?
Look this on the ground.
You did? The one that he gave you to.
I know, right? Damn. Don't tell John.
Okay, if you lose it, he'll know. Or he gave you that, right? Or he
Yeah.
just lent it to you for the show.
I think he's good. Well, it looks like one of those freebie swag things from the exhibit hall.
Oh.
I'm sure it's.
It'll save
Free.
the show, dude. So don't worry.
There.
So
Instead of
our
encore.
Zoom operator over there, Hunter, was talking about we probably have some Zoom sessions today, from what he's seen.
Oh, I see. Cool.
I think we do both sessions just because we have 2 mods, and it looks like they usually do 2 moderators when there's
So we'll
people
have
on
one
there.
awkward remote moderator,
Like Ken
probably.
Lowe?
Who will
like
just have-
Ken Lowe. That was what the dude was yesterday, so he'll probably join a little early.
That works. That's cool.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Um,
10.
Well, yeah, your second speaker's not available, so I'm guessing that's also probably a Zoom or something. Do we have any new videos today? I'm only asking you because you have it in front of you. And
Right.
you know.
He has not.
He
Maybe
hasn't
he'll
been
show.
here. He
Maybe he'll
hasn't been
show
here yet.
something.
I know he wants to talk to you, so
I know, right? He'll be here eventually.
he likes you.
Right. Who the fuck does?
He was showing each other. Well, that's a great attitude. Dude. Let me know when you get a little more modest.
You know what? I'm also fucking humble as fuck.
Yeah, I'm the most motherfucking person you fucking know.
You don't know humility like I do.
That's what Trump is like.
Yeah,
I'm the most humble person there is in the world.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think I'm the best. I know I'm the best. Okay.
Our selector
That's
is looking
capitalism.
good. Zoom's looking good. I mean, shit. You gotta fake it till you make it. And he did.
What?
You gotta fake it till you make it. And he really fucking kill it on that one.
Fake the shit out.
the fuck? This is weird.
I just like the fact that now everyone's calling them hypertext after I called them.
Yeah, that shit was great.
Even the client is calling them hypertext now. So. Get the hell out of here.
Okay, so
I just wish you guys were on your headset too, because then you could hear the joy
I
of
wish-
all these people.
I'm gonna plug it, man. Until the people come in.
Yeah, I could.
I'll
but,
hear the
you know,
drama.
I respect you guys a little too much.
Thanks.
It sucks that I have to listen to it.
I wish I caught the lady's name.
I think it was Julia Chan that was here
She
yesterday.
okay, well that's perfect. So she'll.
But I could be wrong, and I'm okay if I am.
Well, that's all good. Let's see. So we
I'm
got.
requesting I have a problem with my operator who does this specific thing in my room. Could you send someone to help this specific thing in my room? Why don't you just ask for a floater, dude? Doesn't matter
They
that it's
haven't
the
picked
fucking
up-
Zoom operator that's screwing up or the fucking video operator that's screwing up.
It's
Just
on-
call for a floater.
Is that what someone
People
said?
keep doing that constantly.
Yeah.
There's like certain rooms where the audio guys, you need to send someone over here right now because our Zoom is messed up and the Zoom guy's having a hard time. You need to, it's like, dude, the floater does the same for everything. There's not an audio floater, a video floater,
They're
a Zoom
gonna-
floater. There literally is one floater.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is call for the floater.
And it sucks that they picked up on the hyper floater part, but not the we need somebody here and like the subtlety and the professionalism there.
Yeah.
Because that'd be a perfect thing
Well,
for
that's
them
why
to just naturally pick up
that's
on.
why I just called for floater. Unless they asked for something specific, I just
I
called.
feel like if I was on the radio, I would have picked up on that. But like, oh, that's a good way to say it.
You want
And
to test
then-
the audio from the Zoom real quick? I'm gonna go
No,
outside.
but I
We can-
guess I will.
To make it,
I might
yeah.
as well. Gotta get to work. I gotta check all my audio actually as it turns
Yeah,
out.
I'll go to the lectern.
You're hot right now on the Zoomy Zoom. You go to the lectern for me. I'm gonna unmute lectern. Lectern is live. You should be able to. Let's see. Check. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm hearing you. I was hearing you. Can you hear me over there?
Yeah, I was gonna see if you can hear all of our microphones on your phone.
Oh yeah. Check 1, 2. Seeing as how it wasn't feeding back, I'm guessing you weren't probably hearing me. But check 1, 2. Oh, you got a headset. Nice.
You let us know. If you can hear
So
us.
what's up? Can you hear us?
Would he be able to come through the speakers?
I know he's locking up on the Zoom, so.
You have to unmute this.
Feedback room.
Oh yeah, hold up.
I'm gonna mute just for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Check 1, 2. Yeah, I hear you through my phone. I hear your phone, so that's good. Say something again.
Oh, okay.
Just so I know it's not going to feedback on its own. I'm not hearing you. Oh, I'm muted. Hold on. No, I should be hearing you. I'm not muted.
Oh, check 1,
There
2.
we go.
There we go. Oh yeah. What about the lectern?
Francisco from the lectern as well, right?
Listen to me. Can you hear me?
Beautiful. You
Hear
guys
my words. Listen to my face.
Listen to me now and hear me later.
So like Christian.
Well, that was before your time, brother. That was Hans and Franz from Saturday Night Live. That was probably like 10 years before you were born.
I think so.
But it seems like yesterday for me. It was when I was like 30 when that came out. I'm probably like 28 when that came out.
Wasn't that
The two wild and crazy guys?
No, but it was modeled after. That was Hans and Franz.
Wasn't that Will Ferrell's thing?
It was one of Will Ferrell's.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, it wasn't Will Ferrell. It was
Wasn't it?
Dana Carvey and
No.
Kevin Nealon.
Yeah.
They did the Hans and Franz, and they would do it and then like rip their arms off. Are you going to get that? Basically, them making fun of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Is what it was.
Back when you can make fun of anybody.
Pump you up. Yeah, so
Oh,
anyway,
yeah, they used
I don't
them
know
for
what my
the
reference
commercial.
was from, but anyway, I've lost it. I'm tired. Did I mention that?
I set it off. I triggered it.
Dude, every single person on this show is so tired.
And if you're not, then you're probably on some sort of.
Like literally.
It's crazy, right? Because we're just sitting here. We're just sitting
I
here.
know,
and
but
am
it's
about
just
to-
hard. It's actually harder to sit here for a long time and do nothing than it is to actually.
And to
Well,
stay
that's
focused.
the thing is we're not doing nothing.
morning, my brother.
Yeah, yay. What's
Did you
happening?
get your frappuccino? Did you give Dale a hard time yet? Okay, good. Cool.
Did
Terrific.
Did you take a shit yet?
Huh?
Did you take a shit yet?
No, why?
Because you told us earlier in the week
Yeah,
that you
well,
came.
Yeah, he needs about this much time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta get it down.
Okay, cool. I was just you walked in and just were like,
You're
take a
working
shit.
on it. You're developing it right
Yeah,
now.
I'm getting it right. You know what I mean?
I gotta get it in focus.
I need that easy flow.
You want a granola
Yeah.
bar? Because I know that works for you.
No. Any dairy is done.
Yeah,
Oh,
same,
no.
man.
As soon as I
I just
walk down the dairy aisle, homie. Bang, bang.
Beautiful.
I became a lactose tolerant, but I live with the consequences. I don't give a
That's what
fuck.
I'm saying.
I can tolerate it, but most other people can't.
You're
You know
just
what I mean?
making everyone
Exactly.
else live with the consequences.
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah,
I eat
that's what I'm
ice
saying.
cream.
My girl has to deal with it. I'm fine.
She
So
fucking
you're
hates
the
when I
one
eat
that's
ice cream.
lactose intolerant. I just have gas.
I just have
I forgot I came in here and told you guys that.
It's really funny.
Classic on this show.
I'm just gonna be
He's
honest.
never gonna forget you.
No, dude.
Yeah,
I-
you know,
See, you forgot you
was
said
like,
too.
And then the other dude with the frappuccino, that was funny too.
I got a frappuccino.
Got a
Oh,
frappuccino.
cool,
I
man.
thought you were.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
He's
thought
gotta
you were,
check
like,
on us
telling
and
us
say
something.
something, you know? Shit.
I'll let you guys know.
Yeah,
You
keep
know
up with
he is a
appearances.
comedian,
I
right?
appreciate
That's
that.
good.
You know?
He used to do stand-up.
Real. You lying.
He's very funny. He's a very funny dude. And not looking. Good types, good types.
I
He's
think
coming in here every 5 minutes and giving our boy a hard time. Every,
Just
oh, so
shitting
I
on
heard you got
Dale.
fired from your room. Oh, I heard you got fired. I heard you're on your phone all the time and you're still on your phone. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
He just came here to tell me while Dale was right here. He's like, so Dale got fired from his room for being on his phone too much. Just like started gossiping about him.
And he still stayed on his phone for the whole rest of the
He
time.
was. He never got off his phone. Like, I get you're gambling on a ball game, but you can just wait for the final result.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's why he was on his phone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, was that what he was doing? He was watching his bets?
You're watching a ball game, yeah.
You can be on your phone. Just know that you have to look up every once in a while.
That's the thing.
Because apparently it wasn't Encore that saw him. It was the client that kept looking back and he was on his phone. Every time there was a problem, he looked back and he was on his phone. It's a problem, he looked back and he was on his phone. He never looked up.
Yeah.
You gotta, if you're ever on your phone,
This
like
is my
where you
first-
put yours, except for when they come up behind you,
Yeah.
at least you can look up.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly. Well, my game plan was to have this right here cover it. Let's see what it looks like over here.
I mean, I can't
It's
see.
a dead
from where I'm
giveaway,
sitting.
trust me. Once they get right there and stand behind you for 5 minutes, they're definitely seeing what you're doing.
This is where it is. This is where you can see me,
What you
right?
should have is you should have like a thing you go to that's a control surface for something, like my iPad is.
Mhm.
Because she came and looked at what I was doing yesterday, and I literally had my iPad open and it was controlling the board. And she,
Mhm.
oh, I gotta.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the frequencies are over there.
Yeah, but but I have the luxury of not giving a fuck in general.
I just don't want the
Yeah.
iron, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to be that guy.
Well, it's not that I don't give a fuck. I
don't
do
care.
care about the quality of my
I
work.
definitely care. You can't get me to not care. Even if
Yeah.
it's something I shouldn't care about. That's just how I am.
I don't care what you guys do, but I just don't want to get swapped to a different room
Yeah.
again.
So
And
you
you-
definitely.
that
if they
sucks,
come
'cause
in-
that had
If
nothing-
they come in and look at you, you pull out your
There's
phone and
nothing
start
you could've
looking at
done,
it
bro.
right then. You know what I mean? Like.
There's nothing you could have done other than literally
I was
start
just sitting
fucking around
here,
on your
man.
phone.
I told you that's a good sign. That's not a bad thing.
No. I was glad to be moved. I didn't care, and I actually did end earlier than y'all. I ended
We
at.
didn't get the extra money though.
Oh yeah, but
Sometimes-
we ended at 4, I think.
Yeah, we ended at 6 last night.
Oh shit.
I would have
really?
loved. Yeah, see, I would have loved a regular day at some point. That's cool.
Hey, let's love it all because my worry is if this
Exactly.
room ends tonight, we're gonna be back down to rate 1 tomorrow. On my 6th day, I'll be on rate 1. That'll suck.
What?
Yeah, this room, well, he heard this room ends tonight, so that means we're coming in tomorrow probably as strikers.
Okay.
I think that's why they were saying.
Or maybe they'll put us in the room for people suck, and then we can do one more day, because that's what I would do.
That would be smart, but we don't get paid to think.
No,
Or think about that at least.
I'll suggest it to Dave, but he'll just laugh at me, I'm sure.
That is a great idea.
But I'll do that with Hunter, but not you guys. You guys have to go in.
But I bet at this point they figured
Maybe
out
they'll
how to
just-
idiot-proof
might
the
just
situation
swap
for
me.
them.
That's true. Yeah, whatever. That's
Might
fine.
just put me on strikers.
Yeah, well, whatever. It's all good. No, I'm pretty well.
Oh, they did?
You might.
I see you just did.
spitballing here, so it could be anything. I think you guys are doing a great job. I'm going to set your wireless 2 back up for your talk back right
So
now.
we're done at 4.
All right. That might not come in handy, but we can still.
Look, I don't have to do it. I was doing it to benefit you.
No, I appreciate it. It just we might only use it for the intros with the moderators, the virtual ones.
Mhm.
So it would be good to have. So
Well,
I
I mean, you
appreciate
have
that.
chat too. So
I've been mostly using that, and I
Yeah.
didn't find that
if
besides.
they don't respond to chat, you need to have some way to break through to them. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I only had one. I had one guy who just was like, I heard him read my message out loud and go, none of that makes sense to me. And I was like, I know I'm not writing this poorly. Like, I know you are just not reading
Well,
it
he
fully.
might not, English might not be his first
No,
language.
he was an American professor, unfortunately.
English still might not be his first language.
So he was trying to read something that you typed for.
He was in the green room, and I messaged Kenneth, and he like I heard him read the whole thing out loud while having a conversation to all of these people, and just go. And it wasn't a message directed to him, so that's probably why it didn't make sense. But he just goes, "Oh, none of that makes any sense to me," and that's just like, it's not about, it's not for you. Yes,
And they're also socially dense too, is what I'm gathering.
Chemists, technicians, engineers, they're all kind of in a different wavelength. So when it
Yeah.
comes to social interaction, that's not their first thing.
Yeah.
And they're nervous too, because they're not really big on public speaking. So they're already dealing with people coming in with nerves. So
Yeah, they all hate it.
that's
yeah,
why they
a lot
push
of
the
them
mic away and stand out of the light and all those other things.
forget to breathe.
Because someone told them they had to.
That poor
So they
lady.
do.
yes. Because if they don't do stuff like this, they don't get funding. I think.
They have to prove their point.
I thought she was going to come in like super early to check everything.
I told her that we'll be here at 7 a.m.
What time is it? 7 a.m.?
Not even.
Wow. It's all good. Everyone's amazing. Thank you.
That's another one of the why
Why
are
are
they
we here at 6?
well, why are they still doing 2 hours?
Oh.
I think it's for they must be having rooms somewhere that are needing as much time as possible in the
I
morning.
think because
They
they have
accounted
all this,
for
the extra streaming and connectivity, I think they want to make sure we have extra time to check everything in the morning. Whether everyone's doing that or not, I don't know, but that's my theory is.
I get that, but we're done in 40 minutes. I mean,
Don't forget that 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. is double time.
correct. Wait, why is that?
Part of the contract.
Oh, okay.
Because it sucks to have to wake up at 3 to come to work. So
Yeah.
they pay us off. Same with if you're at working past midnight, it's the same kind of thing. Most of our contracts are double time or time and a half past midnight. Because it sucks to work past midnight. It sucks to work before 7 a.m.
Yeah.
It used to be 8 a.m. Most of them used to be. They kind of changed all that.
The 8 a.m. one is the one that makes sense to me because if you go by the you
Standard
make someone
workday.
work till midnight and then you get the full 8 hours of sleep. I mean, it still doesn't work for me because it's like you can't expect someone to sleep 8 hours and also derive it. 8
But
hours.
working like the first day working is till 10 and bringing us in at 6.
Yeah.
That's cool because that's exactly 8 hours. But you got to get home, you got to eat. There's
Oh, that
doesn't leave you a window.
That's the
so you
legal
go.
limit across the board, I feel like.
I know, and that's why I don't like it because you don't fully get 8 hours.
No,
You're
I
only
haven't gotten
nearly
a full night's
Exactly.
sleep since this show started.
No, me neither. I'm
I
getting
don't think
6
any of us
hours,
have.
I think, every night.
I've been going to sleep at like 7:30 at night, which is creepy and old. Because 7:30 at night, like that's Sun's not even 100% down.
That's what I was gonna say. It's really not super late.
And I keep, and the dog's all messed up because she keeps waking me up at like midnight to go to the bathroom because she doesn't know what the hell's going on. So why are you going? Anyway.
No, it messes everything up. But it is what it is.
I'm happy I'm able to sleep.
Fucking scared me.
So you've had
Too
your energy
early.
drink this morning.
No, I'm like a third of the way through, and I just had to get changed from the stupid vendor guys.
Yeah.
Nice. He's not that
I miss
stupid.
starving people.
He's very smart.
Gotcha.
actually, because I was like,
Scared.
do you have change for 20? He's like, oh, yeah, man, I got your change.
Gave you $20 in quarters.
No, you mean, 3 5s and 5 1s.
There you go. Perfect.
I was like, I'm just going to spin it in the machine. He's like, that's why I know I'll give you change.
Yeah.
Like, that's very Zatarine shit.
It's a racket.
It's his vending machine.
He was filling up the wheel of death, so I think it was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It is the wheel of death, and if you eat there, you're running a risk.
Other than that,
I like to live dangerously.
Working at Epcot, actually. That was
You got to learn that in your 20s, or else it'll come back to bite you.
the wheel of death, yeah.
So do you have anything new for us this morning, sir?
Oh yeah, any media stuff? Do we have pre-recorded stuff?
Is this Wednesday?
Sorry, we got
Now
to
I
work
came in
right
to say
away.
hi.
Oh, good morning.
Is this the Wednesday, Luke?
No,
Is that what you're playing?
today's Wednesday?
Yeah.
No, I played that shit yesterday, dude. Yeah, no, that was yesterday. The one pre-record.
Yeah,
No, he meant the
I meant the
loop
loop
for
for the
Wednesday.
day.
Holy shit. We're literally being factual right now.
Oh, right. You're right. It is Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my
It's
dude.
Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, my dude.
There's
There's
a
like-
crowd in here today.
There's like luncheons and different
Let
stuff
me-
on each one of those days. So the music's exactly the same. Some of the slides.
Thank
change.
God.
Couldn't have
They
changed
haven't
the music
noticed
too?
the
I mean,
jig.
that would have been so much nicer.
I was able to switch it around before the jig was up.
Sure.
We're good, boys.
I had one of the clients come and ask me to turn the music off yesterday.
We're
I
like,
thought it was
thank you,
great.
dude.
I'm like, I would love to, but they won't let me.
Yep.
Well, I guess we can mute it in the room, but then we still gotta feed it to Zoom. I just leave the aux live, right? Yeah.
The problem is you don't remember that it's on, and then you'll end up sending the sound to Zoom when you're not supposed to be sending it to Zoom. And there's a way I can do that on this board, but
Damn. And it's just like, it seems like the same,
it's
like, 12
always
minute
this
strip of
song
music.
that comes on too, and it's like the least favorite of my songs on this whole
Yeah.
thing.
I'm sure it was more like background music because it wants to be listened to.
You just have to be streaming the music for today. You can skip to like halfway through, so you don't start off with the squirrels yelling at each other every single time. It just needs to be playing, and it's on a loop. So you can start at 10 minutes in and get out and get away from the song.
Yeah, we
go
basically
through
just
the other
been-
like
we've just been letting
37 minutes.
I've just been letting it roll anyway, so
Yeah.
I just mute it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. That song come up at any time. I'm still gonna hear it. It's still gonna pull my attention. I'm still gonna go.
And then hum it in the shower later.
Weren't the Chipmunks the 70s? Or was that the 80s? That was the 80s.
It was
Wasn't it?
every decade. They always
I
make a
thought we
comeback.
outgrew that. was all.
It was like, what's his name? I forgot. They already had a freaking live action album of the Chipmunks, like less than 10 years ago.
That's right.
There's one for her.
That was
Fuck.
My Name Is Earl guy was in that.
There we go.
That was
Jason
the
Lee.
Jason Lee. That was the last of his career. That was it. Like that was.
The Chipmunks killed him.
He's like, really? That's all you have for me is a Chipmunk movie? Like, I'm done.
Jason Lee. Yeah.
No, he'll come back for Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
For
Kevin
Mall-
Smith,
yeah,
I think, is
Mallrats
done,
Part
too, at this
3.
point. I think he's run out of ideas. As soon as he made a movie to put his kid in, it's done.
Oh.
It's the,
And Johnny Depp's kid, right? The Canadian kid, the Canadian girls.
I don't know what you're talking. Oh, is that who else was in that movie?
Who's your? There's a horror movie with they both work at a convenience store,
Oh, is it? No, I
and
didn't
it's
know
a
that.
spin-off from Tusk, I think.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know.
Nice.
I don't know.
Tusk was a good one.
Who?
Tusk was Kevin Smith movie that was a horror movie.
I haven't seen it. I'm not a big horror movie fan. I either think they're too corny or I feel bad for the people in it. Like, there's, I either believe it and feel bad for them,
You feel
or
bad
think
for
it's
in
really.
Tusk, you feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It is one or the other. You're right.
I have empathy for people, so if
Yeah.
someone's getting killed and chased and like they're gonna die, that doesn't give me a good warm feeling. It makes me feel awful. So I just don't like horror movies. Or it's really corny and production value, this is awful, I can't even watch this.
The only kind of horror movies that I watch are like James Wan kind of horror movies, which is Sinister and like
Insidious.
Blumhouse stuff.
Yeah, I
Because
I like them all.
I probably
dude.
would believe those, and they would upset me.
Blumhouse
tremendously.
movies, I eat up every one that they put out. Now it's like A24 movies that I'm just like, damn, they can't go wrong now.
Yeah, A24 is awesome
They're
too.
killing it. Yeah. There's a new one called X that they're trying that I gotta check out. What's his name? Some rappers in it.
You should look up.
Kid Cudi.
You should look up Blumhouse's like on Wikipedia because they have done nothing but horror movies all the way through.
Yeah,
That's how he. No. But right smack dab in the middle, there's the Tooth Fairy with the Rock.
No way.
He
Yeah.
did. That guy did the Tooth Fairy.
Blumhouse production
That is a Blumhouse production.
with like a little kid, he like adopts a kid or something, right?
It's The Rock and fucking.
As the Tooth Fairy, yeah.
But his daughter is like also a famous person now. I don't remember, but like yeah, it was this terrible
Or
like
Zoe Kravitz
early
or something,
2000s
she was, like, a
movie.
12-year-old.
It's all horror movies except for the Tooth.
I didn't know that was a
It's weird.
Blumhouse
It's so
movie.
random. That's such a random movie too.
That
It's
is a
very
really
odd.
weird because
But
it's like
it
a
was box
total.
office hit in some way, so it
Well,
made
because The Rock was
Blumhouse-
in it.
and it made Blumhouse money so that they could make more horror movies.
Huh. So
Because
they had to
he's
sell
done a
out.
thing-
They had to
yeah,
sell out a little bit.
They had to sell out a little bit so that they could do what they wanted to.
Yeah.
It's kind of the way that it is.
Yeah, because I know that they're definitely known for horror movies, but that's fucking hilarious. I mean, A24 does like venture out pretty more, like much more frequently. So like, I can't consider them like a horror, label like they are. But it's
They've
hilarious.
just been doing good stuff lately. Yeah, I like Sinister. I like when things go on in the background that the person in frame doesn't know what's going on, and there's ghosts and different stuff, or shadows, or
Oh
the
yeah,
shadow all of a sudden has eyes, or.
You like darkness.
yeah.
Sounds
But
like.
I like because that's how actual ghosts are.
Oh, because actual ghosts are a real thing.
Well, you know what I mean. I want what I want to
In
know
your
is-
head, that's how actual ghosts are.
No, in my head, I know that's what it is. I want to know how many ghost stories are actually just homeless people living in buildings and scaring the crap out of them.
Yeah.
No,
Well, I had
usually
older
a logical
sisters, so I know
explanation for a lot
that
of
people like
things.
to pretend that there's ghosts.
Yeah.
I believe there are ghosts, though, spirits. I just don't think that the way we see them.
Yeah, I
It's just
believe our
energy
planes of
left behind.
existence are
There's
overlapped.
something I don't understand why you can be a ghost. You can be able to do whatever you want to, and your idea to scare someone is this. You know what I mean? I don't.
Because it's not a ghost. It's just energy left behind that didn't quite make it.
I think the ghost was a
And it
cat.
manifests. But then again, who knows?
What if all ghosts are cats?
I feel bad.
We don't know.
I mean, you didn't make
We don't
it
know where
past
they
its
go.
realm.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
you have unfinished.
I could
business.
get wanting to piss people off and getting frustrated.
But I mean, I would like hit their hand when they're cleaning their ears with Q-tips. I wouldn't like
Hit
not
their
go.
hand.
Well, they
Cause
can't-
permanent
they're not,
ear
yeah,
damage?
supposedly it's harder for a ghost to break the physical plane with living things. So,
Yeah.
they
So
can
inanimate
objects they can
objects.
touch.
The face on the other side
Fucking
of the
just
glass.
grab the Q-tip
in
and
that one
shove
guy's
it in.
pantry. That's a very realistic thing.
Well, I used to have that. I used to see people in the windows as a kid all the time. People's faces.
I don't know.
And no one else would see them. I would be like, "What the hell is it? Who's that? What is that?" There's nothing there. I'm like, "But there's a face right there looking at me." No, there isn't. Are you crazy? Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, like the
Possibly.
movies like Sinister and
Yeah, I can't watch them. They're too dark for me.
yeah, I like
That's not gonna
those,
work.
but I don't like.
I like
I don't
Texas
like
Chainsaw Massacre, the
Hostel.
original one.
Just put it
I don't
over the
like
send
Hostel.
buttons.
Hostel's awful. That's just people in misery.
It's
I don't
just
like
gore.
people in misery.
It's just gore and people in misery. But like,
No, I enjoy
Suspense
it.
is okay. I like horror. Suspense is
Sadist.
fine, but when it's like people suffering and being tortured, and
Oh, yeah, you're not gonna like
I
that.
don't like that. I'm not.
yeah, you're
it's not my thing.
sorry for tough.
I like to watch movies that make me feel better or make me think.
That's funny. My girl's the same way.
Uh oh.
It's pretty funny. I mean, she likes horror movies, but
You're in 7.
Is there a different floater for Zoom and a different floater for stream, or a different floater for video and a different floater for audio, or is it just all one floater?
No, we have floaters for the hybrids, and we have floaters for
Okay, so there's
the
no
other
specifics. So if you
rooms.
need a floater, you just say you need a floater
I think
for
they're
that
just
room,
being
right?
dicks. They'll be
Okay,
like,
I just
need
want
a-
to make sure.
I need
'cause keep
a
hearing
Zoom one.
specifics.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
We have a Zoom problem. We have an
Well,
audio
that's just
problem.
because we know that.
Good to expect, I guess. It'll help them
Yeah.
know what to
Then
expect.
you may have like somebody who is very knowledgeable about like sound.
Instead of sending
right
a guy, that'll
there,
send a guy.
But you may have someone in like 1B that is like really,
I haven't
really
heard
good
one
on
call
Zoom,
for
so
sound.
then
You
it's
know
like
why that
calls
is?
for
Because
Zoom.
the sound guys are the ones on the radio. So if you need a sound call, they're going to call for a floater. If they need something else, they're going to call for a very specific
Yeah.
position.
To be, because
what it is.
we're a catty bunch.
That's why you should never give
Truly.
the radio to an audio guy. It's the worst thing.
I think that's what it is. The entire union is a bunch of
So what?
catty
I said
fuckers.
E-Rock might not be mad.
E-Rock has a radio. I
Exactly.
hear him constantly. They're doing a great job. They're running like crazy.
I hear him constantly.
It's just
Yeah.
a little distracting, is all.
I bet.
But it's been entertaining too, listening to all the chaos on the radio.
So do people
Hearing
put out
the
fires?
subtle sarcasm on people is pretty amazing because not everyone can
Some
tell
mild
that they're being
sass put on
sarcastic.
there.
I know these people, so I know they're being sarcastic, but
Yeah.
like other people don't. It's kind of fun.
When you hear us call it AV Rob, that's too messy because he's actually a PM. So when he's doing audiovisual, when he's on doing Zoom, it's fun to talk about.
So you call him AV Rob because that's a downgrade. It's great. You guys have your own thing too. That's good.
We were doing a full day of all the rooms, like instead of alphabet and theta, you're going through the Greek alphabet. We were trying to think of weird elements and anything that has to do with like chemistry and all that. So it's like A chemistry or
Yeah, I'm in B bromium,
yeah.
or
Well, somebody said boron, we're like that sounds too much like moron.
Yeah,
you have
that's
to say
it.
you have to say
Gag. That
boron.
sounds too much like damn. You can't say that.
So it was like 30 fluoride for F.
You're gonna confuse everybody. Except for the people on the show would understand it. They
Yeah.
appreciate it. They're
They'd-
not on the radio, so
they'd love
it's
it.
kind of a loss.
And playing the chirp game again.
I don't mind the chirp game as much as the people that literally are sitting on their radio while you guys are trying to talk and like we're listening to a meeting. Dude, come on, guys. I get it. It's a little
I know,
busy.
they brought
Just take
that
your
up.
earpiece out for a minute. It's okay. Don't hold your button down. Oh, it's an accident. That's not an accident. That's someone literally holding their button down in the room so you can't talk. Think so? Yeah. Oh, you're not on the radio, so you don't hear it. But literally, someone's chirping every 3 seconds.
Yeah, right now somebody's just chirping.
I do that every once in a while to make sure my radio's still on if I don't hear anything for a while, but I don't like repeatedly chirp constantly.
Well,
Because I
that's
have to
like
hear it
6
too.
people doing it. So
Yeah.
one person will do it, and then one person will do it, and then another person will do it. And
It's like if I knock
4
on the
people
wall.
that are when, yeah.
Someone else is gonna knock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
okay.
shit.
One more day.
You got this, dude. We've been straight killing it. We've just been gangbanging in this fucking room.
That's a weird analogy.
Where's the baby?
I get it, but it's just not a place I like to go when I'm operating a room. That's all.
It's okay. We weren't looking each other in the eye. It's
No,
fine.
now you are.
I think my eyes are closed.
Yeah, you covered his face when you said that, so I get it.
Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was hoping to, but we'll wait to the end.
Eiffel Tower, man.
Till the end. Where's the shark light?
He's young still. Be gentle.
Yeah, he's a little sheepish.
He looks old, but he's
making
not.
a blush.
He's got all that facial hair covered up. It's good.
All right.
Oh yeah, Dale was actually adjusting your camera yesterday, dude. So
What the fuck?
he actually got up and changed the camera a couple times. I was like, Dale, right on.
Well,
dude.
yeah, there you go.
I
But
think Dale's mostly a video.
yeah,
He is.
absolutely. He became he got
He's
into
an
camera
audio
like crazy. He kind of primarily became a camera dude in 2019. But like, dude, the last guy, he didn't want to be by the lectern, so like we just gave him the wireless mic, and he ended up like basically just like pointing at the
They don't
freaking
like the light.
pointing at the edge of the fucking projector screen. So like we had to adjust it like crazy.
We're
We're down.
I
We're
would've
rolling
just
with the
gone
punches
wide.
like hella
That's all
good.
I would have just backed it out.
Yeah, that is what he did.
Just leave it on wide.
Well, because there's no cameraman in this room, so to do
No.
constant camera moves is kind of makes your job a little more difficult.
No,
when
that's
it comes to
exactly what he did. He had he basically pretty much put the edge of the screen on one end and the
Beautiful.
outside
I
edge
just
of
was
the
impressed that
lectern.
he grabbed the camera. and
Right,
did
that he.
something.
That's
Got
the
on
one
phone
thing.
For a minute,
That's the one thing he's comfortable with, most comfortable in audio. I mean, I kind of want to get thrown in on more of the streaming stuff. It seems.
places.
It
Yeah.
seems
They would have made you a stream tech if you wanted on the show. They wanted that.
There was like 2 people that went and talked to their union rep because they did not want to be on.
Yeah, they felt uncomfortable.
They
About it.
felt uncomfortable and they wanted to be off of these things and not do it.
mm,
I
I
have
like,
respect.
Talk to 'em now.
I have respect for that.
I like the
Nothing wrong
switcher,
with that.
but I mean, this seems pretty cool too. Just to have another thing in my wheelhouse. I guess I'll just do it on the next show, or I'll ask for it on the next show. You got any streaming shit?
Don't worry.
Throw
they'll
me
do
in the
it
deep
totally
end, bro.
different on the next show. It'll be totally different.
It's been getting better and better. My first like gig back, I came back from lunch and like, can you out this room? It's gonna be live streaming. I'm like, all right. So how do I know if if I'm getting audio feed, like, I don't know. Here's a Behringer. Like,
It's called levels. You
I was-
hit the button and you see
I was getting my levels just like looking at the clip light. And yeah, and then listening to feedback from the chat. They're like, we can't hear shit. We're hearing too much. And I'm just like guessing, like playing with the auxes
Someone
and the
needs to
outputs.
mute it.
It was great, but now it's definitely there's more order to it. I'm expecting it to get better. It'll get better, guys. I promise.
It's been great. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we've been fine.
I haven't had one problem with streaming.
At least the structure, yeah. Well,
Other than you dropping that thing on me yesterday.
well, homeboy, somebody crashed the session.
I
thought.
got it. It just was a surprise.
Well, I just saw a window here for a little bit, and there was a dude just listening. And so I told Dale, I was like, "Oh shit, throw him up here." And then, in conjunction to seeing a guy right there, this other dude up front said something along the lines of like, "Oh, I think we just missed him," or "I don't think he wants to say anything," or something. Maybe he was talking to the guy in the crowd. But I was like, and I said that. I saw this. I'm like, "Oh shit, I think he's trying to talk to a guy on Zoom." But yeah, I switched it back and forth for just a quick second. He was like, "Oh."
Didn't tell
shit, my
me.
bad.
And
Yeah.
I had it up, so it fed back. It looped on itself right away. I'm
Just
like,
for a quick second, because he's fucking on it.
In the other room in 6 Charlie, for some reason, there was this guy from the 8 a.m. session who kept joining their green room and just sitting in there. And I asked John, I was like, this guy's from the 8 a.m. Like, I don't think he's speaking again. Like, what is he doing? And then John just goes, he looked at the name and he went, oh yeah, that guy kept joining earlier. I think he's just likes to be in the room. And I was like, I think he thinks he needs to be in the room to watch the stream. And I was like, but
It might be like a higher up ACS person where they're just like going into all of them and watching what's going on.
I don't know. He literally for the entire 2 o'clock session, I think, just sat in the green room, and he didn't interact with me. Like he just turned his video off and then just sitting there.
That's the same thing that happened with me. Like I just kind of thought that he was somebody that was expecting to be
Yeah.
up or something. So I ended up having to like sneak up on the moderator and be like, "Hey, can you come with me? Like, are we going to talk to somebody on Zoom?" She's like, "Nah." I'm like, "Okay, well, there's this guy." And then she's like,
I don't know.
"Nah, fucking ignore him." She was like, "Ignore him. I don't fucking know."
We've had this happen a bunch.
oh yeah, we've had a couple of dudes do that. Or people that they duck, and then get up right where the camera is.
Yeah, that happened like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, you
Like, well, if you're
fucking
gonna duck, you might
dingus.
as well do it for one more foot.
Just tell this person
Way to
to
have-
move out of the way.
Way to
Just
have
get out of the
ass.
way, you're in front of the camera. It kills your focus.
no.
Oh shit!
I know.
I blew your focus
knocked
out
it out.
standing in front of it.
Fuck
Yeah.
it
That's a
up.
good simulation
It
of
looks
what
like a
could happen.
melted gummy ball.
There we go. Let's see how you're training. There we go. Good shit.
Focusing lights is way easier.
Not bad.
Yeah, because
Once you get old, your eyes start going out.
Oh
then
shit.
you really have a hard time focusing.
That'll be the other way around for sure.
First time ever on a camera was they're like, okay, we're gonna put you on this camera, and Magic Johnson's gonna be the keynote speaker. He's gonna come out here and he's gonna shoot a basketball. So you gotta try it. Just practice. Pick the podium monitor, and then zoom out wide, and then zoom in on the basketball net, and then come back out and go in on the back. And I just sat there and did it just over and over and over again for like a half an hour until it came out. And then the whole time that I was like watching him doing that, my light never came on, so I never was using my feed. I was so
Yeah,
pissed.
it was good practice though.
It was good practice.
Apparently, you weren't doing it good enough for them to use it,
That
but it's
sucks.
still good practice.
No, I was. They were just doing other angles and playing around with stuff. Like I was an
Damn.
emergency, then you can use that. It came on a couple of times, but it didn't for the basketball shot.
Yeah,
Magic
it's like
I've
they cut
done
you out in
some of his
post.
shows. He's got
Yeah.
does
Like you
a lot
got
of
cut in
things
post.
in his shows.
Damn.
A lot of
Doesn't he
stuff
have
going
a like television show now about his life or something?
Oh, Magic Johnson.
I think it's like an HBO kind of show.
Like that seems like a docu-series then.
No. It's like I think a
You
dramatization.
turn that wireless hand out for me.
Oh. I was just on it last night. I didn't see nothing like it, but then I don't watch sports stuff, so I wouldn't pitch it to
I don't
me.
think
I
it's
don't think.
HBO, but it was like one of those dramatized series where it was like something magic.
Huh.
Yeah, just leave the mic on. She's doing some sort of.
There's a drummer reimagination of Fresh
Just
Prince
leave
of
it on.
Bel-Air.
She's
I want
doing
to check
some
that
sort
shit
of wireless
out.
scanning thing right
Oh,
now.
I don't know if that looks weird, but it also looks kind of good. I just was like
I get it, but I don't recognize any of these people, so.
Yeah, they're all new actors, and like, even the
Can I
dude is
see
from
that
West
mic real
Philly.
quick?
Some fresh ass
I'm not
actor.
getting a red light on.
I know, and I'm just like, that's cool, but Will Smith's not the Fresh Prince of Bel Air, so I'm kind of like.
It is kind of weird, but it was crazy. I saw like it was some like film student that made like a mock trailer for it for a drama, and then like apparently it caught on so much so that Will Smith contacted him and was like, "Yo, let's make this fucking show."
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so he's directly involved in it.
I dig that.
Did you
Yeah.
see the reunion?
Yeah, the reunion episode, it was crazy. I didn't realize Will Smith was kind of like played a hand in replacing Aunt Viv.
Yeah.
They had a serious beef. That was nuts.
I think the best part of that was when it was like he was so professional about it that he memorized every single.
He was mouthing people's lines.
Yeah,
That
he
was
knew
great.
everyone's lines, so we would always do that.
And actually,
Apparently, we are rescanning.
That's,
So,
yeah, I
yeah,
just got the
perfect.
we're on right now.
Yeah, we heard.
I went on to rewatch a few episodes, and yeah, he definitely does that. And like,
Never turn off your receiver.
I haven't.
I
I'm
know.
not sure
No, I
who
get it,
has.
but who
It's a weird
does?
thing to do.
But also,
There are people in rooms who have never
Digital,
done a show
that's a
before
thing.
at all.
but that's not really a
Well,
thing.
this is my
anymore.
first show.
Mine
The
too.
receiver doesn't
It's
send
never
me
They're
over
always
to
my
receive
first show.
Yeah.
they pulled me from the shipyard last week.
Right,
I've never done
right,
this before.
exactly. Right.
I mean, we literally had that with one of the guys in the high side where he had been an EMT in this building for 20 some years and then wanted to make some money during COVID, so became a box pusher. And then we just put him in for his first ever operator gig in that chair with the Zoom and the streams.
I know
Aw.
exactly who
Yeah.
that is.
And I felt so bad for him.
I
I'm like,
talked to him
dude,
on the first day.
Yeah,
He was
yeah,
very worried about
he
it.
was so stressed. I'm like, dude, like, I am
It's
so,
all right,
I
I know
can't
you
say
made it.
anything. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, this should not have happened to you.
Is it close to where that were just like
Yeah.
arbitrarily throwing people places?
Yeah. I mean, look, I was just walking down Harbor when I got this job. I mean, it works. You were wearing a black polo, and they said, "Oh, come on inside, buddy."
I had all my tools with me too. It was weird.
I don't know how to use shackles.
No, you stole some
dude.
tools out of someone in a hotel and just were walking by to put them in your car. And then,
Yeah, it's just works out, I guess.
it does.
Get in.
All right,
Yeah.
so you guys are all good.
Have you ever played a guitar?
What's happening here yet?
You're set.
Back on the floor in
Oh,
here
you're
today.
set.
Yeah, we should be
Nice.
good.
It's great.
We tested pretty much everything from Zoom already, so
Yay! Yay!
Also, every time I
Yep,
love
we're feeding
exactly,
through, audio is
exactly.
How
feeding
it was
I love
through.
explained to me is
stuff,
when they
but
put
every
in
time
the
I look,
call,
I
they
think you're
said
wearing
Zoom.
foamies. I'm very
Yeah.
confused. I'm like, how
And
loud
somebody
is this?
says,
Where
"Oh,
he's
well,
going
I've
that he's
used
wearing
Zoom."
foam plugs.
I talked to my mom on
Rick and
Zoom.
Morty folder.
I can see
Right,
that.
that you haven't-
I just see
that
the
doesn't mean
shade
you
of green, and it just looks
understood
like
the
corner of my eye
signal
if you're wearing
flow process and all those
foamies.
different
And I'm just
things.
like,
No.
man,
Right.
is he like running a battery drill?
I
while
don't
he's,
know.
you know, like, yeah.
Like
Mowing the
camera operator.
lawn.
I have a camera on my phone all the time.
I take pictures myself all the time.
all the time.
You know, I've done it before.
You're
Look
not
at my
wrong.
selfies on
You're not wrong.
Instagram.
The
They're
zombie
amazing.
coming at you.
I don't know.
Big
Yeah.
black light room. It's like, oh, yeah,
Again,
that's
Does not
it-
work.
yeah.
Works
It's
for
not
Frank.
necessarily.
The only time it works.
What?
We have.
Would you say?
I love that we have intermissions now, like kind of scheduled in here. The first thing.
I know the whole having to go on schedule thing on the Thursdays.
Oh yeah, we just thought that dude was like, oh man, it must be because he's so close to the Swiss. They're
It's true.
yeah.
It's true. They gotta run. They gotta run.
It's like the Swiss are watchmakers.
Thank you guys.
If anybody knows time, it's those people over there.
Well, the Swedish guy made a joke. Or the Swedish guy made a joke about it yesterday.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm over by a minute. I'm over by 35 seconds. I'm Swedish. Like, okay, got it.
We had another speaker talk about one of his. We were really talking about having a meeting with like another CEO kind of thing, and it was like of these two things. And they got together and started drinking, and it was like, yeah, well, last year at the conference, then we met for drinks and blah blah blah, and we figured out this. Later on, I found out that she was a gymnast, and then he just went straight on by. Like, you just nonchalantly told a Zoom call.
Yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Yeah, yada yada
What,
yada.
the gymnast?
Yeah.
You
Well,
met
no,
someone
like-
at a show.
Anyway,
No, like, could be your coworker, like another CEO of a thing.
I was gonna- yeah, you just outed someone to all of their peers.
Yeah,
and
like
colleagues.
completely.
That
And,
is hilarious.
Some people are bold as fuck.
like, that's a
What have you?
ego
Yeah.
asshole right there. It's
All
like,
right.
wow.
technical people. They don't always have the tactical thing going on.
They're all scientists, so it's very few and far between. So when it actually does happen,
That's why they have to
They're
put that
socially
slide up
active.
that says, "Have you been harassed?" Like, because they literally, it happens at every conference for these guys, I'm sure.
we kicked
Somebody
somebody
says-
out yesterday.
Because they don't
Yeah,
know how to
I
talk
heard
to
about
women.
You
Or
did?
there's a lot of
Yeah, someone got kicked out for saying some really, really awful stuff to our techs.
What? Oh, is that why they had to preface that today?
Yeah, 100%.
What did they
They
fucking
kicked them. They
say?
kicked one of the association people out. I don't know, was it one of the attendees?
Like, was it a presenter?
I don't know. Yeah, it was a presenter
It was
from
a
what I
presenter.
understand.
Yeah, sometimes they are
Oh
pretty
my
fucking
God.
mean.
I
Because he
mean,
said
yeah.
some really awful stuff to our techs in there, and someone heard it and reported it, and it was unacceptable, so they ran him out.
Dude,
Kinda
I
like-
wonder what
that's
he
the
said.
story.
Like, remember that other dude though? You were like trying to say.
Oh yeah,
something
the
about,
other
like,
dude
oh, you
almost
better
tried
fix
to
it.
go. He was like, "Okay, well, you better have a solution." I was like,
Yeah, it gets much worse than
"Okay,
that.
sir, you got it." I'm walking back here.
Like, yeah,
Well,
alright.
that's just
You had
that's
like a
just
group
short
of
in the moment.
8
That's
techs.
not
That was
something
short,
super
but
offensive to
If
you.
he
This guy
was,
said
if he,
something
yeah,
crazy.
if he was a bigger dick, I think he probably would have been like, "Why the fuck don't you have this?"
Yeah, but that's that kind of shit where they just are like fucking. They just don't see that they're being complete dicks because they're just like socially weird.
Well, a lot of people also don't see our job as very, like,
They don't understand, so it seems easy as fuck because we're sitting back here.
not even that, but just any service-facing people sometimes don't.
Yeah.
They don't see them as respectable.
It turns into a service industry thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It turns
right.
into you're working here and I'm a PhD person, so it's not a you
We're
don't.
working
We're
for-
Who the hell?
different. We're
Yeah.
different. Yeah.
You'll wear the hell.
And it's
Put
just
the
it's
mask
not.
on, I'm not going to wear mine.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Right, right,
With
right.
the mask on, I'm not gonna wear mine.
That's
This
true.
is the first time that I've gone like 8 days in a row out in public without wearing one.
We're supposed
No,
to wear
I
them.
still
by
brought
law.
it.
Much more casual out here. Well, I mean, at least.
Our union rule is
See-
to wear them. That's why we wear them all the time.
No one here likes mine.
That's cool.
Oh, that's
That's a
awesome.
little scary. That's a little scary clown face.
But then whenever like the
You can go, you have a professional side.
Oh, that's perfect. Having it black on the other
So you
side.
should- when they're talking to you, you should do that, like when they're not looking at you, and then they look back at you, and you have that, and you look back, and it's black again. You look back.
I
At
always get comments on my mask.
Yeah, I used to
I
have
love
a-
that mask. Thank you. So do I.
I used to have a neck gaiter with like a similar thing. It was just like fucking like Pennywise's sharp ass teeth with blood dripping down, but you know, it starts to wear down. I lost it.
One of those gator companies was like selling 5 for some. They would constantly have deals that would like pop up. So I ordered like 10 of them. They have shark, predator, clown, skull, different color skull, like all the neck gators like that. And they were super cheap. I got like 10 of them real fast.
Ah. I got what? Well, that one was cotton. I got paid a little extra to have like a nice one, but yeah, and then I lost it almost immediately. So I should just get like a packs and cheaper ones. They clearly can't have nice things.
I just want to get one that doesn't loop over my ears because I'm just getting tired of having them
Dude,
hurt.
they sell.
Yeah, that's why I go with that.
I just want one of the ones that
Check it out.
scoops you on the back.
Yeah, I have
You
one
can
that's
buy
it's
these
two.
little
It's an
black
endless loop that
straps.
goes around this
Yeah,
way.
yeah, and then
Amazon, and
they
they relieve
click to
your
the
ears.
thing. Just because I'm noticing that that's the only problem right now. Like, I don't have a fucking
Yeah,
problem
it's not
wearing
from
it.
wearing it. It's from wearing it like this. You're putting
Yeah,
extra pressure on
And
your
then
ears by doing
it just
that.
happens to do that. I'm like,
That's why I came off the N95 and went back to regular surgical because the N95s are killing my ears. Pulling on them.
For Halloween, I had a really tight rubber mask on my face, and it was like right here. But whenever I would go like this, then you can see, like I would just want. I have my fat folds underneath my neck would come out, so I wore a neck gaiter and then the mask.
Oh, there we go. That was a perfect save.
I was on stilts.
Juggling too, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Nope, I was a big skull demon that was walking around escorting Elsa from
Escorting Elsa.
Frozen.
My
My 3-year-old loves it when I walk on stilts. So
Nice.
Probably
she's-
loves Elsa too, I'm guessing.
She loves Elsa. She's dressed as Elsa, and I was like her guardian demon. That's what I would tell everyone
Nice.
whenever they were like, "What are you?" I'm like, I'm guarding Elsa.
That's perfect.
Walking up to houses on stilts. And they're like, "You win the costume contest." Heard that before.
Right? Shit.
There's a guy in front of his house. Took 2 light. He made a stilt stand for him to sit on, and he was dressed as a big skeleton, you know. But he had like Grim Reaper style, like the cloak and all that. But he had a thing to sit on, so he wasn't standing on stilts the whole time.
Right.
So then when people would come down, then he would like slowly stand up and come forward and get ready. so that he could get him when they walked down because he had it right on the sidewalk.
Especially because
And I was on stilts, and I like could see once I got like 10 feet away, it was like.
Is that another guy on
It's like,
stilts?
that's another guy on stilts. So I just kind of like walked up and went right to him, and I was like, "You have a chair, you cheater."
You're a smart guy on stilts. Why didn't I do that?
He was scaring people.
Even if he gets, even if like he gets caught like just still sitting down, it's perfect because like you would think if he's motionless, you would think that he's just like some sort of like stuffed animal or like some animatronic because of the long ass legs. But then as soon as he moves,
We
like,
had
oh,
those
shit.
big Home Depot skeletons in his front yard too. So you
Mhm.
see Big Heat
Oh.
Home Depot skeleton, Grim Reaper, Big Heat Home Depot skeleton. You know, it's like
Yeah,
you just think it's
It
another.
was like that E.T.
Another
moment
prop.
where E.T.'s
Skeleton,
in the
it's another
closet
prop.
and
yeah,
Yeah.
his
that's
face is
awesome.
in there with all the other stuffed animals. So I guess that lady wasn't as nervous about as we thought she was last night.
Yeah, she
Now
was
it's
shitting bricks.
7:15, she's still not here.
You're right. She did say she's the first one. She is the first one of the first thing. Pretty sure.
We'll
So we
find out in
got.
a minute.
Do
At
we
least
have
you had
breaks
the
in between?
iPad. You didn't lose it last night.
Right? Yeah. So 8:30 to 9, 9:20 to 9:30. Oh, okay. Yeah, they are gonna be back to back unless we have the intermissions.
Back.
Oh, shit. That's the other thing I started telling them too. Is like, well, the thing is, I mean, even if like you guys all have Macs, it'd be awesome if you guys could all share one to make things more seamless. Because me coming up here eats up 30 seconds or to a minute every single time, leading up to people not having time for Q&As at the very end, and you're fucking your peers over.
Yeah. So there's my daughter, me,
Ooh.
and then my wife in the middle. She was
Yeah.
like a spaced out spaceman. There's LEDs in her hat, so you can like see her face in the thing.
Oh, I see. Nice. It just illuminates blue on that one.
Yeah.
That's just fucking cool. And just split down the middle.
Yeah. So I'm.
That's sick. That was last year?
Yeah. That was
This last one. Now the
5
thing's
months ago. Yeah.
somewhat back to normal. Now, you're based out of Orlando? Nice. Yeah, I miss that. I miss dressing up. It's been 2 or 3 years.
I haven't dressed up for Halloween in like
Have a kid. Gives you all the reason to do it again.
Ah, that's perfect. That's what I gotta do. Gotta put a baby in someone. It's about that time.
10. Watch what you wish for. You gotta raise that thing, you know.
That's okay. I'm too busy.
You're
I'm
a
doing
stay
this.
man. You didn't stay had to keep the baby.
That's perfect. Actually, no, my girl makes more than me. I'll stay at home. Shit. Take a random gig here and there. I'd love to, yeah. Make sure the kid's the coolest one in school. You know, it sounds like a great idea. I'll take 2 years off.
She has a bunk bed and a beanbag down on the bunk bed. So when she gets up in the morning, she doesn't have to climb down the ladder. She just jumps off the bed on the beanbag.
That's your kid.
Sweet landing pad. Even if she misses, she'll just bounce off. I bounce off the floor and land
As
on
long
her
as you're
feet.
not
We
there
have
to
rock
react,
wall
they're
stuff
fine.
all over our house.
The key is to react like comically, to laugh
Yeah.
at them. You know, it's instead
Don't
of like
give 'em the- don't
when
give
you're
'em the
worried, they're
influence.
like, oh, I'm hurt. Yeah.
Oh, are you okay? No, I'm not. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
That's-
you're fine.
That's one thing I noticed
Walk
from
it
like,
off.
my aunts and uncles. Like some of them fucking treat them like they're made out of glass, and others they're just like, ah, how'd that dirt taste?
When I was your age, I used to eat nothing but dirt.
And those are the funniest kids, or grew up to be the funniest kids.
Yes, I did. My dad always let me, like, he's the kind of person that if I was gonna stick something in the light socket, he'd let me do it so that I'd never do it
Right.
again.
Yeah.
What
It
I
was
did.
cool growing up in the 70s.
Well, I know it must have been nice. I mean, I got to enjoy a little bit
Get out
of
of
that.
school,
Luckily,
go play football, hurt yourselves, go do bad things, you know.
yeah,
regular
exactly.
stuff.
Didn't
Don't
have-
go home until like 7 or 8 at night.
I didn't have
We did
dial-up till I was like, in high school. It was
We did the
cool.
bicycle ramp, and I remember the bicycle ramp was a board, like a piece of plywood.
Oh shit!
Not like
I
3/4 plywood,
I
like
already see.
Yeah,
where this is
that'll go.
going.
and a brick and one thing. So then it goes a little bit, and you jump off. Then you put another brick, and you put another brick, and then you just get that stupid idea to put like 15 bricks
Yeah,
like
then-
that in the board. And as soon as you hit it, it snaps in half and knocks all the boards
See,
down.
now,
You're like,
nowadays,
and then you
they
go,
film that, you'd be popular.
I know, and now you go, that's just not you. You know the
the leverage and push point of stuff.
Yeah, you know, you become
learn
a
it
wiser,
slowly.
you become a wiser person because
Become
of
a
getting
wiser
hurt.
person and you learn things.
But all the kids are missing that now, so you know.
Yeah, exactly. Oh well.
I realized at a young age if I was going as fast as I possibly could on my bicycle, but holding my books for school and steering with only one wheel, I could not make a sharp left turn. So that I would just go
Back to normal. 18's back together.
right into someone jumping in a tree.
I'm good.
What's up?
Everything's back to normal. My 18's back together.
That's right.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
718.
I was gonna call you over here, but as it turns out we
Says
don't
that
have
in
any.
every room he goes in.
I know. I bet you
When
said
I
it to
call
all
you,
the
I'm just
girls,
gonna
dude.
call you hypercheck. I'm not gonna tell you what the problem is.
That's
all right?
fine. That's why I like you guys in here. 'Cause you don't have any issues.
No,
I'm deal with it.
we have issues. We just deal with them.
Exactly. I just ignore you guys. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Just don't take away our
Neglect us
our
like your
guns,
kids.
that's all.
Yeah, exactly.
This whole, like all three of these rooms right here are all very, not that many problems
No.
coming in. They're all honest problems of like,
Yeah.
something crashed.
That's why I did audio.
Like the Black Magic just shit the bed for no reason. Yeah, we didn't do
Well,
shit.
yeah.
No, we knew why.
But we got so lucky. I mean, can't
The
believe
Black
that was an
Magics are
actual
full of hate.
spirit. They're full of hate.
Magics are full of
That's how they're powered.
I see.
They're
That-
full of hate.
That makes sense.
Is that why they get so hot and stop working?
Yes.
Yeah. Just pent up spite.
Makes sense.
Spite.
They really want to be an $80 device.
They only build them in war
$5
zones.
device, not obsessive.
With tortured prisoners. It just sucks the hate right out of them.
Yeah.
Well, they
Throwing a
probably
bunch
are
of them
made
in
by
a closet
small
in the middle of
hands.
a prison.
You know,
Right,
totally
in
get
war
it.
zones.
small hands. What's the part? What's the people in China that are getting abused?
Donald?
Taiwanese.
Uyghurs.
That's
The
people
who?
They're
from
made by
Taiwan.
Donald?
No, abused in China.
Uyghur.
The Uyghurs, yeah.
Oh.
They make really good genes, but you know, once they hit like the age 20, you can't use them anymore. So
They're useless.
it's awful.
Aren't they like the Muslim population in
Yeah,
China?
they are.
They're a Muslim
Of course
regional
they are.
population of like northern China.
Jesus Christ.
It's a very
They
specific
don't believe in him.
subsect.
So yeah, it's definitely not racial, huh?
Oh no, absolutely.
Well,
It's
they believe in their
it's
religion over the
definitely
government,
not
and that's
rape.
a problem for China. So that's why they do it.
I see.
What a beautiful world.
All right.
Yeah, huh?
Thanks for the down, guys.
Were they made by these hands?
That is an adorable little finger.
Who is that? Is that a child or a?
It totally looks like a
or
kid.
it's some old man's finger. Oh, it's Dougie Fresh.
Dougie Fresh.
That's what I call Donald Fournier.
Oh, I'm like,
It does look like a little midget hand, though,
It
right?
does.
it really does.
100%.
He's got little itty bitty
That's
hands.
You know who I thought it was
It's
for a
really
second?
just angled. He was
I
like,
thought it
Oh.
was
going
Richard.
like this way.
I thought it was Richard Medhurst's hands for a second.
He was doing it this way. I'm like, oh, there's this. I'm just like, I guess that's
Hey,
everybody
This
now.
looks
man.
Who's the one with the
hilarious.
fat baby
It
hands?
looks like a yeah, like a
This
little
is
person's.
midget finger. Look at the thing.
It absolutely.
It does look
right?
small.
It's adorable.
You put that on a shirt.
It's all pudgy and shit. Like, how are
But
your
make sure you get a
fingers
quote
fat?
of him and then put the quote on the shirt with his middle finger.
He's getting pretty frustrated. We went to check out last night. Shannon and Paul just let him have it.
For what?
With that finger.
Oh.
I show fucking everybody.
That's great, bro. I'm glad you're doing such a solid job on
So
this
What's
show.
up, baby fingers?
He's like, my fault. I've been trying to.
Yeah, I'm killing people. It's great.
I started calling banana hands earlier.
Now I understand what the reference is from.
Bitch mints or some shit.
Oh,
What they say about people's small hands.
I couldn't let him get away with that. Like, you can't take a bad picture of yourself and then send it to people.
Yeah.
That's why I don't take any pictures of myself and send them to anybody.
Like, you take a bad selfie and then just actually send it to someone. Like, no,
That's
you deserve
retarded.
it.
I
Yeah.
take bad selfies on purpose. It's like, no.
Yeah, well, I
I did
had
that yesterday.
Oh, my
I took
brother
a
does
selfie
that.
of the thing, but I made sure that I got like just the top of my eyes and my forehead like
See?
out there on purpose.
And that's fine. If that's
Good
why
morning.
you're doing it, you can
Morning.
own it.
Yeah.
If you mess it up, you think it's good and then it's bad.
Pajama day. Did you say that? What are you doing? No.
Francisco, you let me know if we can do anything for you, all right?
You really think you can leave that on
My
the most
backup
touchiest
pearl?
piece of glass?
Hey, that is pretty interesting.
very daily-ish movie just right here. Is that our moderator?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, this is still on right now, but that's fine. I got it muted.
Can you ask about virtual presenters?
Are we still doing a check with the RF mics?
No one's
You heard, did you hear that? Did I come through clearly on that, or did I talk too fast?
I heard what you said.
Okay. Now you know why people are beeping the thing and not saying anything. But he's not the guy doing it. So Dave Prince is the one. They just leave it free, but he's not doing the mics. It wasn't him that was asking.
He's not, but he's helping Rochelle do stuff down there. I think.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. She
I like to not be in test mode once I hand the mic off to a client. But that's just one of those things. I'll live with it.
small room. Just raise your voice a little bit.
Yeah, except for that we're trying to record. Trust me, that's what they want to do. They want to not use the mics and talk.
Especially when they start talking about, oh my god, all this molecular chemistry.
Yeah, I'll start falling for them. They'll get advanced.
You didn't get any of the drug ones?
Nope.
Some of ours have been drugs.
In 6C, it was environmental chemistry.
We did one. We've done ones on
Forgot
metal
that one.
coating of
Yeah, drugging the
network cables
undruggable.
and stuff like that.
I heard about that. I heard there was a drugging the
There's
undruggable.
drugging the undruggable, and then over on the other side there was a microdosing one.
Okay, you know,
That'd be a good one to go to.
at a different hotel, I recently worked on a thing that was what was it? It was like psychotherapy through psychoactive drugs as like a symposium kind of
That's
thing.
microdosing mushrooms.
It was literally that kind of thing, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh wow, I guess I'm not gonna be on show call. Interesting. And I was like, what do you come here to talk about? Oh, here's my pictures, and this is what I did when I was, messed up.
And here's the cool thing I made.
Yeah, and then it's like, look, this is me, and this is me
These are all the
falling
things I thought
down.
about while I was trying to go to sleep that night.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not going to do this for a while.
So, we will have some presenters.
Cool.
There's
Some
the
remotes.
virtual
Yep.
moderator.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so.
It makes sense.
And here's another thing. I guess I'll ask her. Where are you finished with? I'll ask her which ones.
Yeah,
May not be here.
Oh, okay. Just if we have anything for that.
Did he say that our other moderator was remote too, or no?
I think he did. That's why they do that. So I think that's what he was saying.
It's going to be great. But remember to screw up a little bit so they don't take you out of this room again. Just enough.
No, I don't think they were gonna try and move anything today, but who knows?
No, I don't think it'll be your actions that cause any of that.
No, I know.
It'll be someone's actions that cause that, not yours. You are seeing the music and stuff on your feed, right? And in your records and all that fun stuff?
Yep.
Beautiful. I see you have a solid blue light on the front of that machine. That's a good sign too, huh?
Yep. Yep. Levels are fine.
Beautiful. Well, hopefully they're quiet, because that shouldn't be coming to you super hot.
It is. It's quiet, which is good. I just wish none of these newer headsets seem to be able to fully click into their little 3.5 jacks.
Yeah. Sure believes that you shouldn't use 3.5-inch jacks.
Hey,
They think they're amateur.
I don't need them.
What are those, wireless?
Yeah.
I have those too, but I also have headphones because I'm mixing, so you have to have a set of standard headphones.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I actually have cans in here, but I usually just use my earbuds for small mixers.
That makes sense.
It's nice to have something to PFL things with, because if you don't, it's really hard to see if the signal's clear or
Yeah.
good. Or...
I just like these because they're all black and usually they blend in with whatever I'm wearing. Whereas like with the AirPods, you can kind of
Yeah,
Hell.
mine are black too, but I just look like I have hearing aids in my
But I have to use those.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to have one of those way back in the day.
Everybody does. I'm using these until they implode on each other and don't work, and then I'm gonna throw them away.
Sounds like a plan. Recycle.
Yep. But I also have. Skull
Yeah,
Candy
I
makes
got
nice
those.
black ones.
I have nice cheap wireless headphones, and I have I have cheap wireless headphones, but I also have Sennheiser earbuds, and I also have Sennheiser cans. So depending on your level of quality, this room gets the buzz.
I like bigger cans.
I think I'm a big fan of big cans too, especially if you can wrap them around your ears and just make the sound cut out. It's beautiful.
Wearing all black, he looks like he has a turtleneck on, pulled all the way up to his neck.
It kind of does.
It does look a little terroristy, doesn't it? Everyone wearing masks all the time. It's a perfect time in history for bandits. I gotta be honest. Just for banditry in general.
You know, when COVID first started, there was a bunch of underage people dressing up, like putting on makeup and looking like old women and using like their grandmother's cards, like IDs, to get alcohol and stuff like that.
I didn't know that, but it doesn't shock me.
Doesn't shock me at all, but I just think that's just awesome.
Yeah. We were creative when we were kids too.
Yeah,
We just had to find a
it's
liquor store that
creative.
sold to kids. It was great.
Yeah, you guys had it easy.
It was we were buying liquor when we were like 13, which is probably not a great thing for a 13-year-old, but still.
South Dakota, you just have to have a 21-year-old with you. So you can go into a bar when you're like 12, and if your dad is like, yeah, you're allowed to have a beer because you've been plowing fields all day long, then go ahead.
That's pretty badass. If I had a kid, I'd definitely want him drunk all the time. What's going on, brother? You look serious.
It's game time, boys.
You don't have glasses on right now, so you look totally different.
My friend keeps fogging. I need to get the little fog block thing back on my glasses. Here you go. Thank you. Where's my
What are you looking for?
Where's my backpack?
I
Interesting.
don't know, brother. Where did you leave it?
What did you do?
I swear
What
to God,
did
I don't
you
do
do?
that kind
Did
of
John mess with my backpack?
He does
Oh, it's
that.
behind.
stuff. He does that, but I didn't see him do it.
Now
this
I
time.
feel
You know,
like-
if someone does that,
Now I feel like,
I'll
where's
get
John?
your back.
Where's John?
I can't
Where's
stand
John?
do that stuff. That's why I showed you the other day. I let you realize it was missing because he asked me to, but at the same point, I'm like, no, I don't want my video guy to be all freaked out because his phone's gone. Because that's when you're going to the front of the house, you end up looking for it everywhere, and you freak out. I know how that is.
Oh yeah, that'd be awful because that
Yeah,
would
I've
be
had
what I
people do
would
that.
think. I'm like, damn, did I leave it at the
Did I
left
leave it at
turn?
the
It's
left
gonna
turn?
vibrate or something.
And all you'd be thinking about is that.
My girl's gonna send me a nude or something. It's gonna be so embarrassing. Where's
I'm
my?
a personal believer that your floater's supposed to be helping you, not hindering you.
What?
Such
We're
a-
supposed to help you?
I'm
Thank you,
a
dude.
thinker. So
I appreciate that.
I have a.
Oh no, here's some notes
Oh.
I made. There's people that are gonna be virtual, so just so you know what to expect.
Yes, just call them when they come.
I think
And,
we've got 3 total, but 2 swapped apparently.
and Anna Betancourt, we're trying to find word on whether or not I think the second moderator who was here yesterday. That was like, she's the one who might know more definitively.
Oh, so she just might not be here.
Either that or switching to Zoom instead of in person.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's still a question mark, but
But
that's
that's still, it looks like that's gonna get us pretty prepped for switching back and forth. There is gonna be a lot of switching back and forth.
Yeah, well, thankfully those 2 are right after each other, so we'll be sticking in Zoom for a while. And then we'll be ending on Zoom for sure.
And you know how Kenneth Lowe was like a virtual moderator?
Yeah.
No. The 2 moderators are gonna be in person.
Oh,
You know that when you push this button, it beeps, right?
that's actually, I'm more fine with that because
Yeah.
are people still chirping?
Good
that thing?
morning.
Doing
That's
great.
our lady.
Hey.
That's our lady.
Yeah, no, I prefer to not have the virtual
Oh.
mod because just shoving the people in and then having to
Did you
leave
go and
whenever.
turn that mic back on? They weren't supposed to turn it off.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, we gave our mic out. The moderator turned it off, so we're gonna go turn it back on.
Let me use the restroom real quick.
Honcho, you turn the mic on for me, please. Thank you. Right. right now, again, so they're done with their check, we need to leave it on.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you. It's muted, so. Oh, that's right. That's in the thumb drive. That's what it was.
That's the thing, I mean, it's perfect, that's the one that we got between all the gear that we have.
Business. Did the loop stop? I'm not hearing music anymore. Not that that bothers me, but it looks like maybe they didn't loop it.
You didn't loop it.
Sucks that I noticed that.
It's funny.
So we're gonna get the squirrel song again, aren't we?
Yep.
Squirrel song.
What do you need?
Can you guys throw one on the lectern?
Don't tell anybody I'm audio, but sometimes I have to switch things.
Are you good? Missed your song, dude.
My song? Yeah. Super squirrel.
I'm gonna make that your song from now on, okay?
I don't want it to be
We're
my
gonna play it
song.
every time you walk in the room. We're gonna switch back off since he's on.
You can make me walk in the room less.
Yeah. It'll make you change your career like that.
I was gonna say. So. Okay. I'm John Evans, Brock, Amy, Lucia, Prieto. What are they gonna be? How long are these?
You'll have to do some math.
Yeah, they're 30-minute sessions. Or 30-minute presentations.
30-minute windows.
Yeah, second session.
So I'm guessing 27 minutes and 2 minutes of talking.
Yeah.
3 minutes of talking.
Oh, both sessions are 30 minutes.
30-minute sessions.
Yeah.
30-minute
Presentations.
segments.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about. It's all good.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
Yeah, you got it. So yeah,
It's gonna sound amazing.
no super long ones like yesterday or the day before. You should all be in that 30-minute
We
window.
actually had all of our speakers. That'd be nice. No awkward 30 minutes of silence.
Well, yeah.
But I'll be able to deal with it. It'll be great.
It'll be great. And we only have at most 3 in-person speakers for this room right now, because the other 3 are for sure online.
Beautiful.
And those will just be.
Have you already done all your stuff to do all that?
Mhm.
Beautiful.
I'm literally all I have to do at this
Well, that's
point
right,
is
we tested
welcome them into the room, let them know what's going to happen, and
then
then
get sent to another room.
eventually send them to the room. And then once they're done presenting and doing their questions, they literally can just leave. I just let them know, okay, you're good to leave whenever. Feel
If
free.
you don't want to watch everyone else's talk.
No, they don't even have to stay to watch the thing. That's why I think the guy who kept joining yesterday must have been told that he needs to be in the Zoom to watch, but you don't. They're different. They're different things.
Right.
Someone asked me about it yesterday, and I was like, it's all through the association. So whatever website the association is streaming to, I would check that because I only control these 2 rooms. You know, this Zoom functionality. So.
It turns out Zoom is still confusing for a lot of people.
It's confusing for me.
Look, I got Zoom, but every single time I've done a Zoom, and I've done like 30 of them since we've come back, every company does them like 100% different from every company. And there's no standard way to do it yet. And I think that's what screws a lot of people up.
It's frustrating.
They just need to make one standard Zoom thing, and we're good.
Yeah, pretty much.
But I've done them where they're running the Zoom from that computer or remotely controlling it from here. I've done it where we're running it from here and remotely controlling it from there. It's just. Oh, it must be a PDF. Oh, you're on radio. They're calling for him. You missed my point. I said so, and so you're ready to go. So then they're going to take you to another room.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Can you do the same setup in these other 5 rooms? Well, I'm glad we've all been able to help each other out. It's beneficial.
Yeah, right.
The way it should always be. And I feel like I don't want to give you guys a hard time because it seems like that's what everyone else's job is, to give everyone a hard time. So
I appreciate that. No, I think our you know, I think they're happy with us for a reason. And I think we're doing more than fine.
good. That's what I try to do. I bring my concern to every show, you know.
I
Some
see
people
what
that
you're
bothers,
saying.
and some people really appreciate it. Just depends.
On the
Some people
person,
play
huh?
against me. Some people play with me. It makes a big difference how the show's going to turn out. But that's kind of how it is. Like I'll be with the people that just want to be difficult, and that just screws everything up. And I'll be with people that support each other, and it makes it go smooth.
That's what I'm saying, but I don't get that.
Are those on?
Yeah.
They are?
Yeah, we have one on. They unplugged the second one, remember?
Beautiful.
Those were on when I came in, so I don't know if no
They
one
probably
turned
never
that
got turned on, but that's fine. It was cool yesterday when you left. The lady had glasses on, and it kept looking like she had demon eyes because that light was like red in her glasses. So she just kept looking up, and it was like these 2 red lights in her glasses coming back. She looked kind of like a Jawa. That might be a little before your time.
on.
Jawa was a very popular Halloween costume when I was a kid. I was Luke, but like there was a bunch of people that were Jawas, and that was cooler because they had the red lights and the eyes.
I never thought about that, but that's a pretty easy one to do if you can get.
What, Jawa?
Yeah,
It wasn't
you got a
them.
brown cloak right now. It's pretty good.
It wasn't them.
Oh,
You
no,
had
no,
to,
no,
like
no.
you literally had to do something for the eyes, and that was the thing. But a lot of people wanted to do it. I was Luke.
That's a better one.
Yeah, and I had like Luke, the original Luke, so I like had shoes on with socks over the shoes, so it looked like
you
I had
did
his
the
boots.
all white outfit.
Yeah, yeah.
From when he
It
was
was a
still on
gi. It was
Tatooine?
basically a gi.
Yeah. When he was still with on Owen or on Baru.
When he was on
Owen.
Tatooine still.
Yep.
I'm really excited about the Obi-Wan thing. I mean,
I mean,
some of the things they've done, the just watching the trailer gives me chills.
I haven't watched it yet.
But watch it. It's out. It's interesting.
I
It looks like it could be a very, very boring show, in all honesty, because he's not allowed to use the Force, but it looks like it's all about the people that are killing all the Jedi's, that are hunting the Jedi's. It's more about them and how he has to elude them, because they're looking for Force users, and they know that people that were trained as Jedi's will keep falling back to compassionate helping people. So they're like searching. It's interesting. You should watch the trailer.
I'll check it out. I really am.
Are you cold? No? Put up there. No. That's why I was asking if you're okay. You got a puzzled look on your face. You're walking back towards you. Yeah, you should check it out. I watched it yesterday.
I've been watching most of the new stuff that's been coming
I
out.
liked it.
I liked the Boba Fett series.
I kind of did. I mean, I thought that they really. Did I tell you my theory about that? I think that Robert Rodriguez is not a real Star Wars fan. I just don't think he's like a Homer Star Wars fan like all those other guys are.
I don't think so either,
Because
because
his stuff didn't work real well.
they like clearly want to do certain things that don't mesh with the environment it's created. Like they want it to be a far more metropolitan city than it is, but Mos Espa's like clearly not. I don't know
Well,
why.
none of Tatooine is. That's the whole thing.
No,
all
it's
supposed to be-
it's a wasteland.
It's,
It's
well,
supposed
it's a
to be a
wasteland, but it's
wasteland.
also a place where villains go, and it's
Because that's
not a lot
that's
of
why
law.
Jabba was in control of it.
Yeah, because the Hutt's
And they clearly want it to like when they added those the ganger rat guys who
Yeah, that
have
was
those
stupid.
little motorcycles. I didn't like that at
that
all.
no one did that. That was
And,
dumb.
I
It didn't
mean,
fit into the scene
Even when
at
you
all.
added their little chase scene, it looked terrible because those things don't look fast.
No,
That was
I
just
mean,
like a poor design
They
decision.
totally clashed with the whole fucking city. Like they clashed with everything
Oh yeah,
on that world.
no, it didn't make any sense. It looked like they should have been on some like industrialized
Well, and they
planet.
were all cyber planets. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really belong on that planet. That planet's an organic planet. It's not a cyber planet. Yeah, I get it.
There were a lot of
I don't know
conflicting
if that was
scenes.
his call. I think that was somebody else. My point is, I think that if he had more passion about Star Wars, he might have made some better touches.
Yeah.
But it was also weird they brought the Mandalorian in, and then all of a sudden their production value went up by like 100%. Like, oh no, we're gonna do all these space scenes. We're gonna do the special effects. I'm like, it reminded me of, remember the old Sinbad and Xena?
Yeah.
It reminded me of that. It
Yeah.
reminded me like of an old Sam Raimi TV show.
Yes.
And it was kind of corny. And I was like, I don't think they did Boba very good justice in that either.
I don't either.
Because he was a badass, and they kind of turned him into a non-badass, That's
He
kind of,
just kept getting the shit kicked out of him by everyone. Like every single person he would encounter found a way to start beating him up, and it was like you can't make him just win a little bit more.
no, they did by bringing the Mandalorian in and showing him.
And that's what I mean. Is it was like you had to bring every other ancillary character.
Well, they turned it into the Mandalorian show.
Yeah.
Other than the last episode, the 3 episodes before the end were all just about the Mandalorian. It's like, well, yeah,
And
this
that's
isn't
what-
working, so let's just make the Mandalorian.
That's what I thought was funny. Was now it's to the point where if you want to fully watch that show, you have to watch some of these episodes because
But
it's the
I-
interim.
All in all, I liked it. I just thought they could have done better.
Yeah,
But I think
without
any
a
Star
doubt.
Wars show is going to be like that with me because I'm a Star Wars fan. Talk about Boba Fett. The Book of Boba.
The book of Boba Fett.
And how it reminded me of an old Sam Raimi TV show, like one of the old Xenas or Sinbad. It just reminded me kind of campy. Just did Production Value seemed like that to me when I was watching. Until The Mandalorian came on, then all of a sudden it was this high-end production value, and
Well, halfway through the season, they stopped having the Mandalorian in it.
they started having The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
It turned into The Mandalorian, and then all of a sudden the budget got big, and they brought all these other actors in, and it's like, oh wow, this isn't Boba Fett at all, it's The Mandalorian.
But I mean, don't you have a new appreciation for Tuscans?
Sure.
Like, and that's just.
I didn't say everything about the show was bad. I just thought some of the choices they made, and the directions they made were kind of half.
I got no qualms with it.
I liked Mandalorian a lot better. I thought it was done a lot better. I just don't think Robert Rodriguez has the passion for Star Wars that the other guys do. He's a little young, I don't know. That was the impression I got. I think Jon Favreau and those other guys grew up when we did, and they are Star Wars fans. Like they want to do homage to what they love, and I think Robert Rodriguez wanted to be part of it, but not necessarily one of those deep core fans.
He's a spaghetti western person.
Yeah,
so
and
so it all went to spaghetti western.
yeah,
kind
which
of stuff.
could have been cool, but I just
Yeah.
like you said, it's hard. It's a hard position to be a director because you're going to have a lot of Star Wars fans that are going to not like it no matter what you do.
Yeah.
I was just telling him how excited I was to watch the Obi-Wan thing, which I'm hoping will be good.
I have high hopes for that one. But I also, to be fair, didn't think it was going to ever actually fully become a show. I thought it was just going to be rumors.
Yeah. Well, Ewan McGregor's doing. I don't know. It could be good. Said that the trailer gave me chills, so that's a good sign.
Definitely good.
Whoa! What's going on, guys?
I moved it to the other side.
Why?
Probably because they're probably gonna have a lapel mic.
We have a lapel mic, but no one wants to use it.
Oh,
So are they all going to talk from over there?
XENA.
So
Where's the N?
XENA.
what?
Xena.
What about Tina?
Oh, yeah. How
He
do you
just had to
spell it?
spell
So the one trying to make it.
NA.
I figured it out now. You just said it.
Sorry. I figured you're old enough to know those shows because
No, I know that show, but I
they're
didn't.
very
I
campy.
didn't know that.
It was,
I'm looking up the crews.
yeah, but Sam Raimi was the one that directed a lot of those shows. Who ended up becoming a very good director after that. I'm a big fan of Evil Dead. That's one of the horror movies I actually like.
Mm.
That doesn't even count.
That one's
But
one
that's
of the
what I'm
ones that are
saying.
so bad that you feel bad.
Okay, you already told me
I
this.
didn't
but-
start that.
So the questions are coming in on the iPad from virtual attendees, but people here also
Also,
with the QR code.
yes,
Got it.
exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
That's why you make the meeting.
Can we turn our microphones off yet?
Oh, yeah, well, so yeah, it looks like you're gonna have to work the camera a little bit between the speakers, because she also wanted to throw, close the laptop and throw everything on. I'm like, sorry, I do not want to close the laptop. I do not want to do that.
They're not
She's
done
like,
with it.
but I can't reach down. I was like, well, this is what you want.
Wait,
She,
what?
well,
Well, then he came on
she
and
forced my
he
hand.
developed
So
it.
here's the
He
thing.
wrote a lot.
I should have called you over to see if you knew
Who?
how to solve the problem here, because it
You're
was
talking about Xena.
she
Yeah,
saved
he was
her
Sinbad.
PowerPoint
Sinbad. Xena was a
in
spin-off of
some
Sinbad, I
other
believe.
Yeah,
manner.
but that's why.
Like
it
the
says
slideshow?
developed
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
But he didn't.
I guess I'd have to
direct
pull it
it.
up. But she
I thought he did
saved
direct some of them.
the present mode.
Because I
There's
know
like a
his brother
present mode
was
where
in
she
it.
He produced
switched.
them.
Brother
She
played one of
toggled
the
some
characters.
stupid shit,
He produced them. He wrote
and
them.
then next thing you
he
know,
did all that,
like
but he didn't.
it's spitting it out,
Yeah, he
like
produced
spitting out the
134 episodes,
slideshow,
but he's not
but
on the
leaving
director
like the
list.
On any of them?
workstation window open here instead
Not
of
for
the
like
notes.
unless it's like
thing,
one or two.
Yeah, I think he directed the Sinbad ones.
Yeah.
Won't be able to see notes, but that's okay.
But you
Not
can
even
just-
on yours?
It gave me the impression those shows.
It's okay. I don't need it. Not that I can see anyway. I'm on laptop.
Yeah. All right then. But so like the thing is, so she kind of forced my hand, or like I don't know if the fucking if she saved the PowerPoint in a manner that was like the slideshow has a setting where you toggle between three things, and she switched some sort of setting, and then when we try to save as in the other setting, yeah,
That looks like a PDF.
I guess that's what she did. I don't know. It didn't say anything about PDF. We saved as PDF, or we saved as PowerPoint. We saved as like 97.03 PowerPoint, and it grays itself out when you try to
So do you have to
slideshow.
go up there for the next person? To switch
Absolutely.
It all back? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So do me a favor. Move that mic back to spot.
Exactly.
Because you know what's going to happen is they're all going to talk to the screen. Now the mic's pointing over there. It's not going to pick
Exactly.
anybody up.
I got it. Yeah.
So
I got you.
what do I have to do camera-wise
She's gonna be
on the?
off stage of the lectern because her laptop's there.
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, and it's ironic 'cause she's the one trying to make everything like easier for everyone, but she's actually the one that's throwing the biggest wrench in the situation.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, she means well.
You're right.
Yeah. But I told her, she was like, all right, so, but
But yeah, that's PDF. That's why it doesn't work.
yeah.
PDFs don't do extended desktop.
I mean, I don't understand why she's not squirrely with that. I'm like, why would you just change the freaking weird setting like that? That's so.
We're going live to stream right now, guys. Just giving you a heads up.
Uh-huh.
Cool. Can you switch back to the loop?
Is there?
Sorry. If I lose concentration on what you're talking
Yeah.
about, it's because they're
I got
constantly
you.
talking in my ear. Some of it refers to us, so I want to make sure I'm listening.
Yeah. Yeah, and then so I was like, well, since you have this situation like that, you gotta watch, it's gonna look like that. Did this.
I let you my thumb drive and everything.
No. All you had to do is
7A.
save a copy. All you had to do is save a fucking copy.
I said you're broadcasting 70-30. What?
I'm
No.
shooting out
He
graphic
said
now.
cancel that right afterwards.
10-4.
Yes, no
Is
worries.
there a way that we need to, signal our virtual lecturers, like, when their time is running out, or can they see something on their end? I don't know.
I would hope that they rehearse for their time slot.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
everyone so far has
It's
been
been okay.
really good with
Yeah,
the time.
as far as you communicating with them, the microphone you have will be feeding audio to them
They can hear.
in Zoom, so they can hear, and then you will be able to hear them naturally. So if you have like anything you need to say to them, I just do that.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got it. Today will be.
Oh, so there was also an update. Stephanie Brock is in person. She is here now.
Oh yeah. That's cool. Thank you.
As soon as we kick off, I'm going to have to go back. But I'll try to leave first.
I hope you don't think I'm making you nervous or trying to like watch you or do anything because I'm in no way
Although
as
you are watching.
knowledgeable involved. But I'm doing it in the learning aspect, not like that you better not do something wrong.
Oh no.
I'm
Literally,
sure at
like-
some point we will.
I don't give me enough time. I'll let you down.
I can do this. I can't troubleshoot very well.
Oh, I feel that.
So
I wouldn't know where to start.
watching. Three of y'all are very personable. So it's that's why I was like, I need to learn more. I'm gonna come to this room. That's what I said yesterday to Rob. I was like, I need to learn more, and I'm gonna go to 7A and hang out there in the morning. And he's like, okay.
So you're accounted for is cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just have 2 people. We'll have an intermission
My coffee
after the
is pulling
virtual.
at my lower extremities right now.
Your butthole?
No, not that bad.
That's not the gates.
I still have my
It's done.
morning. I still have
You
my morning ritual workout.
You need your morning constitutional.
No, I just need to go pee. But I'll wait till we kick off. I'm old. I make sure I do that at home.
I need a.
Oh, I
Yeah,
already
that's
had.
before.
This is like my 5th cup of coffee, so
No one. I see.
I always have my first 2. I'm muting my lecture mic. They're still turned on because I haven't been.
And I was like, why don't you do cocaine like a real adult?
I still haven't been told I can turn the mics off yet either. So
Oh, I'll shut up about cocaine.
I didn't even understand them talking about it.
Is it 8? It's almost there. It's almost showtime, baby. Yeah. So, Anna, Cora. Damn, I forgot who the other person was that gave me the. Oh no. Okay, so I have these 2 people's slides. These are virtual. So I need these 2 people's. I need. Oh wait, Julie Chen. Wait, she. Oh no, it's different. Stephanie Brock. Alright, now I need to ask her.
Don't leave your paper up
Do you
there.
have all stuff for today? If they have virtual ones, do you have all their stuff?
There's Zoom.
I'm missing
Okay.
We haven't gotten any video presentations for today, I don't think. They're all the Zoomers. How you doing over there in the Zoom world?
Good. I'm just communicating
I
with
see
the.
you're doing a lot of communicating over there.
You're not talking.
Huh? No, I don't. We don't have a mic.
We do,
Well,
right here.
we do, but I just prefer to just chat because I don't like talking to people very much.
But we do have a mic. Don't say
Yes.
we don't.
Correct.
You made me look back.
There's a mic on the computer.
That was shh. Look, I thought you were living. We don't want to open the mic on the computer because that will cause a lot of feedback. And you are live in house with Zoom right now, just to let you know.
Alright, so these 2 people are not present yet. They are, or Javier Vela and Stephanie Brock, they're both in person now.
Okay.
Stephanie Brock is now.
Cool.
We don't have their shit, but she's expecting to see them probably at the intermission. So I told her to drop their slides,
Talking about
have
Javier
them drop their
Vela?
slides off, or come see us if.
Talking about
If they're
Javier
trying to-
Vela?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not here? Or she? He's not here?
So they're not here yet. They are expecting them to be here, but since they're after the intermission, she's thinking they're gonna show up during the
No worries, as
intermission.
long as you're on it.
Yeah.
You're probably do some swinging and wrangling and.
Yeah, exactly. So I told her, I mean, maybe she'll forget, but I told her, like, to remind them to try to use their thumb drive and phone in there. If they don't want to, tell them to come see me so we can see what we can work out.
Beautiful. Good job, man. Just make sure you put that mic back.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotcha.
Because it's very awkward right now. Like extremely awkward.
Well, I mean, I told her, I was like, I do not. Well, so.
Because you know she's going to move from there to behind her like computer as soon as she starts.
No, because that's not her computer. The computer is down right in front of her.
Oh, then I get it.
So that's the thing. So
That makes sense.
I think, yeah, I guess you probably don't see her computer because
I just know naturally you always want to put the lecture on the other side because they're going to look at the
I have
screen.
no way. She also did say, she's like, and I'm not going to look back at the screen. Like, she literally said, like, and don't worry, I'll look straight at my.
100% setting us up for me.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's
Well,
fine.
we'll see.
If we have to, I'll send you up there and we'll be talking.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just big.
Yeah, I mean,
Come on. Sorry, I'm talking
Well,
about
plus-
because I gotta pee.
well, plus she wanted to use a mouse, and that's the thing. I'm like, well, the only option is this thing, the round, and
You interacted and you took care of it.
yeah, so
You just have an audio guy giving you shit because you did something that's illogical to him. That's okay.
yeah,
I'm just the audio guy.
I could have left it as is, and you would have got 0 audio.
I would have been okay with that, but still, I appreciate you paying attention to her doing that. Not
Yeah.
making me go up there and have a lecture with her about how audio works. But you let me know when I need to do that because I can do that real well.
All right, sounds good. I already gave them a little
Scotty
sarcasm.
used it specifically whenever he had a client that was just super difficult. Get on the radio and go, hey, Craig, I need you to come over here and explain to her how this audio works. Gotcha. And I get like one sentence and they're like, oh, no, it's cool. Everything's fine. Okay, cool, right on. I can talk people's ears. So I forgot that you gave her your thumb drive yesterday. That's what it was.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember it was something. But
It's good. It's great.
you ready?
So thank you for being here at our symposium in honor of.
Nice.
I no longer have control of one of my handhelds in 7A, so we'll be turning on and off now.
So thank you all for being here. I'm Joy Cooley from Cal State Fullerton. I'm one of the providers for this session. The provider is Julia Chan from Baylor University. So we're trying to stay on time. And I will speak into the microphone for the benefit of our Zoom attendees. Yeah, please no pictures, videos, recording, that kind of stuff. But otherwise, yeah, I'll try and keep us on time. I'll sit here and stand when you have about 3 minutes in your remaining time so that you have enough time for questions. And so with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Julia Chan from Baylor University. Thank you. First of all, congratulations, Susan. I mean, we are so thrilled that you are the Inorganic Chemistry Award recipient you see from this list. And it's all for a purpose. Well, I'm trying to screenshot. But this award has been given.
And of course, she's looking at the screen.
And we're just thrilled that you are part of this very distinguished list of inorganic chemists. Congratulations again. All right, so today I'm going to tell you what we're up to. I recently moved. We literally moved over Christmas break, and by January we were all set up. And let me tell you where my office is. And I have to keep looking out the window to figure out. So my office is here, okay? And if you walk this way, and this is our etching lab. See, we have a very nice view. So when my students are working in the lab, they can see the outside world. They can see people playing. They can check the weather. You know, those things are important. And well, actually, that's the extra lab. And then on the other side is our experiment lab. So if you're ever on I-35 and visiting, or visit Waco, Texas, come by, and I would just definitely welcome you to come visit us. Anyway, that's where we're at. And throughout my talk, I will show pretty crystals. So I always tell my graduate students, and undergraduates too, that if they have pretty crystals, they need to show them to me because then I'm going to make them famous. And I think that's what our job is, right? As mentors and faculty members. All right. Yeah. So, and I've shown this slide so many times. So our research group is concerned with crystal growth, really, to advance quantum materials. And quantum materials has been around for a long time, and I was, I've been thinking about this for many, many years. It's like, how do we advance the field? So that's one of my goals today, is to share with you some of our strategies. There are lots of beautiful compounds, and we know this, especially in the solid state community. But then, how do you decide what to make? And I think it has to be a strategic plan, right? And you can see by the various report by the NRC and as well as DOE, and even our own chemistry and materials review article talking about, how do we do this? Now, I do want to say that crystal growth is a non-trivial process, so it takes time. But it is certainly worth it if you're going to do measurements. Okay, so that's our goal. Now, and all of us have heard about quantum materials from day one. And unfortunately, there was a multiple session at the same time. I don't want to read this list, but that's just to say that, especially with quantum systems, I always think about, what are some of the properties that you would not expect given a parameter? So, for example, some of the emergent properties, and looking at the literature, if you think about it, there's a host of different kinds of materials, right? And so, what are the materials? Why do they show topological order, for instance? Why do they show emergent behavior? And so that's something we think about a lot. All right. So, and I've shown this slide before too, because I like the periodic table. There are 18 of them in my house. In fact, Susan, I bought europium and antimony just for you. Okay, that's important. Okay, and so if you look at the periodic table, why not take advantage of the periodic table? And we and others have done a lot of flexible synthesis, and I wanted to say that I'm highlighting some of the elements that we've worked with before. I want to say too that over the last 25 years, people have really taken advantage of the flexible method. So not just by our group, but I also wanted to say that people like Susan Latour's group, even more complex metal flux, for example, combination of flux, but that gets to be so complicated, at least for us anyway. So even one flux, one element, to lower the melting point of other elements. So in essence, to make a ternary phase, ternary intermetallics, we do have to lower the melting point. And so synthesis is something that we've been thinking about over the years. Lots of review articles about this. Now, of course, we're taking advantage of the fact that main group elements are lower melting than the rare earth and the lanthanides and the transition metal. So from this technique, we have been able to make gallium, base material gallides, endides, and aluminides, many compounds, right? And if you look at a formula, it's really certainly fruitful, and some of them are quite complex. But the thing is, if you look at it, the formula, a lot of them are main group rich, isn't it? But wouldn't we need to consider, while this technique is great for making main group rich elements, we also have to consider eutectic. So that's something that we and others have thought about for the last quite a few years. And again, I want to highlight a virtual editorial that was published in 2020, talking about the benefit of leaving your synthetic comfort zone. It talks about reactions in common media. And people have been doing this for 80 years. So again, not just but if you think about common media, so talking to an organic chemist, we think about solvents, but salts, we have a different definition. But this virtual, this is an editorial that talks about how, it's a literature search. It's essence. It's great for teaching, by the way. I'm not a Viper. That's what I call it. Yep, we should. It's a great teaching exercise. The references are right there. Students can choose it. Anyway, but this is actually quite inspiring in this regard. But so one of the things we've learned is that, okay, great, we make all these compounds. So what's the next step? And believe it or not, it was circa 2004. I had given a seminar at UC Davis, and there was a theorist, in fact, Ching Fong, I think that was his name. He's since retired. First of all, I was giving a seminar at my old institution. Talk about stress. Okay, this is like friends and family here. Okay, and in fact, at that talk, at the end of that talk, there was a theorist. He asked me. This is 2004, 2005 time frame. He says, "Have you thought about the square nets?" I had shown a whole bunch of square net compounds at that point, 2005, 2006. I was like, what is the significance of the square nets? I was thinking, do I have the charge count? But that's another story for another time. Anyway, and actually, for the last 5 years, if you look in the literature, Leslie Shoup has done a tremendous job in the square nets, and it's so inspiring. Isn't it neat? And I think that's the common theme I can bring home today, especially for students. There are a whole bunch of structures that we know about and we've seen, but should we revisit some of them? Okay, I have to show some antimony because so we were making borides early 2000, and it's almost a history lesson. I decided to use antimony because it's still a lower melting point than borons. But anyway, it turns out that we got these micaceous plate-like material. This is lithium antimony 2. It's rare earth inserted. But one of the most fascinating aspects about this compound is the large positive magnetic resistance. So that's not something you would expect, right? Over 8,000. You would argue that okay, this flavor, we did measure up to 45 Tesla. by the way, it's also 2 Kelvin. Okay, but the fact that it's linear, that got us to think, oh, why is that, right? So one of my graduate students, it's a little fun, 2 Kelvin. Oh well. But the nice thing is, like, in recent years, it's one of those things you discover something, you put it away, and then all of a sudden you revisit some of the journal articles, and it's very inspiring and wonderful what of solid-state chemistry. And I want to tell you about that more. And looking at the literature in the last 5 years in particular, these are the structure types that we all have seen in literature. I mean, we're very comfortable that, if anything, we get those as impurities, and we get mad at ourselves for doing this. But isn't it great that somebody out there says, wait, we're going to do some measurements on this stuff? And it turns out that some of these have wormhole effect, they're topological, they're even these Kagome nets. Okay, so the font is meant to be very small for a reason. It's to tell you there's a wealth of literature, but looking at the formula, we recognize that in a solid-state chemistry community. And a common theme for these materials is in fact the square nets. It keeps coming up. Now, of course, we want to increase the temperature, ordering temperature of some sort. Okay, that's great. So one of the things I always have students do is actually, this is average people's work. You can't do anything to cover it. We can't do this because it's always really high. So I'm like, well, go to iron. And in fact, that's what happened. And it turns out that we make this compound. This is a 1.2 iron 245 phase. And what happens is you could envision this, and again, this is really my patience. There's so much more to do. But the thing is, you also see not only the square nets, but you see these triangular supplements. In fact, it's radically frustrating, which is something that we're excited about as well. Now, so you can envision that, okay, well, we have these very simple binaries, and we should not discount them. We should look at the structure and think about, can we do something else with them? Now, did we predict this, what's going to happen? Oh, isn't happening that way because we built a whole bunch of iron. But then after you solve the question, you first, well, sure. Okay. And of course, sometimes, you can mix and match and do a bunch of different things, with, especially when you have an iron phase, right? Or what about substitution of cobalt? And with our interest in itinerant magnetism and coupling with the lanthanide and the electron and F electron chemistry coupling, that's something that we're excited about. And sometimes, again, we do a couple, flux synthesis, but, you've seen this view graph probably lots of times in many talks, but just to say that this is actually quite effective most of the time. Okay, but unfortunately, sometimes we have to think about, well, what about iron? Okay, so it turns out that depending on the reaction condition, are the crystals sufficiently large to do the measurement? And it was actually quite painful because we would have to screen every crystal because we don't want to pick out the lanthanide antimony binaries. And a lot of these materials have the same morphology. Yes, you would expect, but later cleavable systems, how do you know which one has the iron inserted? So we do this. And if we're going to do measurements on single crystal, it is actually quite time intensive. But the last check, we just line them all up, and we could do isotopic measurements. So that's the point. And in fact, these crystals were grown in an iron tube, okay, by a colleague of ours, because I didn't have iron tubes. I was like, well, let's just do it anyway. And it turns out that sometimes you can modify reaction conditions, but that's part of what that's part of the synthesis, I think. All right. So next, I want to show you switch gears. Okay, so antimony, we got that out of our system. But the common theme is that if you have structures that people have been studying for a long time, okay, how do we use that knowledge to go to next steps? And in fact, this was a compound that we've worked with 20 years ago. That's how I know I've been in academics long enough now. So in fact, we had studied this homologous series because, and coming back to the theme of unconventional behavior, okay, but emergent behavior. So this is a class of tools that have been studied by this Almost group, and we were collaborating and doing experiments and doing a lot of crystal growth on this whole, indicts. But what happens is, what we've learned is that, okay, so as chemists, how do we think about other systems that show magnetically mediated superconductivity? Now remember, this is serial. Okay, so this is 20 years ago, a little history lesson here. But one of the things we've noticed is that could the environment of the lanthanide be important? Okay, so I talked about dimensionality. So that's one aspect. What about the local environment? So that's how we view this. It's like, okay, so are there any other compounds that look like this? Because this was, at that point, magnetically mediated superconductivity, there's not that many examples. And I think part of what I'm interested is, why is there not a universal theory for pick your favorite properties? Or maybe because there are not that many classes of materials. How are you going to advance that, right? So now this, okay, some history lesson again, 2006, showing all literature, but again, this cubooctahedron theme, the cerium surrounded by tin in this case. Now, this phase was actually not on purpose. We did not want to make this. We were, thinking about. Remember, I showed you the flux growth, the versatility of flux growth. We've been working with stanites, okay, tin-based material. We discovered this, and it turns out that it can be described as a triple perovskite, essentially. We reported, and what was exciting about this phase at that time was that, the lithium analog is actually superconducting. We're very excited. The cerium is, and we were measured down to 2 Kelvin, and we also know that magnetically mediated superconductivity, if you have to apply pressure. But nonetheless, so we see this theme going, okay, so cerium, okay, so it's an important surrounding environment, right? So what was actually really sad was with this story is that we were scooped. We were doing heat capacity and found that it was one of the heaviest heavy fermions. These are heavy electron behavior. Okay, so but we published it, and then we moved on, right? Okay, so in fact, okay, so this is formula. So for the perovskite world, imagine this is now an intermetallic perovskite. We can think of it that way: ABX3. In fact, this is the case. So then we thought, okay, time to move on, but what really was confusing to us at that point is, I wanted to say that, okay, so 2006, we didn't know what was the significance. In fact, we saw a resistivity that looks like this on the left. Okay, this is our word, resistivity as a function of temperature. It's a bad metal. Okay, we don't know how to describe this. It's semi-metallic, and then it goes up, and there's a kink at 150. Okay, and it turns out that in 2012 and 2016. 2 different research groups have discovered that this is a charge density wave material. Now, that got my interest, and partly because there's a structural phase transition, right, from a qubit to something that is on a non-central symmetric space group. And then coupled with the charge density wave. Well, this is significant, right, because this is a 3-dimensional material. And what I wanted to say is that sometimes, you expect a charge density wave in a 2D material that's been well known for decades. But why is this charge density wave? But anyway, many groups have worked on this. That got me to be inspired to think about other materials too. And having thought about this some more, and we had published this work quite a few years ago. We had discovered this gadolinium tin compound. Formula was also complicated, but that is to say that, if you look at the electrical resistivity, okay, so it's highly anisotropic. That is so unusual to have that order of magnitude. Now, first of all, this is very 3-dimensional phase. There's some lines in the C direction, for instance. Why would the resistivity be so different, right? So, in fact, I really think that there's something to this compound, and you might have to revisit this, because I've been reading quite a bit of literature about topological phases and non-central symmetric systems, and in those wireless metals, and maybe we should think about some of the phases that we've studied a long time ago. The fact that it is so anisotropic and with respect to direction, that it's probably a good idea. Okay, so that is to say that I don't know if it's inspiration or it's just a hot mess of a lot of compounds. Okay, and it seems like it that way, but I think it's time to organize. That's my thing. It's time to think about a more organized fashion. Think about this now. Remember how I told you with the 3,4-13 compound, we put it away, okay? So if you think about, okay, this is a germanite phase. So we had put this away, and the Rice group had contacted us as we were working on the structure type. And the strange thing is that if you look at the resistivity as a function of temperature, it's semi-metallic, and then at a certain temperature, it becomes superconducting. That's not what one would expect. Right? Superconductivity typically emerges from a metallic state and not a non-metallic state. I like that when something is funny, unexpected, okay? And in fact, we were able to rationalize. Look at the literature. This is the only structure type that has this And so as a chemist, we sit around thinking about, well, why is that? Okay, let's explain this. Okay. So we actually developed a metric where, in essence, it has to do with atomic displacement ratio. Okay, so something that you find crystallographically is, the funny thermal parameters that could explain the electrical resistivity. So that's where crystallography is so fascinating. And can we explain some of the reasons why this is the case? And can we predict? And it turns out that when we were trying to do this, the compounds, how about cerium? Can we make cerium compounds? Because all of the compounds so far that I've shown in the germanite has been made with lattimer, late heavy rare earth. That makes sense. It's smaller, germanium is smaller, okay? And then along the way, we actually made this, lanthanide, cobalt, germanite, and we couldn't make the cerium analog for a long time. But once in a while we get single crystal that look like this, and we're very excited. This is, order of 1 millimeter. So very exciting, nice plates. And it turns out this to be this compound. Now, okay, that looks quite complicated to us, but then so we were trying to increase the yield, and we got something that looks like this. Okay, what is this phase? And it looks like this, even more complicated. But as we sit back, it's like, well, wait a minute. They're common structural subunits. Okay, and it turns out to be that there's, okay, let's increase the yield, and we got something like this, and we now all of a sudden we have a whole homologous series. Okay, so if we step back, drawing inspiration from cuprates, for instance, right? Something that is very simple subunit, you keep stacking, and all of a sudden, what you go to town with this, right? But one of the things that got our interest is because of the non-centrosymmetric subunits. So even though this is a centrosymmetric space group, all of them are, but some of the subunits has piqued our that's really piqued our attention. In addition to the non-centrosymmetric units and also the ALB2 type structure. Okay, so but in fact, we sat around and developed this formula. So that's how we decided that okay, you have all these very nice systematic integers, and you start to make different members of the series. Okay. But one thing to note too is the B direction is actually along this, is a long axis, and looking at the cell dimension, so which each successive member in, so switch 2 to 3, the B dimension increases about 10 extra each. This is actually very nice. But the problem is, if we want to do, yes, we do have single crystals, and I showed you this earlier, but we do need a higher yield because it is quite it's tedious, right? I mean, you're picking out every crystal to do the measurements. Okay, and the question is, could there be another subunit? Can there be another members of the series that is stuck in between? Okay, but that's the challenge in these, highly anisotropic material. That's not unexpected. So, and then one of my graduate students spent a lot of time at 11BM. She built a furnace. This is pre-pandemic, which is great. She got more data than the rest to work up, but that's part of synchrotron experiments. So Julia, get ready. She's leaving tomorrow, but yeah. So I think it's been so much fun. She was able to build a furnace that goes up to 1100 C to do in situ X-ray diffraction. So for example, so if you have an intermetallic phase, now you can do this. Now we're not the only people who have done in situ, synthesis. Okay, so the people who have done it. This shows feedback there, but so people have done in situ synchrotron and also neutron measurements. But the nice thing about this is that we have a mallet furnace that you can do intermetallics. It will go up to 1100 C. And actually, one of my graduate students, I was at the time, we always like, we gotta have selfie or it didn't happen. Okay, so this is the model, and in fact, it is nice to have, a way to track what happens, but it's awfully complicated. And I would argue that because of the stacking, okay, the B direction, I mean, it's only saying the trying measurements just right part because of the 10 coupled with the high, very similar structural phases, very difficult to distinguish actually by powder methods. But actually, along the way, I cannot tell you, but that's part of serendipity, I think, is you try to make something, and along the way, many of this is going to happen, which is that you're going to make other materials. That's one of our current efforts is to try to see what makes direction. I mean, I showed you a lot of compounds, but that's not useful if there's not a big, if it's not a theme, right? Okay, so you can think about dimensionality, you can look at open structure types, and say, what are the structural features that are important? Is it the local environment? Is it the dimensionality? I think that's what we have to be thinking about, and there has to be a strategy. But, so one of my graduate student trends in Chicagoland, let's see, what we're going, Saturday in January. Anyway, I'm gonna give him but I do want to say that, ultimately we do have to consider all these parameters, and I think it is important. And I think that's something that Susan taught me back in the day. We talked about this a lot. Is what are the features that have whatever properties you want, and I think that's the get it. That is a good strategy. But I also think that it is important that why is it this certain structure would form, and how does this work, and what are the strategies. And I think I've showed you a lot of comments today, but I also wanted to say that now our efforts are really based on crystallographic parameters too. I showed you ADP, atomic displacement parameters, predicting electrical resistivity. But another thing is like chirality, that's also according to certain space groups. We've worked with the hyperthermal lattice, we work with a whole bunch of layer materials that is actually of current interest in my group, and we stare at, again, the different local environment and think about that. Okay, and I think the point is that discovery and synthesis precedes applications. Yeah, people ask us, well, what is this useful for? Well, we actually sometimes we don't know until we do it, right? So that's actually very inspiring. So this is my group. We call ourselves hashtag solid state squirrels. So you can follow us. We're good on that. I can just shirt. But solid state squirrels like the bears too. So, then I'll show you this. Oh my God! Look at that hair. So one of the things that Susan taught me is, in addition to this beautiful research,
I actually have to call him because I don't think I can do some of the call.
I have to work with a high school student. To see, and it's just really inspiring. So those are good times. And then another thing is that learning how to collaborate is absolutely important.
I think they just need to get on the same page fully, because it seems like they're not fully on the same page right
also,
now.
this is Ian Fisher, and I'm still for so many years, good friends. So, and finally, I think part of one's legacy is academic children. So, yeah, I got my PhD with Susan, so thank you. And what's exciting is that some of the skill set is beyond that. In academics, who are my people? Academic grandchildren. So these are your academic children, grandchildren, and there are fantastic places. And I'm proud to say that it's quite a diverse group, and they're doing great things. And many of you have worked with some of these guys. I torture you too, right, Alan? Anyway, but these guys work on fundamental problems, and they're having a good time, I think. So with that collaboration and funding, certainly I work with lots of people along the way, and I think that's part of training too. So, and I do.
You gonna go back?
With that, I'll be happy to answer.
I don't know if I like this job.
Questions?
No, because they're doing the Q&A.
Oh, Julie.
I mean, it's just because I get paid too little at the place I was, and it's the, I found out this TV is playing company.
Absolutely.
They're playing with the camera. Whenever they come back to do a Q&A, you can pull back for a wide shot so you can show everyone if you want. Go right ahead. If she steps off to the side, then they're going to be like, yeah, just take it as if you're showing an empty podium. If you want to bring it back and show a wide shot when they do the Q&A like this, go ahead.
Okay, that's good to know.
I will bring you the mic so that our Zoom participants can hear. Great.
Thank you.
Very nice, Julia, as always. On your tin thing, do you ever look at it with Moss Power?
And I have to acknowledge an expert in moss power, actually. Yeah, so when we have worked with the group with more iron, we had, yeah. So, well, at this point, there's not a scientific question that we need to know. I mean, but right now, I should point out that we're spending a lot of time on eels measurements, which sure.
All right, great. Thank you.
No, I get you. I did at the start just to get.
Right?
Yeah, when our moderator started, because I just figured that would be the best point to just try it. Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
A lot of moving parts this morning for
Yeah,
particular reason.
I don't know. I don't know why they do the things they do sometimes. Cause like, I don't know. Not at all.
Not making it easier, that's for sure. I'm gonna go back up there and make sure the mic's in the right spot.
Okay. Oh. I could have sworn.
Our next speaker is from UNI. Hi, everybody. Congratulations. Well, I'm going to show some carbon apples here today. So I'm not going to take your comments. Here.
Oh, it's not.
Oh,
It's
the
not.
remote's on.
It's not.
Click on
It's not
that.
good. Yeah.
Make sure it's the active screen. Remember, he said today's gonna be the day of all the hiccups. But we haven't really been relaxing, so it's not really fair.
I would like to, well, thank you and your message for everybody here at House to Susan. And I met her when I was looking for something to say. And Julia mentioned something in the talk that it is about making sure that those who work with us become famous. But you have been always support, and you have been a source of a lot of very good advice throughout the years. And I hope that I have also, through your example, passed on to the next generation.
It won't.
And we close the other one, right? We open the openers, and it opens up, and you hit launch, and it doesn't go to full screen. But also, it's launching the other ladies when you hit launch hers. So it's launching someone else at the same time. So it's got two, it doesn't know what to do. We closed them both twice, we opened them both once, it opens both of them every time. So.
Yeah, look, he's trying again. Did you force close it out via I don't think it's gonna do anything. Did you force close it out in like program manager or anything like that? Okay. I did because I didn't want to see them.
He's doing the task. That's weird because you close it, and then you open just one. He said the other one opens. He was doing everything right up there. Just wasn't working. It was supposed to. He got fucking stuck. He got afraid this morning. And you notice I'll just call for 7. So you can. Yeah, but
You can go. It's the Poncho fucked up. So
yeah,
you get someone over.
I got a problem with that video guy. He's really messing things up. When you send someone over to help with the video, because the video's really bad. Video. It's his fault. That's not brotherhood, in my opinion.
No, but that's just not good comms. Maybe I'm silly for that, but I don't think that's.
You're definitely silly, but you're staging
comms.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is where I was supposed to be with my speech. We should all take more pictures because this is the only photo I have of students. I'm so glad it's just, Julia and you and I. Yeah, this was a rare earth research conference. I think the one we did up in Seoul. So it's a good time to be friends with everybody and a lot of smiley faces. So, okay, carbon atoms. So I have started becoming interested in lanthanides, not for any magnetic properties, but for their luminescence properties. And it turns out that imaging and sensing are very much reliant on emissive materials, and you can do imaging or cellular processes by using small molecules. And you can do either direct luminescence imaging, or you can do time-resolved luminescence imaging that leads to an increased signal polarization. Yes, it's what this picture here shows. You can have cells that are just doing being imaged by luminescence imaging, or we can do time-resolved, and then we see that specific parts of the cell will light up more than others when we do that. We can also use emissive materials for optical sensors or polarimetric assays. This is an example of an iridium complex that's phosphorescent, and in the presence of mercury, we get a change in the photoluminescence intensity, so we can use this as a polarimetric sensor for mercury, for example, in water. It turns out that there's also a large interest in doing measurements and sensing of temperature and viscosity intracellularly. For example, cancerous cells have higher metabolic rates, or a process of mitochondrial proton coupling exothermal, or brain tissue, for example, changes temperature when there's traumatic brain injury. So there's an interest in doing the measurements through optical imaging that can show us, for example, this here has a light that has been injured, and based on the luminescence, we can see a light up of that, and that there's a temperature increase with respect to the normal of the light that has not been injured. And further, viscosity, there's a lot of blood and cell reality changes in these conditions, such as atherosclerosis, diabetes, cirrhosis, thyroid, etc., etc. So you can also use compounds that you can bring into the cellular or intracellular domain. Here, there concentrations down when you change the viscosity of the medium, so we get base clusters of fluorescence right here. So for those of us who are familiar with lithium night emission, they can see that when we look at this spectrum right here, this is relatively broad. When we put lanthanides, and that's the nice thing about lithium night emission, is that we have very narrow emission bands. So that narrow band of lithium night emission is useful for display imaging and sensing, and the emission is based on FF transitions. And because the four F orbitals are core in nature, it should look by the 5s and 5p. That's where these line-like emission bands arise from. Turns out, though, that FF transitions are parity forbidden. That has a big advantage because we have long lifetimes for excited states. And so this is what the graph here shows the photoluminescence lifetimes as a function of time. So for most compounds like transition metals and organic molecules, etc., we have a relatively fast decay in the emission counts as a function of time. When we lengthenize, we have a much longer emission phase that enables us to resolve luminescence. However, if F transitions are parity forbidden, so long lifetimes, that's good, but what this means also is that the current excitation is not very efficient process. And we take advantage, and that's where our carbon atoms come back in, is the antenna effect. So we incorporate the into an organic scaffold, and instead of exciting the lanthanide directly, we excite the ligands and do energy transfer that make it to lanthanide in the excited state, and we can have emission. The energy diagram shows a little bit more detail what we're after. We have
Like I said, give me enough time, I'll let you down.
Which then you can just triplet state, and that
We might want to advise
sorry,
we might want to advise the moderator to try to
so this one is
off of the
complicated,
intermission
but
break.
the advantage
So
is
we're
that
we're still on
you
track.
can
I
design
hope
and
she do
get
that.
utility
But
properties
just
of
like that
our
difference.
Yeah, okay. But just so you know, because
So
I think
there
we're
is
about
some,
7 and 9, right?
there's a lot of incidents.
It's not as bad as yesterday.
I agree, that's a great idea.
For example, we have
However,
here
we're not allowed to
terbium
start all
complex
together.
with this
Right.
ligands.
Exactly.
Right, I mean, intermission.
And I apologize, I forgot to write down the cells and cells. Some cells. And under bright field, this is just a regular fluorescence imaging, so you see a lot of biofluorescence from the cells. And when we do the time resolved emission, you see the grains light up, which is from the terbium. Turns out the terbium has accumulated in areas of the cell that have glucose rich, and so we can get finally image glucose. This Europium complex right there. This is not a
temp
common
agency
image, but again, we
that
have the
I
cells.
just got in contact with
We just get a
they all
first
pay like
image
high
of the
20s,
same
but
kind
this
of
one
light
he just said
cycle,
he
and
paid
we
like
see
you
here
get
that
33 an hour.
the emission intensity is a three-dimensional or two-dimensional sound imaging, but if we do the time result gated imaging, and we see the locations of the Europium light up more strongly, so we get a better picture of higher resolution. There's been some interest in doing
Sounds pretty good, man.
Right, I'm just like, I just miss having a routine, like 6,
temperature inside of cells,
I agree with that.
and there's a lot of background with compounds that have any carbon.
I mean, I definitely do.
Nanoparticle work. The disadvantage of this nanoparticle work is that they
I was
actually
already
don't
intending
dissolve,
to
so
take a
we
week
try
off
to
before
do
the skin,
cellular studies
you know, I'd like to sprinkle.
supporting suspension. But it does work, and some very cool examples. And similarly for viscosity sensing, there's where there used to be one example in the literature to the work that we have done in the recent past of this terbium complex. And you see here the emission spectrum on the terbium was simply about 938 nanometers. As we increase the viscosity,
Probably pays pretty nice.
I copied the wrong picture. I'm sorry. This was the first picture of viscosity and now the temperature. Basically, there is a change in the emission intensity, almost a tripling of the emission intensity in the viscosity.
But I have to fuck
Anyway,
off too much.
so we started this work 2 years ago, and this was pioneered by Jordan Monte, who's also a
Like, so if I'm not, if I'm traveling for work, I have to pay for that.
I think they changed the name, right?
Gas, because we got company van, whatever, to do your grocery runs. Yeah, man,
When he was doing his internship,
there's like 3 or 4 cars.
it really small molecule coming in.
My coworkers
compounds. We know that they're very nice for luminescence. We have efficiencies of 73 for the Europium
Sounds
complex
exciting, man.
and 24% for the terbium complex. With emission lifetimes that are what we would expect longer for these compounds. The nice thing is that the compounds do accumulate, so the Europium compounds will incubate with Ng and 7 because they insert diamond cells. Light source image, observation time, fluorescence image, and then the overlay. The longer we incubate the cells, the more we get the red emission.
And then our retirement, so like before we case like a versus like
Building of the use. And we were not quite happy with it because we're trying to do the antenna effect, meaning we're trying to excite the lanthanide luminescence to the ligand, and we find out this is the absorption spectrum of the ligand, and when you're doing confocal microscopy, the most common source for excitation in a microscope is a laser that excites everything that's on the eye. So our ligand has no absorption there. And we're actually, with the 5 nanometers of lanthanide, the Europium has a transition at 395 nanometers. And that's what we're actually harnessing with this laser. So George came up with the idea of slightly extending the pyrocom system by using this turbazole functional group at the backbone of the pyridine. And this is now the absorption spectrum for the system, for the excitation spectrum. And what you notice for both the Europium and terbium is that the absorption band now extends well into the 400 nanometer range. And so if you run the math for the previous layer with the 2 nanometer, now we have a redshift of about 60 nanometers. So the average is definitely going well. Redshift, sorry, for absorption. Our emission efficiencies are not as great now anymore because we're lowering the excited state overall, but we still get nice luminescence. What is interesting about this compound is as we lower the excited state energy, is that we're actually, by getting the trigger state lower in energy, we get very close to the excited state of the, in this case, terbium. And so in addition to the energy transfer, we're also facilitating back energy transfer. This is the vibrational mediated process. So let's say you have an exciter beta, very strong temperature dependent emission. So we can envision these compounds as negative thermometers. This is the emission spectrum of the terbium complex for this ligand. And we see in the main transition and all transitions as we increase the temperature, there's
They don't want you to
strong
be feeling insecure because then you're fucking up, you know? So if you're moving my ship, I don't see why there's a conflict there.
reversible, you can heat up and cool down, heat up.
There's no conflict of interest. Now, because you're ultimately not taking away work from someone we would be employing, and
So
you're not
this
breaking
is
a
our
contract
compound,
or doing anything.
and these are the compounds that
Changing
you
industry.
before, and the nice advantage about working
Cool.
with
Any other job?
this type
No
of
one having
complex
with
is this is water
Thanks for
soluble,
working.
so we can do this standard thermometry and do cell incubation very easily
Thank you,
with
bro.
just
And if anything, you're getting more
And
reading.
benchmark is the thermal sensitivity. So this is how much the emission intensity changes as a function of changing temperature. We're at about 1.4% degrees Celsius, so we're very much comparing favorably with some of the other materials that have been described in the literature for this type of work. So having the carbazole in this backbone inspired us to look at something else or something different. So we're doing our excitation at about 400 nanometers, and this is a graph of what our skin looks like and how far light penetrates into the skin. And the 400 nanometers, we basically only go into the straight cornea. So if we want to access farther or deeper within our bodies to do in vivo imaging, we need to work in the light spectrum. Excuse me, that's farther into the infrared, which is what we call the biological window. And turns out when we do that, if we can manage to get something that does an excitation here, how can we achieve that? Well, we can achieve that by doing 2-photon absorption or 2-photon sensitization of the absorption process. So instead of doing the 1-photon excitation to populate this in an excited state, what we're having is a sequential 2-photon absorption of the same excited singular state. But now these 2 photons have naturally turns out that this carbazole functional group is well known to be able to do this two-photon process. There's some few examples in the literature. So there's the ceridian complex with carbazole right there, has been used to image cerebral vasculature. That image shown right here is done by excitation at 780 nanometers, or right there in the spectrum. Or this other europium complex, again with the carbazole group there, used for live imaging of MCF7. The excitation now in this case is done at 720 nanometers, so very long excitation. So we already have this ligand. We made a few more with slightly more extended pi donor acceptor systems right there. And we know that we can do regular one-photon excitation by doing the 400 nanometer excitation we usually do. We see that the absorption spectra all go up to 400. We see the eurofluorescence. We have nice emission efficiencies of almost up to 41% in some of the cases. And when we do excitation now at 750 nanometers, we see the emission as well. So this is the graph of the emission of europium, and we use a laser for that. And as we increase the power of the laser, we see an increase in the emission intensity. We can plot the logarithm of the emission intensity as function of the logarithm of the power of the laser. That gives us a straight line with a slope of about 2, which is indicative that we have in fact a two-photon process that's necessary to do this excitation. So the nice thing about these compounds, we measure the efficiency of the two-photon process through two-photon absorption cross-section, which is the sigma 2Pa right there. And for the compound with this is the curve right there. We have the curve of Maya at the excitation with like 750. This is very high for this type of compound. So the previously highest reported compound out of the group of Olivier 8 in France had a group of Maya two-photon absorption cross-section of 775. So if you look at these molecules here, you will notice that there's again the possibility of free rotation between the nitrogen and the carbon. So we have this little propeller-like motion that's possible for these compounds. So we took advantage of that to see, can we see that if there is viscosity dependence on emission for both europium and ytterbium in this case, and can we do that type of a study for both one-photon and two-photon sensitized emission? And we can. And I'll show you first the ytterbium. So ytterbium has a maximum emission of about 980 nanometers. And this is its emission spectrum. And as we change the viscosity of the medium, we are changing and slowing down by increasing the viscosity. We slow down the rotation right here, and we see the viscosity increase. This is just instead showing intensity as a function of viscosity. And excited at 400 nanometers, and if we excite at 720 nanometers,
Good morning, Bill. Or after, yes, morning. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Amy. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm stuck in France, unfortunately.
How come?
I came for spring break with my daughter and a tour group from her middle school.
Okay.
And you have to take a COVID test before you're allowed on the plane on the way home. And unfortunately, she and a friend both tested positive.
Wow. I'm so sorry to hear that for them and for you and
Thank you.
everybody else. Yeah.
So we are stuck until we can test negative. You get to test this. You have to wait 5 days. We test it again. One of them still shows up as negative. And then we have to try again tomorrow. And then if that doesn't work, a doctor basically looks at them and tries to attest that they don't have symptoms.
Wow.
Which they don't.
So my wife and I had a trip to the Rhone River planned for April, and we've canceled it because of worry about COVID. So this just reinforces our decision.
Yes, I think this new variant seems to be sweeping pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Now, I am having trouble getting my camera turned on, so I'm going to I'm gonna restart and then I will try to log back in.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Compound right here out of Patra in India, where we received lessons from the complex of Europium, Terbium,
Correlating to the expand
by
visually.
Cells are irradiated for
Each
a long
other,
time,
it's not the same
30
distance.
minutes.
Finance between atoms. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's like a similar yeah.
I'm getting used to figuring out where the dead cells are, but at the time this was new. Well, this is helpful. Okay. So this was work started by Katie Johnson. She was a graduate student in my lab. She's now a postdoc with Moyer at Operation National Lab. And she's made all of these compounds that have oligothiophene in the past. The oligothiophines are actually natural products for their anti-fungicidal, insecticidal, etc. properties. So we have this chelator here where we can attach the lanthanide to, and then we have the oligothiophene that's going to be responsible for the generation of oxygen. So this spectrum right here is for the emission of neodymium, with a maximum at about 1080 nanometers, and we have the little telltale comment right there, which is shown zoomed in, and this is corresponding to the phosphorescence of the oxygen as we get back to the triplet oxygen bond state, so we can do the luminescence and the oxygen at the same time. Our emission efficiencies for the lanthanides are good, where we would expect them. We have very nice single oxygen generation efficiencies with values up to about 60 or 62%. This is very comparable with materials known for the single oxygen generators that also have emission efficiencies in the 60% range. And I had a student from Brazil visiting my lab for a while, and she really wanted to self-study. So Karini, with several of our compounds, this is just one of the examples here, was able to incubate Tila cells with the lithium complex with this lithium complex on the screen here. This is a fluorescence image excited at 25 nanometers, and the merged image you see nice red blobs that corresponds to the European design. She did co-localization studies with the mitochondrial stains, the nuclear cell stain, and the compound, and by merging the image, it seems to indicate the nice thing is when we do cytotoxicity studies, so we incubate the cells with our compounds, and cell viability, if we keep the cells in the dark, we really have to ramp up and
Put a hype in the neck, eat a hype in the neck.
compound that we incubate the cells to see a decrease in cell viability. However, if we irradiate the cells at 365 nanometers for about 5 minutes, then we immediately see that there's a large decrease in the cell viability, and that's indicative that we're generating single oxygen in situ, and this is killing the cells. We can do that with a variety of compounds. This is basically the same architecture, but we went to a larger chelate. In this case, we have to chelate, and again, in irradiation at 365 nanometers for 2 minutes, we see that there's a large decrease in the cell viability as we increase the amount of compound. And again, single oxygen emission efficiencies for this type of volume right there in the 20
Better.
range,
Better, yeah.
comparable to Lutrin, which is the
I was going to actually leave my computer at home because I've never traveled without my computer, and I thought, oh, this might actually be good for me. And my husband said, but what if you get stuck? And
Yeah. So my session, I'm supposed to start talking in a minute, but evidently the session's running late, so yeah.
It's supposed to start at
9. My talk's supposed to start at 9.
Okay.
Your talk is not till 10:30.
Right. So, okay. So my question is, to watch all the presentations, should I be in the other platform or can I watch from here?
No, you can't watch from here. I tried that earlier this morning. Yeah. So you have to go in and, click on through the regular. And then they want you to come here 5 minutes before, and what they told me is come here 5 minutes before your presentation.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Okay, so I will log off here and I will watch you from the other.
Great talking to you. It's been so long.
You as well. Yeah, it's good to see you.
Enjoy
Okay.
French food while you can,
Thank you. I actually think I hit my limit on croissants, which I didn't think was possible, but turns out it is. Okay, I will talk to you soon, Bill. Thanks.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Photos as I went through of the people who did the work. I'd like to acknowledge these for funding, these agencies for funding, and both are highlighted again the people who contributed to most of this work, along with some collaborators that helped with the self-studies and a lot of the other techniques for characterizing our compounds. And finally, thank you for your great patience.
How hard is it to get these ligated rare earths into water? I know you have them in DMSO for your measurements, but do you take measurements in water?
We do take measurements in water. Sometimes we need, when we start getting really big organic ligands, solubility suffers a bit. We have some strategies to be our next generation chemicals. Yeah, a little DMSO always helps. Which is not bad for cell studies.
Hello.
Hello. All right, so our next speaker is Bill Evans. And so whenever you're ready, please go ahead and share your screen, but we can hear you and see you great.
Hands off for me. I just let him know that I'm gonna send him out. Perfect. It's like stage manager. Yeah, we'll send him over here. I literally give him the run. Yeah, I literally just got. I wrote that.
Okay, am I ready to go? Is Susan there?
Yes, yes.
Bill, good morning.
I said,
First,
yeah.
I'd like to take this talk. I'm so happy to
I let him know that he was,
celebrate
yeah.
this Cinematic Award for you. Susan, this is the most important slide in my presentation. I followed your career over all the years and seen it get better and bigger and broader, and it's just been wonderful. And, John Corbett would be so proud of you today. So, congratulations. I'm just very sorry I can't be there to celebrate with you and all the other things at the meeting, but the special health issues in my family meant that I should not come down. Anyway, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about +2 oxidation state chemistry today. And I left my abstract deliberately vague because I wasn't sure exactly what I was going to talk about, but I'm going to focus on some problems in synthesis that we've had and some physical properties that we've just found with some of these new compounds. And so, as you know, for many years, for about 90 years, we only had 3 +2 oxidation states available in solution. And here, europium and the terbium are Susan's favorites because they're the least reactive, the easiest to work with in terms of building zippo ions. We were interested in samarium because it was the most reactive of these 3. But then what has happened recently is we now have +2s across the series. And I want to just give you a little background because this is a diverse audience about how we got there. I don't have time to tell you the full story, but I want to tell you where we are now and what kind of physical properties we're getting out of these new oxidation states. So it turns out that that the key word here is solution. For all these years, we only had 3 in solution, but the solid state chemists, like John Corbett, knew that you could make 3 other divalent oxidation states of thulium, dysprosium, and neodymium. Okay? And it took a while for the solution chemists to catch up with the solid state chemists. What John and his coworkers showed was that when you tried to make divalent compounds of these metals, you did not get these +2 salts. Instead, you got some black, insoluble materials that were really lanthanum in the +3 oxidation state with an electron delocalized in a band structure in the lab. And that was attributed to a 5d orbital because the 4f's have limited rate of extension and rate of band structure. So eventually, the solution chemists caught up with the solid state with Mikhail Bachkarev finding ways to make soluble neodymium 2, dysprosium 2, thulium compounds. And then again, I don't have time to tell you the whole story. Mike Lackert got the first lanthanum 2 and cerium 2 compounds with this silo cyclopentadienyl system just by reducing the trivalent compound with the metal. And then we followed up later with a monosilo system that allowed us to go across the series and get the rest of the +2 complexes for these systems. And the reason that, one of the reasons that people didn't find these before is that they're very reactive, and you really need to make them at low temperature. And so we do these syntheses all in a chilled apparatus, so we chill them in glove box freezer. And if you have the starting materials chilled at just the right high concentration, and you push them through a chilled column of potassium graphite, you can make a very concentrated solution that will start to crystallize as it comes out of the column, and then as a solid you can isolate these species, whereas in solution they often
We can expect it at 9:28.
And I just want to say that we not only made new +2s for the lanthanides, but we also had a +2 for the yttrium, and a +2 was known for scandium. Yttrium, let me remind you, is about the same size as holmium and dysprosium, and we use it similarly for those metals. Now, in these new +2 complexes that we made, their UV visible spectra were very unusual compared to normal lanthanides. Normal lanthanides have line-like narrow transitions. These look more like transition metal UV visible, and in fact, I just showed you that yttrium really is a transition metal, and so it makes sense that that should have the UV visible. And lutetium is F14, lutetium-3 is F14, so if you have an electron, it has to be a D. There's no other place for it to go. It turns out that all these other new oxidation states also were D1 systems like these systems. And so this is a strange situation in that when we reduce the +3 complex, we're not adding the electron to the valence orbitals like we teach in freshman chemistry. We're adding it to a higher line orbital with a different principal point. And the DFT calculations by my colleague Philip Turka at UCI verified that. So here's the yttrium system where the LUMO of the +3 is a DZ squared. The HOMO of the +2 is also a DZ squared. So that makes sense for yttrium as a transition metal. But the surprise is that holmium is the same. The HOMO for holmium-3 is a DZ squared, not an F. And the LUMO for the +2 is a DZ squared. So we're not going from F10 to F11. We're going to F10 D1, and this is true for all of these new ions that I showed you. We can rationalize this by an old crystal field splitting diagram that Roald Hoffman published in 1976 in his benzopalacine paper. When you have a 2/2/1, as you have in this first cycle form, 2/2/1, that means one of them is low. And that means that one of them is low enough that it's, I guess, below the F. So lanthanum 2 is a D1, cerium is then a D1F1, etc. You build up. You would expect the nice electron system to be D2F7, but it's D1F8. So we have to argue that as we go across the series, the F's go down a little bit with respect to the D's, but just enough so there's only one D and the rest F's. Okay, so it's a single electron approximation, sort of crude description, but it gives you the idea of what we've got, and getting these new these metals. Then finally got us, the solution chemists, connected up with the solid state chemists that have shown that the blue metals form salts, the red metals form these delocalized species where the electron is in the D in the band structure here. Here now the electron is in the D in the molecular structure. So we feel pretty good about how this all fits together. So here's the first slide that talks about some of the nice physical properties. So normally the highest magnetic moment you can get for a single metal complex is with an F9 or an F10 that gives you 10.6. But what happens with these new ions is that we get all the magnetic contribution of the F9 or the F10 core, but we get extra contribution from that extra D electron. And so Jeff Long has measured the magnetic moment of these ions, and they're over 11. So we're excited about that as a new option to increase magnetism in monometallic systems. In the yttrium system, yttrium is a spin 1/2, so the EPR gives you 2 lines for that unpaired electron, that D electron that's interacting with the nucleus. And we sent this sample to Manchester, to Richard Winpenny and Eric McInnes and Florian Tuna to look at it a little more carefully with some more sophisticated EPR methods. And what they found is that that unpaired electron has a long coherence time compared to what you would expect, particularly something with lots of hydrogens in it that could relax the spin. And so this had the potential to be a quantum bit, a qubit, because that spin transition between the two states has a long coherence time. And the other thing they found in this study was that the signal was rather isotropic, which doesn't really fit this easy squared picture. And so we still have a lot more to learn, I think, about the electronic structure of these new elements. Well, once we made that trimethylsilocyclopentadienyl yttrium-2 compound, we wanted to see what other ligands we could use to make yttrium-2. And so we thought that was a good metal to start with because we could identify the yttrium-2 by EPR. So we went to another tris species, just a simple cyclopentadienyl, methyl, tetramethyl substituted, and we could see the EPR signal, but all of these are in quotation marks because we couldn't isolate them. We couldn't get crystal structures. And similarly, we couldn't get the structure of the amide or an aryl oxide, although we could see the EPR signature. And we noticed that the hyperfine coupling constants increased as we added more and more donating ligands, okay? And so we thought, well, maybe that was why we couldn't isolate them. That there was more electron density on the yttrium that caused the hyperfine coupling to be larger, and that's why we couldn't isolate them. And that held forth in our lab for a little while until we eventually tried to use some of these more electron donating ligands to make +2 ions. And it turns out we can do this across the series for tetramethylcyclopentadiene. But interestingly not with yttrium. And we also found that with scandium and electron donating amide ligand, we could make a divalent. We couldn't do it with yttrium. And then we turned our attention to the lanthanides with that amide. And it turns out we can make divalent compounds of this amide strongly donating ligand with all the lanthanides, but again, not with yttrium. So this was kind of an unusual situation because we found for neodymium, holmium, and erbium, we couldn't get good crystals when we did the reduction with potassium, but we could with rubidium. And these crystals are isomorphous, so it's not a structural packing thing. Rubidium is about the same reduction potential as potassium. I don't understand why these three have to be crystallized with rubidium and these with potassium. And that got us thinking about the importance of the countercation systems. Eventually, we got the yttrium amide, right? But we had to use a different chelating agent. And with this countercation, we were able to isolate it, but it was much more reactive, still much more reactive than the lanthanide. It's very different from trivalent chemistry between yttrium and the nitrogen. Well, here's another example where the countercation is important, and we were surprised we could get crystal structure of the simple methyl cyclopentadienyls. But with this inverse sandwich countercation, we've got crystals for those metals shown, but again, not for them. So we've we've gotten to a situation where we thought the countercation was the most important. And it turns out then we did a reaction with lithium without a chelate. And with a simple lithium tetrakis PHF countercation, we could get a crystal structure. So we're still finding our way in terms of how to synthesize these. So here's the table of the compounds that we have crystal structures of in my lab. And there's other labs around the world that are working on diadenal lanthanides, and there's other examples, but we're just going to focus on our results. And each of these check marks indicates that we have a crystal structure of that metal with that ligand. And it turns out the ligand that we started with, the monosilo, is the best one because we can do this across the series. So the Lappert ligand was good for the early metals, but it's a little too large for the smaller metals. Tetramethylcyclopentadienyl also is a little large, I think, for these smaller metals. But if we look at amide, we can make the amide complex with all the smaller metals, but not the larger metals. So there's a little bit of uncertainty about what's happening in this system. But I want to finish my talk by talking about aryl oxides in this part of the table. And I showed you earlier the EPR spectrum of the reduction product of this aryl oxide of yttrium-3. We weren't able to crystallize it. It had a high hyperfine coupling. The compound we couldn't isolate because it decomposes in 60 seconds. We've had luck with scandium and the amide, so we thought we'd try scandium with this aryl oxide. And much to my amazement, we could make and crystallize the scandium to aryl oxide, and it's much more stable than the yttrium. It lasts for 45 minutes at room temperature, so that was really a big breakthrough. And so we thought, well, the only difference between yttrium and scandium is smaller, and so this compound is more sterically saturated, and so we need to sterically saturate the yttrium. We need a bigger ligand than this 2,6 dietherbutyl. And so the ligand we went to is this 2,6 adamantyl. And Wanatabe in Tokyo had made this, and then Karsten Meyer had used it with methyl at the 4th position to make uranium-3. And adamantyl is nice. It's kind of a built-out version of tert-butyl. Okay, so it just extends the bulk in that direction. And so with this adamantyl tert-butyl, which we call OAR star, we were able to actually isolate and crystallize an yttrium aryl oxide. And this one has the record of being the most stable +2 compound that we've made so far. And it lasts for a couple days at room temperature. So we're very, very excited about that. And graduate student in our group, Lauren Anderson Sanchez, is going to talk more about this ligand and the rest of the lanthanides in her talk on Thursday morning, if it's still here. But I'm just going to talk about extending that yttrium result to lutetium. So yttrium and lutetium are similar in size. We thought it should be easy to make this lutetium compound. It should be quite stable. Lutetium has a spin of 7 halves. So what we would expect in the EPR is an 8-line pattern as we observe for this silocyclopentadienyl lutetium-2 compound. We were very disappointed when we got this EPR. It looks like a mess. And we felt we can't claim that we have made that lutetium compound because that EPR doesn't match what you would expect. But then we realized that the silocyclopentadienyl ligand gave a much smaller hyperfine coupling constant than an aryl oxide. And with this silocyclopentadienyl lutetium-2, the hyperfine was already so large that these lines are not equally spaced. So this is comparable to the Zeeman splitting, and in that case you get this irregular pattern because the magnetic field is really not high enough for this high hyperfine. And so what was happening here is we didn't have a strong enough magnetic field to see the 8 lines. And so we collaborated with Stephen Hill at the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory, and he did some electron spin echo measurements on his W-band spectra that's much higher magnetic field. These are absorption spectra, not derivative spectra, but you can see the 8 lines. And so we could verify that we made this lutetium-2. But it turns out when he measured the hyperfine coupling, this is larger than any molecular hyperfine coupling in any transition metal, lanthanide, or actinium. We only had the world's record for highest hyperprime, for what that's worth. But it turns out that Martin Coles back in 2015 had a bismuth radical that had slightly higher hyperprime. So we've got the second largest hyperprime. But better than that, when Stephen Hill analyzed the splitting of the two states caused by the interaction of the nuclear spin and the electron spin, the two states, and splitting as a function of magnetic field, it turns out there's two levels, 7 and 9, that interact with each other so that there's avoided crossing. When you have that situation, there's often a part of the spectrum where the lines are pretty flat with respect to each other, so that the frequency at this field and the frequency at this field are still the same. And that's the basis of what's called the clock transition. So in a clock transition, you have a transition frequency that doesn't get affected by small changes in the magnetic field. And that's good for being a qubit. That means that the transition is insulated from magnetic decoherence, and this particular compound has a nice phase memory time at a frequency range that's very convenient for qubits and is not very often used for qubits. So we're very excited about this lutetium-2 being used for this physical property. So I'll just summarize and say that this +2 oxidation state now is available in molecular complexes for scandium, yttrium, and all the lanthanides, except for radioactive promethium, of course, in a variety of environments. So, So, Susan, these may be accessible in strongly reducing zinc ions. All right, think about that. And that may mean that you could put these high magnetic 4FN5D1 lanthanum 2 compounds into zinc ions, and they might be great thermal electrons, right? Does that sound right? In any case, we see that these compounds have large magnetic moments. They can be the basis for new types of qubits, but we're still learning the rules of how to make them in terms of what ligands to use, what reducing agents, chelate options, and why yttrium is different from scandium and the lanthanides. It's not periodic, and it's not what we're used to seeing in this area. So I'm very excited about what we found and what we'll find in the future, and I'm delighted to share that with you as I celebrate Susan's award in inorganic chemistry. I showed my coworkers in the slides as we went. This is my current group, and none of this would be possible without my collaborators that have gotten a lot of the important measurements. This has been supported by the National Science Foundation and also by the Element Quantum Institute, which is the organization that put me together with Stephen Hill and made that collaboration happen. And the goal of that institute is to do things like put rare earth synthetic chemists like myself together with quantum scientists like Stephen Hill, so we can do experiments that we would not normally. So that's our COVID picture of the group, individuals. Once again, congratulations, Susan, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jaya. Great talk, Bill. This is Ram Seshadri from UC Santa Barbara. My question is, all of white lighting with LEDs uses the F to D transition in cesium 3+ and Europium 2+. But you have just opened up a whole range of new possibilities with these other rare earths. So have you looked at the luminescence of any of these? Because F is, as you know, symmetry allowed, so it's very bright.
Right. We've not looked at that, and that's an area we should pursue, definitely. Yeah. Maybe you and I can collaborate.
Another question?
Good morning. This is Gary Long.
Hi, Gary.
Hi. I'm intrigued by your scandium 2+ divalent compound. For years I've been teaching with that, but it just didn't exist. So it's a good thing I retired because I made that mistake much longer. But I wonder if you have any indication that it's a 3D1 system.
Well, you know, I mean, the EPR showed the 8-line pattern you would expect, and the theoretical calculations say it's a 3D1 as well. You know, the DFT says it's 3D1. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. So it's what you would expect.
3D1 would sure be nice.
Yes. Well, that's what it is.
Okay, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and thank our speaker. Thank you so much. Return at 9:50.
That was great. I'm just going to try to share my screen and all that while we're on intermission.
Yeah. So you saw my talk.
What's that?
You saw my talk?
I did. Yeah, that was great. And actually, I missed the first two of the sessions, so I didn't see live talks, but yours, I could hear everything really clearly and you could see the slides well and all that.
You could hear it in the screen room?
No, I logged in.
Yes. Right. Okay. All right. Good. All right. So I have to give another talk at 10:30.
Okay. Good luck.
I think I won't see your talk. So
no worries. No worries.
I'm talking at the same time, I guess. We're talking at the same time. People will be so upset that they have to choose.
That's right. That's
All right.
right.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Allegedly. Of course.
Mm-mm.
Way to be on time. You know, maybe it is. No, I agree with you. I get you.
Hey, look. It's a math with 4-3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, he's on the regular computer list. I'm guessing that's our next remote speaker?
Yes. Yes. Prieto.
I'm from California. I have a hard time pronouncing other people's names.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't have an accent, you know.
Like, what do you mean? What accent?
Except
Like,
for if you're from another country, then we have an accent.
yeah.
I'm always jealous of people with southern drawls. I've always wanted one of those, but I've never been to the South, so it's really hard to do it.
Southern drawl.
You know, just they sound so dumb, but so cool at the same time.
So dumb, but so smart.
Smooth, but dumb. Oh, right, you had.
Oh, she left. Okay. So they keep doing this thing where some of them will just leave if I don't type out a message fast enough, I guess. But she's not on for till I think.
Just imagine what's happening in the other rooms. They're not typing anything at all.
I can't. I don't even know. I don't even know. I mean, some of them have seemed like they weren't expecting me to start chatting them as soon as I have, because I send them out a full, complete, like, this is what you need to do, this is how we're going to do it, like, blah, blah, blah.
Well, you're probably the only one in the whole show that's doing that, so that no one talks. It's a surprise to them.
I mean, maybe. I was telling Poncho, I feel like I'm literally just a stage manager right now, because I'm just giving them ready and then sending them out.
You're the virtual stage.
Yeah.
Pretty much, kind
I'm
of
the
what it is.
stage manager. He's the production manager. You're the virtual stage manager.
Yeah, Europium, no.
We can all get a bump up to grade 6 if that existed.
It's not
If that existed. It's called David. Third grade 6, but it's not our age. Right. You're going to be 500 or whatever it is.
Right.
It's very rare for us to if you're requested our show on the road, you might get it.
So,
I think we're okay.
we're looking good because they were ready with thumb drives. We got them dragged down to
So
the
what's
day.
that other computer? Was that other?
That's just hers.
It's not using it.
No, she's not using it.
Oh, we keep just swapping stuff.
She just got distracted. Someone walked up to her after she handed me this. I think someone's just.
Well, I saw.
She might just leave it
I
there.
saw the one that was so I was like, what's going on? Then I saw her open her computer. I'm like, oh.
Luckily, they were both very easily sorted. Yeah, they're
So motivate them to go with the flow as opposed to go with that stuff.
yeah.
So you,
Tell them that, one of your activities.
Make sure it's in
We want you to run. We want to make sure you run your car in 4 3. You know what you're doing.
By the way, make sure to go into your resolution settings and pick the lowest set of numbers, because that'll help us out a lot. What's a load?
They're over here thinking that it's going to help their battery life or something.
Stupid shit.
They would.
So you got Javier and Stephanie?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool.
Looks like she's
All
about to.
right. It's just a time. I'm excited to see so many faces here. Okay. Yeah, where's that? She's gonna tell us everything there is to know about that.
Thank you so much, Julia. I think this title is really appropriate for my talk because this sort of describes my day. I'm also in a symposium on colloidal gels, which is in room 22. So I'm there, and then I'm back again, and then I'm there, and then I'm back again. So, so I apologize if I don't get to be here for everyone's talk. So it's a pleasure to be here today to honor the legacy ongoing of Susan Cockridge. And when she informed me that she was selected for this award, I had been thinking at the time, I get these citation alerts. I kept getting these citation alerts telling me that oh, this paper's been cited. And I'm like, that paper? Boy, that's an old paper. And what I think is really interesting about this paper is you can see here, let's see, is there a point on here? Yes, there is. So you can see here that after we published it, nobody ever cited it. And my joke was that it was because we basically said that Rolf Hoffman's calculations were wrong. So nobody was going to cite our paper. And then suddenly, like, there are all of these citations. So what's going on here? So I was thinking, like a fine wine, every paper has its time. And this paper is time too. So here's the work that I did, some of the work I did with Susan as a graduate student. I started by working on some of these layered alkyl and earth metal and manganese compositors and I was particularly looking, as I said, to address this paper that Will Hoffman had written describing magnetism in these two comparative systems. We presumed a low spin configuration for manganese, so you didn't have to deal with correlation effects. So we were interested in making these and doing the detailed physical properties to see what in fact the magnetism was like. And you can see this is, I think this has been referred to as the perovskite of intermetallics, right? This is the thorium chromium 2 silicon 2 structure type with these nice planar layers of manganese capped with the nicotine, the phosphide, and the barium cations that separate. And then when you change the size of this cation, you switch to this calcium aluminum 2 silicon 2 structure type, where you have this very nice corrugated net. Okay, so you look at this corrugated net that's hexagonal. You start thinking about possibilities for spin frustration. All right, so we were very interested in looking at the properties of these two. That's what we described here. And then you can see here's a very nice paper that just came out last year looking at the antiferromagnetic transitions of strontium manganese to phosphorus 2 as well as calcium manganese to phosphorus 2 because they have these first order antiferromagnetic transitions. So I went and I was like, wow, okay, what's going on in this paper? So here's your then and now. So then I made microcrystalline powders. I did delineate diffraction, determined the lattice parameters. I got up in the middle of the night and wiped to physics to collect magnetic susceptibility. And there we had the high temperature oven because then everyone was really optimistic about those high temperature superconductors. Like they needed to have an oven that would go to 700K because they were going to discover it. Okay, so it was great. We had access to this so we could do high temperature measurements. And then I went with John Green and we went up to the Chalk River Nuclear Facility and we collected neutron powder diffraction measurements on both of these samples. And that was an adventure. We did resistivity and optical absorption. Now they've made these nice single crystals, so they've got actually oriented magnetic susceptibility, heat capacity, and they've done some really nice phosphorus NMR studies. But I got a kick out of this. I go like, yeah, I recognize that. I remember I kept getting that, and I would cry because I didn't understand what it meant. Why can't it just be curie ice like everything else? You know, my sample is wrong. There's something wrong with it. It's interesting. So then our conclusions were that this strontium manganese 2 phosphide is really pretty complex. So it's incommensurate, and we could not come up with an appropriate structure. So we could do the structure of barium manganese 2 phosphorus 2. That was just fine. Okay, so incommensurate, long range, short range magnetic order. But we were positive that manganese was high spin, and so this model of Thompson et al. Was not really appropriate. Now, they got their NMR results are consistent with previous data. That is incommensurate, high spin manganese 2 plus below the real temperature with 16 short range atomic force. Antiferromagnetic order above. See, this is what happens when I'm a nano person. Every time you see me, I'm not even thinking of atomic force microscopy. And so then they went on to say, because they were really interested in, again, the fact that this is a first order, a very weak first order in strontium manganese 2 phosphorus 2, but nevertheless a first order AL temperature. And there's a model that they could use, and the only problem is that they need to determine the respective magnetic structure to do that. So more citations will come. I wish them good luck. I hope they'll have single crystal neutron data. Maybe they'll be able to crack this nut. And then I'm not going to go into any detail in here, but here's another example. So when I was a student, I love these layered phases. And so we were working on these nictide oxides, which again have that classic sort of thorium chromium 2 silicon 2 structure, but interleaved with these planar layers of metal oxide. So these nictide oxides. So we had, again, with John Green, done magnetic structures of these to look and understand how the manganese lattices interacted in this layered compound. And that was a lot of fun. And then, again, we get the citation alert, and it was a beautiful study. This is really complex. If you haven't seen this paper, they go through some really science lives on, and good science resurfaces. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and shift gears and talk a little bit about the work that we do now, and work that I've done since leaving Susan's group. So I became fascinated with nanomaterials, but I remained very interested in peptides. So those two things come together in our research program. But I like to particularly for this audience, just address the elephant in the room. Why do we care about nano? And for me, everything comes back to at the heart of everything. I'm a synthetic chemist, and so now if you sit there and say you've made all of these big compounds, and now you can go and make everything on the nanoscale, and it's going to have different properties. I'm like, I'm going to go make everything on the nanoscale now. Let's do that. And the kinds of properties that you're interested in are catalytic. Could be an extrinsic property associated with the fact that the particles are very small and you have a high surface area. You have intrinsic properties like quantum confinement, surface plasma resonance, and then of course there's some very interesting magnetic effects that can occur too. So our goal really is to be able to explore, starting with sort of more of the binary and ternary phases, vast range of transition metal peptides that are available, and with an eye to being able to control the stoichiometry when you make these nanoparticles, to be able to make nanoparticles so I can make a sample where they're all the same particle size, so when I interrogate the properties, it makes some sense. I can make a logical conclusion. Okay, and then I have this playground of different properties that I can access, and there's so many different kinds of properties that basically, the sky's the limit in terms of where you go. And I should say that by the time we got into this, nobody was making peptides as nanoparticles, at least of the transition metals. So it was really a great opportunity for us. So here's just a primer on how you make things nano. Unless you want to fry them up really fine, which is also an option. But we're going to start from bottom-up synthesis. It's not solid state at all, except in solid state in solution. We're still doing diffusion, but we're doing it on a very small length scale, so we don't have to go to 1,000 degrees C. We're pretty good, around 300 or 350 degrees C in solution. And so the key model that everybody cites is sort of this. You have sort of monomers that receive the achieve critical concentration, and then you have particle growth. This is a real simplification that doesn't really seem to hold for most things, but we still sort of use it conceptually. And the idea is that we've got these precursors. We're going to make monomers. They're going to form nuclei, which are going to grow into nanoparticles. And this can all be controlled by all of the various parameters that you have at your disposal. And critically, we don't make these lovely-looking naked nanoparticles, so we're doing solid-state chemistry on the inside, but we're doing coordination chemistry on the outside. Okay, so we tend to have these ligands that are associated with the surface, and those actually help us to isolate the nanoparticles by solubilization, just being able to disperse and precipitate. And they also help stabilize the nanoparticles against aggregation and growth. Okay, so that's sort of our little primer on how we do things. So here's just an example of some of the things we did. You start way back in 1993 when everybody's POC was black and white, right? Or sorry, 2003. That's right, 2003. So we, this was one of the first colloidally prepared phosphines that had been recorded. And so we were interested in manganese phosphide for magnetism. We're looking at iron, nickel. We discovered, all these parameters that can allow us to control the size, the shape, and the actual composition, either Ni2P or Ni12P5. Then we started to look at some of these bimetallic systems, and I'll show you in a minute the structure. These are mostly now these M2P, which is an Fe2P structure type, and it has 2 sites. So we have sort of 2 sites here, so we can start to think about combining these together, making bimetallic systems, looking at how the magnetism changes. We started incorporating manganese into the mix, and underscores all of this is synthesis. But you have to have a motivation. I remember Susan always lamenting that NSF doesn't just want to give you money because you're going to make things. They want you to be able to predict you can make the things that you can make, and they want you to have a good reason for it. So here's a good reason. So phosphide has been really interesting for catalysis for a number of years for like thermal catalysis, like hydrogen. Then when Ray Shack reported basically that Ni2P was a good hydrogen evolution catalyst for electroreduction, it became a very busy field. And so what you're looking at here is a polarization curve. Everybody is chasing this platinum carbon. Okay, so you want the lowest potential possible to do this reaction. And what you can see here is that when you start putting extra metals in, when you start mixing metals up, these all sort of block towards that platinum carbonide in terms of having a lower potential to do this kind of analysis. Okay, so that's sort of a motivator. The real issue I have is that there's not a whole lot of logic here. And as I'll show you, a number of the phases that people purport to make are not real phases. So this is the structure type that we've become enamored of. As I said, it's an MEQP type, hexagonal. You have two different sites. Okay, so you have this nice square bramble site adjacent to tetrahedral. Okay, and so you can get certain site preferences, and whenever you're working on the nanoscale, you can get kinetically trapped products where you don't get specific site preferences. It also gives you an opportunity for tuning of the product. Okay, so recently people have started to report, catalysis with trimetallic systems. So, they're like, look, we made this, nickel, iron, cobalt, and this is what the pattern diffraction pattern looks like. It looks like everything. And then they say, it's fantastic, it's the best ever. And then, same thing here, look, it's uniform, but we have different crystallites here, so basically we don't really know what we're looking at. Honestly, when you start to do catalysis with these, they transform, so maybe it doesn't matter, but I really feel strongly about starting with a really well-defined system so we can understand what's going on. Okay, so that's our motivation. So I'm going to tell you a story that's all synthesis, no properties at all synthesis. And it's all about us trying to be able to rationally target some of these ternary phosphides on the nanoscale. And what we decided to do was revisit a lot of the syntheses that we and others had employed to make monometallic and bimetallic phosphides to try and understand, why do you do it that way? Why do you use that precursor? Why do you do this order of addition? What's really important when you start mixing these things together to ensure that you get a homogeneous bimetallic or trimetallic phase? And so you sort of had a hypothesis about, you sort of have these different metal precursors, and it's great if you can use these ACACs, but sometimes you can't, so you use zero-valent precursors. And we're just focusing on iron, nickel, and cobalt initially. And so, our sort of hypothesis is that if the phosphorylation rates of these individual particles, when we combine them with our trioctyl phosphine, which is our phosphorus source, under conditions that I'll show you in a minute, if the phosphorylation rates are similar, probably we can just throw everything into one step and we'll get what we want. But if they're not similar, we might need to use some of these different kinds of strategies to try and get uniform sizes. Okay? Sorry, uniform composition. So we looked at we started by Tapora, the student who did this, was very methodical. So she said, I'm going to start with monometallic systems and look at these relative reactivity studies with some synthesis. So in all of these cases, what we're doing is we're doing this in solution. We have our metal precursor, which is one of these. We have triactyl phosphine, which is both our phosphorus source, but it's also a stabilizing agent and be a surface capping. So it's always present in excess. And then we have this oleolamine. And oleolamine plays a really important role. And in fact, the ratio of oleolamine to triactyl phosphine is very useful for food composition in these phosphides. The oleolamine is a good reducing agent as well as being capping. Okay, so generally we put these in, we gas them, purge them, and then we like to go to this intermediate temperature. We go to this intermediate temperature, 230 to sort of let the initial nuclei form, and then we go to so she tried either 230 or 300 degrees C and just sort of let it age to see what's initially forming, and then you cool it and isolate. Okay, you look by powder X-ray diffraction. And so this is what you get. So this is the story we already knew. Nickel acac is easy. Making nickel phosphide, is like falling off of a horse. So, at low temperatures, you first form this thing that looks kind of like nickel, but it's got some phosphorus, right? So this is a nickel phosphorus alloy nanoparticle. And then when you get to 300 degrees C, it transforms to this nice NiT nanoparticle system, and it's compositionally appropriate. So this is all done by energy spectroscopy. Now, when you look at cobalt and iron, in these cases, the oleoline does not seem to be sufficient to reduce them. So what you get are oxides. So you get oxides all around, so we can't seem to reduce these. So if these things don't, if the two metal components, they don't have an effect on each other, then you would expect that you would not be able to make any bimetallics with these acacs because the cobalt and the iron is just going to end up with but that's not actually the case. So what happens is anytime you have iron, and this is a take-home lesson, iron is a problem. Anytime you have iron, you're just going to get oxide, and maybe you'll get some phosphide, the nickel phosphide. But the nickel acac, we think, gets reduced by the oleoline, and then it can react with this cobalt acac. So you can make actually very nice cobalt nickel phosphide particles in a one-step by putting these. So this is sort of one of the binary phases that you've got cobalt nickel phosphide, so now you do iron cobalt phosphide and iron nickel phosphide. Okay, so obviously cobalt and iron acacs can be problematic, so we turned to these zero-valent metal precursors and sort of look at how they proceed. And what we find is that for cobalt, really, you get some particles, it's amorphous pretty much. But you do get cobalt phosphide at appropriately high temperatures. It's probably a mixture of a little bit of COP2. But you get the nice phosphide as you would expect because this is already pre-reduced. When we go to the iron system, we actually have to go to a higher temperature to form nuclei in the first place, 285. And then at 300, we get these beautiful rods, nanorods that look like Fe2P, and they're stoichiometry also. So these are good precursors for making the binary phosphide. So then to look at these phosphorylation rates, she did a series of alipod studies where she basically took her precursor with the phosphorus source and the oleoline, and then she sort of did sequential heating at various times, starting at 285 up to 300 for a variety of times. She took a series of aliquots and quenched them to look and see how much do these systems pick up phosphorus over temperature and time. And so this is the data for the iron carbonyl. And you can see that there's sort of an interesting, initially, you have very little phosphorus incorporation until you get to 300 degrees. You do get some sort of big nuclei that then seem to dissolve around 300. They form these little particles that then become the nice nanorods. So you start with not much phosphorus, and then in the end you end up with something after about 5 minutes at 300 degrees C that's pretty close to this 2-1. When we do this for cobalt, cobalt is much faster. All right, so even at 285 degrees C, basically the 2-to-1 ratio that we would expect for this. Okay, so the phosphorylation rate is very fast, and in fact, it keeps picking up more phosphorus, so we think you get some more COP. All right, so if I said, like, okay, I want to make cobalt iron with the cobalt carbonyl and the iron carbonyl, I would say, like, be worried that the cobalt would phosphide really fast and that maybe the iron wouldn't be incorporated. And so, in fact, when you do throw them all together, you sort of get an amorphous bond. But if instead phosphide in the second step. That gives us this iron
Didn't he do the thing where he gets like?
Okay. So, and then the other alternative would be to basically, phosphide the cobalt first and then add the iron carbonyl. And that seems to not really give us a good product either. So in this case, the kinetics are sufficiently different that we really do want to sort of potentially do a two-step. If we can make these bimetallic alloy nanoparticles and then phosphide them, that's a good reach. Okay, so we have now FeCO. All right, so what about MbNiP? So now we're going to look at nickel, and we don't have to go to nickel or nickel cod or any zero-valent nickel because the nickel is really easy to reduce. And so what we find is that these rates are actually sort of intermediate between the two. I mean, for nickel cod, it would be faster, but for nickel plus, it needs to be used. It does take a little bit of time to phosphide, but they're sort of intermediate between. So it's anybody's guess how well it will play. So we did again, when we target this nickel iron phosphide, what we find is that if you do a one-step, we get oxide every time. And you can see, just from looking at the particles, that they're heterogeneous. You've got multiple things going on here. Okay? But again, in this case, we can alloy either way. We can either make a metal phosphorus alloy of the nickel, really easy to do, and then add the iron. Or we can make a bimetallic metal precursor and then phosphide. And these both give us what we want, nickel iron phosphide. Okay, so if I try to sort of summarize what we've learned so far, these are sort of our three groups. This is sort of one step. I mix the two metals with the phosphorus. I make this sort of alloy particle that transforms at higher temperature to a crystalline phase. The alternates are to mix the two metals together and then make a bimetallic alloy that would then phosphide to crystallize at high temperature, or to mix the metal with one metal with one phosphorus to make a metal phosphorus alloy and then add the second. And what you can see is that depending on the reaction, these different processes work differently. With iron nickel phosphide, we can use either of these two things here. So, when we consider trying to incorporate all three of these together, we really consider that we will probably have to do some pre-alloying. You couldn't just toss them all in; they're not likely to play nicely with each other. And in fact, if you just toss them all in, they don't play nicely with each other. So here's mixing all of our precursors together and heating up under standard reaction conditions. You can see how heterogeneous the product looks. When we do the mapping, you can see that the cobalt, the iron is in a different place than the cobalt. Cobalt and nickel seem to play well as we suspected, but the iron does not. So the next step then was to really look at the trimetallic system, first making this basically nickel cobalt phosphorus precursor, and then add the iron carbonate. And when we do that, we get these really pretty rods, and they look like the M2P phase we would expect. They're a bit iron rich. Did I say iron was a problem before? It's still a problem. They're a bit iron rich, but they do incorporate all of these elements within the particle. But you can see some of this iron richness is going to become some oxide, which we're working now to kind of eliminate oxide active on the surface. Okay, but now we can make this, we can make these, and we've shown more recently that we can actually also make these by, by metal alloy followed by phosphorylation as well. So you can basically take all three of the metals and phosphide them in different ways, either using a cobalt ACAP or cobalt carbonate, and we can get these kinds of products. So we have enough room here to figure out how to normalize the stoichiometry, and we've really been focusing now on, can we tune the stoichiometry within the system? So we sort of one-to-one targeting. You start to look and see what happens if you double the amount of nickel. Everything behaves great except iron. No surprise. But that's a story for another day. So what have we learned? If you hope to achieve kinetic control, I think it's really important to understand component kinetics, especially as these systems become more complex. But of course, unless you have the time to evaluate all possible permutations, you should prepare for surprise. So don't be surprised if something's successful that you don't expect to be. And I think that the phosphatidation is a reasonable guide for us to figure out how to target some of these more complex phases, enabling us to actually make homogeneous multi-metallic phosphine. And so what's next is we started doing some testing of these for catalysis. So we have nice precursor particles, so we can really get a handle on how that initial stoichiometry is impacting the process. So with that, I would like to thank Susan for all of her inspiration over the years. And more recently, the students who did this work. So this work was done by Tafora Sua here, with an undergraduate, Michaela right here. And I'm grateful to different funding agencies and grateful to you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I noticed that most of your action patterns were truncated below 20 degrees today. So in a few cases, it appeared you had things that were essentially non-crystalline or amorphous. So I'm wondering if below 20 degrees, they would see the halo effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we often do, particularly when we're looking at some of these intermediate alloy phases that are pretty amorphous themselves. And also when we're taking aliquots, because the purification can be a bit of a challenge, so we think we have some solvent there. But it's also true that depending on how they prepare their sample, because these are nanocrystalline and have low intensity, you see everything that's low. So.
Remember your work to the regular X-ray translator?
Yep.
Apparently without
no pre-sintering, no, this is all done in solution.
we presumably have some completely amorphous materials that show no halo. But ours data became the 6-month radiation.
Okay.
But we don't understand why the halo effect.
Yes, you should talk to somebody who's a real expert on synchrotron X-ray. Not me. Okay. So far. Well, there's always pair distribution function analysis. No, they can go. I don't want to. So I'm asking a question. All right, I guess I'll go first. Have you thought about like the role of the ligands and whether or not you can make bimetallic and the problem with iron? Because you're using an amine, and it seems to me like the iron would really make an amide, bond. So maybe it's really like since you're looking at a kinetic effect, it's really how that is binding and how, like if you could do some NMR to just see if you can. Oh, I guess you can't really. Well, yeah, no, but you make a good point because there are things that we know empirically about the reactions, which are how the amine, about what happens when I throw an iron carbonyl into a hot solution with amine. Okay, do I form some kind of amine complex that then forms the particle? There are a lot of unknowns, and there are a lot of parameters that could be explored. But you're right. I mean, I think iron is requiring us to think a lot harder about. And if you really want a headache, then you start putting in manganese. All right.
Oh shit. Plug that, I forgot. It should be right there in front. He knows exactly where it's at. They're just not letting him do it. They're just. He knows what's at.
Trust us. Anjo knows how to
Me and Javier.
go way back.
Yeah. Me and Javi.
Javier, go big.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Javier Velo from Iowa State and the Ames Laboratory. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today for a very special occasion, which I'll talk a little bit more about in just a second. Before I go on, I want to say, and I guess apologize that I will not be talking about semiconductors, little semiconductors in this particular talk. But we still have one of our students that will give another awesome presentation tomorrow at 8 a.m. If you're looking for something awesome to do on your Thursday morning, that's Yunghua Chen right there. Say hi, Yunghua. She will be talking about solid state NMR characterization of cadmium selenide facets in nanocrystals tomorrow. So with that, I want to congratulate Susan and tell you a little bit more about some of the few, but I think very, very important things that we have in common with Susan and her group, and one of the many, many reasons why I really appreciate her chemistry and her many, many contributions to the field. So as all of you know, Susan worked for a while with the late our colleague, Professor John Corbett. I'm guessing in Spedding, but I don't know for sure. Is that correct? So that's Spedding Hall right there at the Ames Laboratory, just a few steps away from our chemistry building. And I had the fortune of overlapping with John before he passed for a few years. And like Susan, he was also very, very supportive of the community. The other thing that we have in common with Susan is that we love barbecue. So for those of you that come to Ames every now and then, please go have some of our relatively dry barbecue, not comparable really to Texas or anything southern, but still very, very good. And one more thing that I was remembering that I have in common with Susan, besides, of course, following her work for many, many years, is that I also married an Iowan. And when you marry, let's see, here, when you marry an Iowan, so-called a native, then sometimes you become a captive. But anyways, we will not go there. So with that, Susan, thank you so much for all of your many, many contributions to science and also to the community for being so supportive over the years. It really meant a lot to us and many others here in the audience and beyond. Your work has been an inspiration for many years and will continue to be an inspiration, like Stephanie mentioned, just like good wine. So congratulations. I found this on the web, by the way. I thought you were hugging the Midwest or part of the country there, so I thought it was very appropriate. Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit about our work with hydrogenation nanocatalysts, which actually is hopefully a good segue from Stephanie's presentation just a few moments ago. She gave an awesome introduction to this topic. One of the reasons why we became interested in reductions with nanocatalysts was because in Iowa and in many other agricultural regions, we have this problem of high nitrate levels in surface waters. And nitrate, even though it appears to be a relatively innocuous, relatively unreactive substance to chemists, it turns out to have bad health effects in high concentrations in drinking water, for example, birth defects and also some forms of cancer. So we started thinking about how to possibly remove it from aqueous solutions, perhaps as a way to provide one more alternative to mitigating this problem. And this is where Dr. Lin Wei, who graduated with her PhD last year from our group, started. So what she did is to start thinking about this reaction overall, and as you can see, it's a reaction that can have many different products. So selectivity is a problem, not just activity. So you got to play a lot with considering both thermodynamics and kinetics considerations. Most of the hydrogenation catalysts for this reaction are so-called bimetallic catalysts.
this is a nomenclature that I think was introduced mostly by engineers, because in reality what you have is a mixture of two different nanoparticles embedded usually in a support, a noble metal nanoparticle and a base metal particle, which is usually an oxide. So we wanted to see if we could do this with high selectivity, high activity, and avoiding the presence of any noble metals. And that's when we started looking at some of the work that Stephanie and Ray and Nate Lewis and many others have pioneered over the past decade, including calculations from Brookhaven that sort of predicted or hypothesized that Ni2P surfaces could be really active in hydrogenating substrates because they were very good at reversible H plus or proton reduction. So that was followed, of course, by many of the studies that Stephanie alluded to, showing that indeed Ni2P and other similar first row transition metal phosphides are very, very active hydrogenation catalysts, and they can be used not only for reversible proton reduction, but also for removing sulfur, oxygen, and nitrogen from oils and bio-oils. So we started thinking, we've been working a little bit following Stephanie's work on making different NIP nanophases, and we thought, well, if this is such a good catalyst and it doesn't have noble metals, could we potentially use it to reduce a very challenging substrate like nitrate and potentially other oxide acids? And this is basically it. Indeed, it works. So you take an aqueous solution of nitrate, pass a mixture of argon and hydrogen or nitrogen and hydrogen through it at relatively mild temperatures, relatively acidic pH, in the presence of a couple milligrams of Ni2P, and you see quick removal or disappearance of the black bars, which correspond to the concentration of nitrate, starting at a concentration that corresponds to the threshold for allowable nitrate in drinking water from the EPA. And when you analyze for the products, you see that very quickly you see formation of a product, and that product is mostly protonated ammonia or ammonia. So it's very active, very selective, and we're very interested. As has been shown by Stephanie, Ray, and others, these catalysts have very strong pH-dependent behavior. So when you go from neutral to acidic pH, you see a significant increase in activity. They are recyclable, although there's some degradation that potentially could be mitigated by immobilization and other approaches. So I want to change gears from here and tell you about some of the intermetallic nanocatalyst work that we've done more recently, but I do want to say that in collaboration with computational chemists at Ames Laboratory, we tried to study a little bit more, understand better what's different or special about Ni2P. And it appears that it really has to do with the hydrogen absorption energies on its facets. It behaves very differently compared to better known surfaces such as metallic nickel or noble metals. The first hydrogen equivalent gets absorbed very strongly, but others do not, leaving significant surface available for substrate binding and reactivity. All right, so as all of you were always trying to get attention, and we proposed these when we published the initial paper as a beautiful journal cover. It was swiftly rejected, but I love it so much, so I wanted to show it somewhere. So there it is, very pretty. Anyways, so in the time that I have left, I want to tell you a little bit more about some of the hydrogenations that we've done. And this one has to do with a very, very simple reaction, and very old reaction from the 1800s back to the origins of industrial chemistry in Germany, which is nitroarine reduction. So when Julia Zakina and Victor Klimov moved to Iowa State, I started thinking again about cool things that we could do potentially in collaboration with them with intermetallic nanoparticles. At the time, we were looking at silicides and germanides and other work that has been done by Hasano in Japan and others. And we started noticing that many of these were binaries, ternaries, again, silicides, germanides, that potentially we could make also in nano form. There's some stanides, of course, and all of these seem to be very, very active, somewhat similar to Ni2P and similar materials for hydrogenations and related reactions. So at about that same time, now Dr. Karina Daniels, who graduated from our group last year as well, she came from Minnesota, very far to the state of Iowa, and she started a brand new project in our group, first in collaboration with Francois Gabay from Texas A&M, looking at 10, 15 heterobimetallic precursors to make things like pnictides, and then by herself finding this family of compounds in the literature to make 10, 14 heterobimetallic precursors and decomposing them by thermolysis to make what she showed were binary particles of germanides, stanides, etc. We were actually surprised because originally we wanted to use these precursors as precursors for multinary chalcogenides. As you can see, there's sulfides there, we thought on purpose. And when we started moving toward catalysis and intermetallics with this, a couple people told us, well, the sulfur is going to poison the catalyst, they are not going to do anything. Everybody was wrong. So you can make intermetallics, and of course, I'm sure there is sulfur around, but it doesn't completely poison catalytic activity. We've compared more recently the activity of these with what I've told before, another presentation, plomides, and I quickly got a message from Ram saying, was that a non-polon process? And I guess maybe not, but I really like the word plomides. And I'll just like throwing crazy ideas out there. So anyways, good. So here are the examples of all of the XRDs that are broadened by Scherrer effects for some of the different binary particles that you can get. Perhaps some of the most surprising ones are these germanides, which again, oftentimes one just gets oxides and other impurities. Even when this is done initially as a solid for the thermolysis, you end up with relatively small particles, which we still don't completely understand why. Maybe because of the presence of the ligand framework that acts sort of like an in situ ligand system. But you can get particles, and there's, as Stephanie showed in their own systems, a relatively good distribution of the different elements in the particles. There's a lot of literature precedent for the formation, for the synthesis of binary alloys, with different levels of incorporation of, for example, tin and palladium. They adopt what appears to be an FCC or FCC-like structure. So we also made some of these with similar sizes so that we could compare the activity of the intermetallic versus the alloy nanoparticles. And this is the reaction that I wanted to tell you about in this second part of the presentation. So if you reduce a nitroarene, oftentimes, or the most common product is, of course, the aniline. That's what called the direct pathway. It is known to go through intermediates such as the nitrosyl or hydroxylamine intermediates. But it turns out that there's also this condensation or indirect pathway, which some people thought was actually sort of like a byproduct of the first pathway. And what you find here is often formation of azoxy arenes or azobenzenes upon reduction of these azoxy products, sometimes intermediate. So when we tested these different intermetallic nanoparticles for catalysis, we expected to see just formation of aniline, such as is observed with gold and many other well-known hydrogenation catalysts. But as you can see here, even though some of them do favor formation of the aniline as the major or final product, for example, the plumbyte, or gold in TiO2, it turns out that many of these catalysts, at least initially, favor the formation of the condensation products, azoxy and azoarenes. For example, the stanide. So it turns out, or it initially looked like these might be just intermediates to the formation of the aniline, but in some cases, for example, here in red you see formation of the azoxyarene, and then disappearance of the azoxyarene, not to produce more aniline, but actually to produce more of the azoarene. So you go from here to here. If you look at intermediates, common intermediates for the direct pathway like nitrosoarene, you also see with the different catalysts very, very similar selectivities. So it appears, if we go back to this reaction, that although there's many well-known catalysts that favor the direct reduction of nitroarenes to anilines, there appear to be some catalysts that, for whatever reason, favor the condensation pathway to form these condensed azoxy and isobenzene products. So we turned to colleagues, collaborators, theory collaborators at Ames Laboratory again, and they did molecular dynamic simulations. Everything is machine learning nowadays, of course. So they have to put in machine learning in there, and they used, it's really cool, but of course I'm not a theorist, so I don't completely understand it. They call these molecular dynamic simulations with machine learned potentials, or what people have been calling deep MD now. And they repeated that for small clusters of the intermetallics and noble metals, for example, palladium, as well as tin particles. And this is what a fragment of one of these simulations looks like. So they are able to find out what are the relevant species that are bound to the surface and how they are converting, and they are able to plot their different concentrations over time. Of course, in silico, these are run at ridiculously high temperatures that don't have a lot of physical meaning, but they do reproduce the results, which is the interesting thing. And that, based on the results, that got us thinking about how these selectivities might be determined. And these are the plots that I want to show you here. So if you can plot, if you plot activities, turnover frequencies for the different catalysts that we studied, you see that, of course, there's some that are more active than others. If you plot selectivities for condensation versus the direct or aniline product in blue, so condensation is in red and gray, and aniline selective catalysts are on the right side of this plot on purpose to sort of like show them easier. Those are shown in blue. So what's special about the ones that are selective for condensation versus the better known ones that are selective for aniline and direct reduction? And the only thing that we can see that is different, which includes one of the intermetallic materials, the chlomide, is that those have FCC structures. So it appears that when you have an FCC surface, well, an FCC material, then those are selective for aniline, whereas anything else appears to be selective for condensation, which I think is valuable physical insight. So, does that prediction hold? And very recently, another student from our group, Marquis Adamson, who still doesn't have the doctor there, but will very soon, he also came from very far. We have also students that come from very, very far lands, in this case, Kansas. I'm just teasing. Marquis recently published a very nice paper in Chem Materials on nickel disulfide and nickel diselenide pyrite nanoparticles. And we wanted to show that these had some activity or potential application. And one of the things that we tested was reduction of nitroarenes. And when he tested the reduction, he saw that they were highly selective for aniline. And as all of the solid state chemists and other chemists in the audience know, pyrites actually have an FCC-like lattice. So they have an FCC lattice of nickels with all of the disulfogenides occupying octahedral or pseudo-octahedral positions. So it appears that indeed this correlation of FCC structure containing nanocatalysts being selective for the more common direct reduction holds. And we would like to test more catalysts and see if we can predictably come with one or the other. I think there's a lot of opportunities in this area, not only from the ability to make nanocrystals of different compositions and how to affect catalysis on purpose, but also in terms of now having a catalyst that is very selective for these condensation products. You're linking two arenes together, and we're starting to work on a proposal where we're thinking, well, what if instead of starting from a nitroarene, you start from a dinitroarene, then you start making polymers. And those will be conjugated, and by doing substitutions for different nitroarenes, hopefully they won't explode with these low concentrations, we might be able to have a very interesting system to study. Okay, so I'm almost out of time, so I want to thank the people that did the work. I mentioned Marquis in the last part with the pyrites and the catalysis. Karina did all of the intermetallic, bimetallic precursors, thermolysis, and original catalytic studies, and started the collaboration with Dajan Lee from the Ames Laboratory. Lin Wei did all of the work with nitrate and some of our original synthetic work with nickel phosphide. And of course, that was inspired by many of you in the audience, including Stephanie. The funding for this particular project came from NSF and more recently from lab research. And again, I want to remind you of tomorrow's talk by Yunhua. I think it's room 23A. Is that correct? All right, excellent. So congrats, Susan, again, and thanks everybody for your attention.
Nice work, Javier.
Thank you.
I'm wondering for your nickel phosphide, the calculations you have are interesting, but they're assuming a clean surface, right? When you make these things, do you have any evidence that you're getting an oxide?
Nice work, Javier. Thank you. I'm wondering for your nickel phosphide, the calculations you have are interesting, but they're assuming a clean surface, right? When you make these things, do you have any evidence that you're getting an oxide layer to passivate the surface as synthesized? And does that go away? Do you have an activation step to get rid of it?
Yeah, those are very good questions. Thank you, Richard. So the calculation
that you would expect on the surface. So there's a mixture of native, if you will, and oxidized types. We could try to do more experiments and measurements without exposure to air to see if that improves or removes the oxide coverage, but there's definitely oxide on the surface that have not been accounted by calculation. And I forget what was the last part of your question. I'm sorry.
I just asked if you would try to activate it.
try to do more experiments and measurements without exposure to air to see if that improves or removes the oxide coverage, but there's definitely oxide on the surface that have not been accounted by calculation. And I forget what was the last part of your question. I'm sorry.
I just asked if you would try to activate it through reduction prior to doing catalysis.
So we follow the protocol that is now very well established by Schock and Lewis and others, where you purposely remove the organic ligands on the surface before catalysis, and that's under hydrogen. So initially the surface should be reduced. Yeah, thank you.
Basically, reactivate.
Very nice. I would say that one of the nice things about nickel phosphide is that it's really easy to reduce the phosphate back to that phosphide. So you don't need a really high temperature hydrogenation step to basically reactivate your surface. So this whole FCC correlation across a variety of different materials is sort of quite intriguing because there are so many different materials like that. And so I'm wondering, sort of what's next. So you started because pyrite is obviously very different than your plumbates. So I can see chalcogenides, I guess I can see intermetallics and perhaps some phosphides. Do you have a sort of a plan for how you might sort of tease out some more nuances about what's really important in these reactions?
Yes, we do. So Marquise actually has a follow-up paper that we're still working on. So I'll just mention one family that we're starting to study, and hopefully we'll have a paper on soon. So working with a quad-wise student with Kirill Kovner, we thought about some of their clathrates as possible surrogates for nickel phosphide that are actually potentially tunable a little bit by the introduction of different ions like francium and barium clathrates. So there's many nuances here. These are made by high temperature solid state, so they are large. We have to like ball mill them or somehow reduce particle size to get them to be active. And they are catalytically active, not super hot, but they are, and they have a selectivity. I don't want to give it away, but make your predictions. And we also want to go back to other intermetallics that are, again, are not FCC and see if, again, the prediction holds. But we have more coming up.
Yes. Hi, Amy. So good to see you. Hi.
She was listening
Thank you so much, Julia, and please let me know if something doesn't look right on the screen or if you can't hear me well. Thanks. I am so sorry I can't be there in person. I am stuck, unfortunately. Susan, I was really hoping to be able to celebrate with you in person. I think before I begin, I just want to comment on two aspects of Susan's career that really inspired me. From the very beginning, when I was second year graduate student, when I first met Susan, and several of the real pioneers, Julia and Sophie. Susan was the first solid-state chemist I ever heard tell a story in a talk that tied together fundamental research all the way to an actual application. And not necessarily that applications are important, but I think her work has really spanned that whole range. And that I thought was incredibly exciting. But the second piece that really impacted me is the way that Susan mentors people. And I think mentors each person to be the most complete version of themselves that they can be. And for many people, that's a very different strategy for every person. And so just to thank Susan for creating such an incredible community around her that I feel really privileged to have joined. Okay, so I am going to actually pick up off of Stephanie and Javier's talk. I will say that a lot of the synthetic work that we do in my group on the synthesis of nanoparticles is inspired by both of them, as well as people like Richard Rucci and Rainier Cosser. We are interested in trying to learn as much as we can about how the synthesis of nanoparticles actually works, so that, in theory, a rational synthetic approach could be designed from scratch for any target compound. So let me start just by saying that in general in my group we're interested in both energy production and storage, and I would argue that we really need a portfolio of technologies using lots of different kinds of chemistry to get us to a place where we can really think about sustainable energy. Today I'm going to talk about materials that were inspired by my interest in photovoltaics. The canonical photovoltaic material is silicon. The structure here that I'm showing you on the left is diamond lattice, where every silicon atom is tetrahedrally coordinated to 4 other silicon atoms. And if you think about the properties of silicon, one of the challenges is that it has an indirect band gap. And so that means that we need to use very thick layers of silicon of very high quality to make reasonable solar cells. And industry can do that very well. Prices are falling dramatically, actually. And so, you can, depending on where you live in the country, if you want to put silicon solar panels on your house, you have anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30 companies to choose from. If, however, we want to be able to make those devices more sustainable, cheaper, use less material, we could think about using the structure type as a platform and modify its properties. One way to do that is to look at the structure just to the right, the same blend, having structure where half of the silicon atoms are having 2+, and now the other half are substitutable for 2+. There are some challenges with cadmium telluride. In some countries, the toxicity of cadmium is a problem. So you can make further substitution of the copper pyrite structure. Copper, shown in blue, indium and gallium occupying those green sites, and shown in for most of the yellow. Indium and gallium, we can make arguments about their availability, sustainability, in terms of cost. So we could end up on the far right with the testrate structure, copper, zinc, and sulfide, where I'm showing you copper, blue, zinc, and gray, and red, sulfur, and yellow. Now that compound is an naturally occurring mineral. It still has the cubic lattice, or excuse me, the diamond lattice. And there's been some really beautiful theoretical work done to help guide synthesis in terms of predicting increased absorption coefficients if you could make this compound copper deficient and zinc rich, tuning the electronic properties by tuning the chalcogenide site, and so on. And in my group, we worked for quite some time on pestorite. We developed methods to make nanoparticles of this material. A lot of that really beautiful work was done by one of Stephanie Brock's former students, Dr. Lysandra Carolla.
And unfortunately, at the end, despite what I think was really beautiful chemistry, the material just does not work well. There is too much disorder, too many anti-site defects that limit the carrier lifetimes of these materials. And unfortunately, that is a challenge that theory can't predict yet. So is there a way to try to target other materials, potentially with different structure types, and try to accelerate this process of can we make the material evaluate its properties and ideally get to a good competitive solution for voltaics. So we were inspired again by theory. We were looking at a lot of Alexandra's group when he was part of this Center for Inverse Design, former DOE, EFRC. And the idea here is that he developed a very high throughput way of looking at known crystal structures and then predicting properties like absorption coefficients, band gaps, and so on. So you can look at this list of materials and choose targets. We've been focused on the three families of compounds I'm showing you here on the top, the iron, silicon, germanium sulfides, copper, antimony selenides, and then copper selenium phosphates. And as a synthetic chemist, what I am most interested in these compounds is the fact that all of them have a late, pretty electron-rich transition metal, a main group element, and a compogenide. And so thinking about the challenge of trying to get those three very different types of elements in the same place at the same time is a very interesting synthetic challenge. So we make nanoparticle inks of these materials so that we can dip coat them onto thin films to evaluate their properties. A lot of the electronic properties are tuned by ligand exchange reactions to densify those films. I won't be talking about properties today, actually. But the key part in the synthesis is that this can be done on a Schlenk line. We use long-chain organic surfactants as our solvent, as you've heard a lot about today, and then either start with precursors in that solvent or inject them to nucleate and grow these nanoparticles shown on the right. And so the goal really is, can we develop high-quality syntheses so that in the core of the nanoparticle, we can control optoelectronic properties. We can use ligands on the surface, not only to make stable colloidal inks, but also to think about coordination chemistry that then can be used to passivate surface defects, and then ultimately go on to make nice devices. So the compound I want to talk about today is iron germanium sulfide, and what I really want to focus on is how we might think about not only making the compound, but then trying to take a successful reaction and learn from it. These particles were made over the course of 24 hours. I'll show you that synthesis in a moment. They are nicely crystalline. On the left, I'm showing you the powder pattern as compared to the simulated diffraction pattern. And they form as these little platelets that are quite highly crystalline. When we first reported the synthesis in 2013, we were able to make reasonable thin films that, while being very air sensitive, did show modest photocurrent using photoelectric chemistry. And so what the initial goal was to take this reaction, to be able to scale it up so that we can make reasonable amounts of material, so that we can do photoelectric chemistry to understand the properties. Now the problem was this reaction, as we first reported it, is actually really clunky. In the main flask, we have iron fluoride, germanium iodide, octadecene, and hexadecylamine as the solvent. And then in a separate vial, we have this trimethyl sulfide, this trimethylsiloline, and octadecene. And then that injection solution is injected into the flask at 120 degrees Celsius. We heat that up to 320 degrees, and initially, if we take aliquots and evaluate them using X-ray diffraction, we see crystalline iron germanium sulfide and FES form. The reason you need 24 hours for this reaction is over time, the iron sulfide dissolves, and then you're left with pretty polydispersed plates. They have a pretty clear preferred orientation, but also wide variability in size. So the challenge that we initially had is that because that reaction took so long, it was difficult to make reasonable enough amounts of material to actually do property measurements. And so my student, Rebecca, decided to really take a big step back, look at the reaction, and see if she could optimize it. So here are the problems. In terms of stoichiometry of the iron to germanium to sulfur,
excess germanium was required, and initially we used a huge excess of sulfur. The second challenge is the volatility of the bis-trimethyl sulfide and the bis-trimethyl. Both of these have boiling points that are well below the reaction temperature, so it is not at all clear what happens to those compounds, but they are quite important. And then finally, the role of this bis-trimethyl. We actually just stole this idea from the Grucci group because it was so successful in making this family of tin germanium selenides. It appeared to be really useful for incorporating the germanium, but we didn't really understand what the role of that molecule was. Okay, so the way we've been trying to think about these reactions, and Stephanie showed a really beautiful figure that basically encapsulates this complexity, is, in nanoparticle synthesis, we start with some precursors that might be metal salts or simple coordination or organometallic compounds. They must react in some way to form monomers, which are maybe metal ligand complexes, and we can think about the stoichiometry of those species. They may go through intermediates that could be amorphous, crystalline, a mixture of phases, and then those undergo further transformations to give you the final product. And I would say one of the big exciting innovations in the field right now is that people are getting a much better picture of what's happening, not only from the monomers, but through these intermediate transformations. And if we can really develop a library of observing these transformations and characterizing them, we may be ultimately able to come up with balanced chemical reactions, understanding of kinetics of these transformations, and then be able to use that information to try to get to something that looks more like, say, organic chemistry, where we could use arrow pushing and balanced reactions to predict reactivity. Okay, so what Rebecca decided to do was to look at the precursors in this reaction and try to combine functionality. So instead of using octadecene and hexadecylamine, she chose allylamine, which still has the polar amine head group and also has that double bond, which is so important for reactivity. Instead of using those really reactive precursors, she decided to use the conjugate base, so lithium bis-trimethylamine, and then that enabled the use of just elemental sulfur. So instead of these very volatile precursors, we're able to use much more stable precursors. Elemental sulfur can still be broken down to deliver the sulfide that we need. But the challenge then is thinking about the ratios of the amine to the base, to the cations. At the end, Rebecca was able to make the iron germanium sulfide in really high quality. We decided to do some rebuild refinements on our powder patterns because the preferred orientation and the difference in pupils is quite unusual for these particles. And so I want to acknowledge my colleague Jamie Nielsen, who's just an incredible structural solid-state chemist, and he helped us really develop a good way to use these rebuild refinements to understand the anisotropy of these particles. So the new reaction is a lot better, but what I want to show you is actually something very unusual that happened in terms of the nucleation and growth. The old synthesis I'm showing you on the right, on the left, and the new synthesis on the right. And the outcome is that the new synthesis, the growth of base pure material happens in minutes. We can use much more stable precursors. We still don't quite understand the role of the base, but we think that it may aid in balancing the reactivity of the iron and germanium. And I'll show you that that has a pretty profound effect on the nucleation and growth of these particles. All right, so Rebecca noticed that instead of just platelets, like the old synthesis produced, she was still getting anisotropic plates, but they were always fused to each other with a fairly particular angle. If you zoom in and use high resolution transmission electron microscopy, you can see that all the plates are quite crystalline. You see the columns of atoms there, and you can measure the lattice spacings and, more importantly, the angular dependence of these plates relative to each other. And if you zoom out and look at a low resolution image, you see that almost all of the plates have other plates growing off of them, even the ones that look like they're flat. If you look in the middle, there's a darker line, higher contrast, and that's another plate growing out. Again, that are very particular angles. We did some tilting experiments in the microscope to try to determine if these plates were just sort of growing through each other, and they don't appear to be. They do seem, if you look on the bottom right, the lower panel, it does look like you have always a set of 6 plates growing off of each other, and again, always at a very particular angular dependence. So Rebecca spent quite a bit of time characterizing what the growth directions were for each of these plates. And the important families of plates I'm showing you here are the 0, 1, 0, and the 3, 1, 0. They are 60 degrees from each other. And because of the regularity of that angular dependence, we were thinking that these were twinned particles. And the question really is, why do they grow in such a unique way? I mean, why are so many of them twin? And could we try to understand that structural relationship? We were trying to look for lattice matching, and if you squint, then maybe the 0, 1, 0 and the 3, 1, 0 are related to each other. But that wasn't really a very satisfying explanation for why so many of the particles were twinned. So at this point, I was thinking, this will tell you a little bit about the usefulness of advisors for the graduate students in the group. I told Rebecca, you know, I think a geologist must have dug something out of the ground that looks like this. And if we can just find that, maybe we can at least have some precedent to follow. And so Rebecca spent a lot of time looking in gemology journals, and it turns out she was able to find this. This is actually a pretty well-known phenomenon. A triplet of twins is called a trilling. They are commonly found in the chrysoberyl family, which is basically an olivine crystal structure, just like the iron germanium sulfide. You can have a variety of different twins. You can have either contact twins or penetration twins. But in all cases, you have 3 sets of pairs. They grow 60 degrees from each other. And she could then look at the crystallography of these 2 families and compare them to each other. So it turns out you can, they do have a structural relationship, not surprisingly. The space groups can be converted to each other, and this triplet of twins that is observed in the chrysoberyl family is exactly like what we observed in the iron germanium sulfide family. If you look at these twinned particles, the question then is, or rather the way that we tried to convince ourselves that we were evaluating these correctly, is that if you look down the center axis of one of these trillings and you simulate the electron diffraction pattern on the right, you should get 3 perfect sets of an electron diffraction pattern of a single plate. And when Rebecca did that experiment, she was able to orient these trillings directly down parallel to the path of the beam. You see the simulated electron diffraction pattern on the right compared to what she actually measures. And you probably can't by eye match all the spots, but I will tell you that it's a pretty phenomenal match, and it gave us confidence that actually we were observing the same thing. Now the key here is, again, we think this base. Lithium MDS does seem to accelerate the rate of this reaction pretty significantly. It eliminates the nucleation of the iron sulfide, so that is consistent with our hypothesis that the iron and the germanium are being balanced in their reactivity. And we think what the ultimate impact of that, at least in this particular case, is having an instantaneous nucleation and then very rapid growth. So when you look at a low resolution electron microscopy image, here I'm showing you an SEM now, and you see all those trillings, when we count particles and define basically product as the number of particles that exhibit twins, there's over 98% twinning in these particles. That means 98 out of every 100 particles that we look at have this 7 trillings. So this is actually exciting, I think, for a couple of reasons. One, we're able to produce a lot more material in much higher purity in a short amount of time. So if you're just thinking about the goal of a good synthesis, this definitely checks that box. But I think actually what's most interesting is this balance of nucleation and growth. You know, there are a lot of different types of materials now that people are studying for
the resulting physical properties of joint particles. And here I'm thinking about things like some of the 2D materials people are studying, certainly perovskites as an example, and also these olivines, which represent a pretty huge class of materials, many of which are commercially relevant. So thinking about olivines, say, for batteries, also solar cells, of course. And so one of the challenges of studying the physical properties of a joint particle is usually being able to find a joint particle. Now, in this case, because we can make so many of them in pretty high yield, I think that this could be a pretty good platform for studying the physical properties of controlled training. So, as part of this paper, Rebecca published a whole list of known olivines, and she looked at the ratio of the A to C axes in the unit cells, and she predicted what range of that ratio you needed to have to predict a high degree of twinning. And so hopefully that'll provide a good roadmap for people to try to look for twinning in a lot of these related materials and see if our hypothesis is correct in terms of, if you can balance nucleation versus growth for certain A to C ratios in this crystal class, you will probably observe a high degree of twinning. And then what we're trying to do is follow up on this work to make some property measurements of both flat platelets made by our old synthesis versus these twinned particles that we think might have some interesting optoelectronic properties. Now, in general, though, the real goal, I think, is to try to fill in some of this picture. So we tried to make a little cartoon of one of our round bottom flasks showing the monomers, showing the precursors to monomer transformations. The little spheres are, say, metal atoms or chalcogenide atoms, and then we have the solvent molecules around it. Can we actually use a lot of the tools that are really well known and well established in organic, organometallic coordination chemistry to then sort of draw a complete picture of what happens as you go to these intermediates and into the final product? I think one of the challenges in this field, as many of you know, you're experts sitting in the room, is that a lot of these reactions can't be done very easily in situ in instruments like NMRs. And so we're trying to establish collaborations with people like Yan Yan Q at Florida State. She can do solid state NMR while heating a capillary, and so we've been starting to look at these reactions in sealed capillaries in her NMR, starting from the precursors and then trying to watch the transformation of these compounds to final products in situ. We have recently ordered a UV vis with a fiber optic cable, so we're hoping to do just some really basic characterization of the absorption spectra of species in solution as temperatures change, as we inject other precursors, and as we watch reactions evolve. And so my hope is that, for our whole field, as we bridge sort of the language of organic, inorganic, and solid-state chemistry, we can get to the point where in every paper, we can actually write a balanced chemical reaction. We can describe the chemical reactivity of our organic surfactants and what they are producing. And then from that, ideally come up with a real mechanistic picture of how these reactions work. So with that, I want to thank my group. A recent picture, it's still snowing for columns. The work that I showed today was mostly done by Rebecca Miller, who's not in this picture, and Lily Maloney, who just graduated. Lily actually showed that this chemistry could be extended to the mixed chalcogenide, so iron, germanium, sulfide, selenide, to look at tuning the chalcogenide to tune the optoelectronic properties. And the use of this base is being pursued by Amanda Kale, who's second from the left in this picture, who gave a poster on Sunday night. She's looking at a very different system, the copper antimony chalcogenides, and also observing some pretty dramatic changes in reactivity and the initial groundwork for this work was funded by the Keck Foundation and now is being carried on by funding from NSF. I want to thank all the people on the bottom right of my acknowledgement slide that work in our analytical research core facility. They do an incredible job of not only training students, but maintaining a lot of equipment. And that's been particularly challenging during COVID. So just want to acknowledge all of the people that work in our departments that help to make our departments run. And so with that, again, thank you so much for having me as part of this symposium. Susan, again, I really wish I were there to congratulate you in person.
answer any questions. I'll walk towards you. Okay.
I have a question about the difference between the initial synthesis you started with and then transitioning to one you adopted. Did you, so I guess kind of a two-part question, did you see the iron sulfide byproduct when you switched to the new synthesis?
We have never been able to observe it, but let me tell you how we look for it, because that will tell you that although we don't observe it, it doesn't mean it's not there.
Sure.
Typically, the way we monitor these reactions is to take aliquots and quench those, and then we try to precipitate out or centrifuge any particles, and then we use X-ray diffraction. It may be that the iron sulfide forms at the very early stages of this reaction, but we've never been able to track it. Even Rebecca even did some reactions where she only let the reactions go for a minute and then quenched the whole reaction, and we've never been able to isolate crystalline iron sulfide. Now, in some cases, if the ratios are not controlled, this reaction is super sensitive. We have been able to isolate iron germanides, so not the chalcogenide, but the actual iron germanides. But that's only at the very, very early stage of the reaction.
Okay. Well, when you used the old synthesis and you were waiting for the iron sulfide to dissolve, did you do any study to see how it changed the morphology or how it would affect how much sulfide is dissolved?
Oh, I mean, we tried to, that's a good question. We tried to eliminate it by reducing the amount of iron that we used. And that didn't work. Actually, what ended up resulting was we made a lot more iron sulfides, and we just didn't observe the incorporation of any of the germanium. In terms of morphology, we didn't really observe a change in morphology, but we did observe a change in the size distribution.
Interesting.
That answered your question.
Yeah, thank you. Good talking.
Thanks. Oh, good.
Hi, Amy. Great talk. Very, very interesting. So I got a question. I didn't quite get the predictive part of the latest, some of the latest ACS nano work on the different elements. You said depending on some angle, you might be able to predict the degree of twinning or
Yeah, it's actually, so this was Rebecca just taking all known olivines from ICSD and then linking that with some of the geology, mineralogy work that's already been done. And there are some predictions about the degree of twinning if the A to C ratio of the unit cell is within a pretty narrow range. And so what Rebecca was trying to do is just take all the compounds that are known and then group them by the compounds that fall within that ratio of A to C to help predict twinning. So it's not that she didn't use any like theoretical predictions. It was mostly using what's known in mineralogy and then combining it with the structures that are known in ICSD. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. One last question. All right. Well, let's thank Amy for a nice talk. So, safe travels back. Take care, everyone. Bye. Bye. Okay.
All right, cool. Any luck? Second session will go just as well as that one. I'd say smooth it up.
What?
I'd say smooth it up.
Yeah.
Especially compared to what everyone else has.
Especially seeing as how we have people standing behind us for this session.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Should have been here yesterday when your replacement was here. So
What? Oh, when I threw a wrench in the whole situation?
No, when
Dale was here.
Dale was here. You had people watching us then.
I didn't know how this would work.
Right, that's what we were going for, you know, just yeah. That's what we're trying to do, and luckily, now we know how to troubleshoot that one. It was hard stuff.
I'll be here in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, because one person he does like that. He's not using power. So he's the first speaker back, so I already let him.
The association prefers that we use the laptop that we have because it's an inline system for the streaming. However, if you are able to put your presentation on a flash drive, that's the easiest option. If there is no other options, we do have some workarounds, but that would be the preferred option. Are you on Keynote? Oh, okay. We do have a solution for that, but again, I mean, ultimately, if you could still have it on a flash drive, that works for us because we have a Mac back here that we can send it to, and it's a whole other process. But yeah, if it doesn't, if I were you personally, I would ideally have both. So if you have a flash drive, throwing it on there would be really great, and we can work on our active solution when we get to the presentation.
I'm first up after.
Oh, fantastic! Then we can totally take care of that before the session starts.
You should be here several minutes before the session starts.
Yes.
Definitely. All right.
I could have told her that. But I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I got it.
I'm on it.
Look,
is there sound on your presentation?
You said what? We're waiting for the one that they have sound effects.
You know,
You can add it.
if he's the first
Yeah, that's actually kind of.
That's why I was like, look, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you.
That was great. He told him what the priority was and that those were his options. Hopefully, now we know how to get this to work if we need to use it.
Yeah, hard
now
shutdown.
we actually can. Because
Close it down completely.
What's it called?
Well, we hope anyway.
In theory.
What is it? Playback Pro.
I don't want any more of my ideas screwing him up, you know what I mean? So I'd rather you guys screw each other up at the end.
You should be good.
And yeah, if
He's first.
I'd love if he's insistent on it, I love the thumb drive just to give it a try right
Well,
here.
I figure if we can do it, I'm more fine with doing that. Swapping out the thing. That seems to be what messes them up.
Yeah, and not to mention it looks ugly because like I have to be on camera a bunch. You know?
I get what it's just we don't. It's a bigger hassle. Oh, you got a longer cord.
Ever so slightly. Well,
Good job, man.
It crapped out on me. Moving on up, man.
Oh, the little one's not working?
Yeah, I had to like twist it in a certain manner for it to start working again. I guess it has to be. It's making such a hard bit.
Yeah.
Of course.
The cables only last so long no matter how good the cable is.
Yeah.
They can only connect so many times before they start losing that.
Yeah.
Well, the Apple ones are very confusing to me because their insulation is like wildly thin. Especially
you understand that Apple
seems
wants
like
you to have to buy a new one.
I don't even know, dude.
Apple wants you to buy a new one.
But Greg's right. It's like it's almost like they wanted to break.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is.
Like planned obsolescence. You know?
Yeah, wow.
All the suckers get one item after you.
Because Apple's really concerned about the environment. Oh wait, what? Of course, none of the hipsters that use Apples ever bring that up.
Yeah.
Like, we're environmentally friendly, but you designed your computers to be obsolete within 2 years. How environmentally friendly is that?
The one that always gets me is like having a conscience about stuff just doesn't let you consume certain things.
Well, I'm just saying.
You really have a
That's what I'm saying. It's like, but all the people that act like they're like that, the Mac is part of the thing. It's like, you understand the Mac is like the root of evil. To what
It's the big problem.
Yeah, it's the root of your form of evil that you're thinking of. You know, this is the worst, and we're destroying it. All you people are destroying the environment. Oh, is that your 5th Mac in 5 years? Oh, well,
It doesn't work with the socially conscious
Yeah,
mindset.
that's what I'm saying. Who's really destroying the environment, brother?
Yeah.
Brother. Yeah, what do you do? Make comments, judge people.
Honestly, I wish laptops were easier to build on your own, but no one seems to want to let that happen.
Well, laptops you can build on your own. If MacBooks you can't.
Well, but even with the PC laptops, I feel like it's hard to find
It
of
is.
those blank components. Like you can't get a shell like you can get for
You can. There are
desktop.
companies that sell them, but it's just limited, and
Well, see, but that's where
it's so much easier to build a tower, and towers are so much easier to upgrade that laptops aren't. So I think people build tower. Well, people used to. I don't really do that anymore. People build towers and they buy laptops to use. You know what I mean? But it's towers you can build and customize and swap out RAM and all that stuff. You can on laptops too, but.
But so much of that doesn't work. Like you can't swap out graphics cards or any of the
That's right.
other internals because they're building them or they're designing them to only fit.
Well, right now what they do is they just build a special processor and motherboard for the laptop that has the video card embedded, and it has everything embedded on it, and they'll sell you it with another video card, but that other video card does nothing but physics and an outboard monitor. So people buy like, oh, I've got this with the Ryzen, blah, 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 and the video, the VGA, whatever, but it turns out that's not actually powering your monitor on the.
No, it's so stupid. I had 2 laptops break on me. I think it was either last year or 2 years ago. And it was just, one was one I had lying around that was a previous like college workspace kind of thing, and the other one was my kind of go-to like Vectorworks in the field laptop. And I popped them both open to see if I could salvage anything from it, and I was like, this is fucked. I can only take, like I took the small RAM I had, I took the memory because all of that was easy. I could swap it out with just a new connection in my desktop, but I was just like, I can't fucking do anything with it.
Well, the problem with most of that shit is by the time you're ready to rebuild something, all the stuff is advanced so far. Like memory has changed, everything has changed to where you're putting an old piece of gear in a new piece of gear, and it actually limits the new piece of gear.
Yeah, and that's where, I mean, even thankfully with hard drives, I don't run into that problem as much, but I'm getting to the point where some of the older drives I have.
It's all about size.
But this is the thing, some of the older drives I have are so old that they're not processing fast enough for what my computer's doing.
It's also that like old hard drives are so small now that why would you use them?
Why would I ever want one of the bigger, bulky WD ones where it's
the WD that's giant, but it's really 120.
I have a few of those, and it's funny because they're like, they're exactly like that.
I have a whole thing in my room full of old.
They're like 128, and then I have, I think, a 500 gig drive. It's like smaller than my phone.
I bought a 2 terabyte, like one of those WD hyper ones that are super fast. This big, 2 terabytes for like $100. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? It's pretty ridiculous.
I'm glad the pricing is going down. Finally, because I feel like for a while.
Now memory is not as much of an obstacle as it used to be.
No, yeah.
Are we ready to go to lunch?
Yeah, I
think
so.
we're good. Music's playing.
We're leaving all this up, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
If not, I'll hear all about it.
There. Actually, iPad, I'll hide it. There's the iPad.
What is it?
11:05.
Oh, great.
09. Sorry.
09. But do they want us to wait until noon in case there's an emergency pop-up meeting for an hour?
I thought that was a protocol and stuff. I was like, what the fuck are you guys still doing here? That first day.
Shannon's protocols are different than everybody else's.
Right. I mean,
I haven't been told. I was told our room is done, but I haven't been told to go to lunch. So.
Yeah, the same. Or that's the. That's fine. That's fine. I'm thinking it's working.
I don't know. I don't get it. I agree because you have a. I'm trying.
cameras where I work. So.
Yeah. Well, I think you should be. They're everywhere anyway, you know.
No, but that's I kind of feel like one of the very few nice things about here. Like,
well, sure. Cameras all over the place.
No.
Except for all the ones on your laptop that are right in front of you. Are you sure? They can remotely turn them on, you know.
Yeah, I know, but you can't. As far as I know, it's illegal to disable like recording light remotely.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I've seen some stuff. As soon as we went into the pandemic, people in San Diego State were starting to have problems because some professors were requiring a lockdown for us, which would I guess it is fully just like a remote, except it's a remote that makes if you click out of whatever webpage you're in, you're just marked as failed. But if you're doing a test something like that.
So if you got accidentally kicked, you fail.
Completely.
If your computer has a problem, you fail.
And that's where people were starting to be like,
and
we're
yeah.
I've heard that there are some limitations on what they're allowed to do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's different if you own it.
Yeah.
And these guys own that stuff, so I think they have administrative rights over them, so they can do whatever they want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they can't do that if you work your own private personal thing and you're on the network, but it's theirs.
Yeah. So that would make sense.
They can arm or disarm anything they want on those.
Oh.
I know we've done these shows before where literally they were watching us and we didn't know.
Really?
Through those, yes. And listening to us too. And they're like, oh, yeah, I heard this and this and that. I'm like, how'd you hear that? And we walked down and saw the room, and literally the guy's sitting there monitoring everyone's conversations in the room. I'm like, dude, really? That's what you're fucking.
Big Brother's always watching.
They want to catch you, dude. They want to catch you. Well, it's just like a man you guys on your phones. Well, I remember it was funny because the whole phone thing came up and it was like, it was on shows that need to be rated. I'm like, well, we'll call you when you blah, 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 or you text us, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, dude, you want us to use our phones to communicate with you, but not use our phones for anything else? Like, it's not your phone. Either I can't use my phone or I can use my phone. I cannot use my phone for you and not for anyone else now. But I mean, I don't get in that real life, but it's the morals of it.
Well, yeah, you start thinking about it. My lead's gonna call me when I'm halfway across the internet. I'm gonna answer it. I need to know what he wants to say, but like, if I'm in.
Exactly. They want you to use
or
it.
sometimes people have kids and they're in daycare or there's also.
You know what I mean?
This is all
You
private
chose
kids.
to procreate. Don't give me your shit because you decided to have a kid. I tell people, oh, that's why I get a tax break. And that's why, you don't. I'm like, wait a minute, shouldn't you not get a tax break? Because you have the kids and the extra mouths to feed. I don't. I didn't make more responsibility for the world.
What's the tax break? Because I mean, if there were no child labor laws, then they wouldn't get a tax break because then it'd be like, we'll get to work so the fucking government can grab some shit off of you.
A lot of people have the kids if there was no child labor law.
Well, you need a lot more kids.
Yeah. And well, they'd be running. They'd be rubbing them off a lot faster.
Well, that's why Mexicans always have like a soccer team's worth of kids.
You're like, these kids are too old. I need a new batch.
Yeah. You're creating your own little empire.
Alright.
I need to play worse.
What's the report? Are we good?
No, this is just my favorite room, so I just come in here anyway.
Oh, shucks. I bet you tell everyone last week, like John does.
Yeah, it looks like I have something else. Surprise lunch in.
This cable.
I still wonder what this HDMI is.
Probably a
This would eventually come out on me because I'm like going off of a
I like that it's laying on top of the other one.
It's been there.
That's
finally snapped and turned.
I know what that's from.
Yeah, the freaking those rods.
Yeah. I was trying to stay incognito last night. So fucking funny. And a delivery. And I put in my wrong phone number. So I'm sitting out in front of the hotel waiting. And then my boss calls me over the phone and was like, hey, you have a delivery at the front desk of the hotel. I'm like, oh, shit. Like, okay, thanks.
They know your business like that? What the hell?
No, I did. I put in my wrong phone number, so he went into the lobby, put underneath my name, and then the person that's with me in the room called instead of had that. So then, like, I'm in the room with my boss, so it was like, well, I'm sitting out in front of the hotel waiting. My boss calls me, was like, yeah, hotel just called up. You have a delivery at the front desk.
Thanks.
Well, that's weird. Early lunch, or should we
Call it
plan
right
to?
now and ask.
All right. Can we fade away a little early?
I'm pretty sure if you're done like this,
Right.
he would probably tell you the same thing of, butts and seats at one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But
They're not, it's.
who knows?
What time was the schedule to end this last session?
11.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
My next session is at 2 from what the paperwork says.
What's 12 to 1? Walk away right now.
All right, Mike, go back.
Right now.
Back at 1, gentlemen.
All right.
See, told you.
Yeah, yeah.
We just want to make it official and not do it on the radio
Right.
if possible. Kosher. I gotta pull my thing out and try to knock your coffee and shit over.
Yeah, I'm taking that with me.
And maybe unplug the power for Lucky. No, no.
We made it.
Can't believe I did that one morning.
Didn't unplug that freaking. My whole jacket was hanging on it. If I scooted, I think if I scooted violently toward the table, my jacket would have pulled it with
Probably
it.
wouldn't happen at all, but
Yeah.
still, I've had it happen to me before and it hurts.
Well, they're all in there. God.
Dale said that happened to his room at one point. Like, they ended up chasing everything down, and then he like finally found it off the wall, and he saw some lady like 2 seats away from it. And he's like, "Did you unplug this?" She's like, "Yeah." And she's like,
Why do you say that? Because my phone's plugged into that wall?
I've never seen that
If
too.
I accidentally unplugged something in a room like that, something happened when I did, I would plug it back in and then out loud go,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what she did. But then she pretended like she didn't do any of it. I had my jacket just in case. And I got my wallet in there. Stupid.
I was gonna hang in here anyway and play with Zoom, but then I realized that all 3 of the other people that I work with are in like a team meeting thing in the offices. So I'm like, I can't hang out in one place. I have to roam the entire thing.
You have to float hard, heavy.
But we don't have lunch, so. Oh, that's right here constantly walking out and on.
Yeah, that's how you get that stand fun, I guess. Yeah. Oh, what time is it now? Oh, hell yeah, lunchtime, dude. Fucking nap time. I already knocked my shit out. Got a fresh ass coffee. 2 espressos this time.
Especially since we have to strike.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. So you confirmed that we are striking this room?
No idea. None yet. I could go ask, I guess.
Yeah.
I
feel I never got his name. I have to ask him. I hate when it gets awkward like that. You know, it's been like chilling for like days, and they're like, "What was your name?"
I'm really bad about that. Because I just want to do it.
I never introduced myself. That's the thing.
I don't either.
I just like, so dude, and then and then there's that. I call people dude for like so long, I forget their names, even if I did learn it.
I'm not a big introductions kind of person. So.
Same. It's gonna be a great nap right now.
What's your belly out? Sorry, man. All right, well, Father John, come here, dog. I want to visit.
right, here we go. Let's see. I saw a list of rooms that were striking tonight.
Yeah.
I did not see this room on that list.
Interesting.
So there's a good chance we are not striking this room, which means we will still be coming back as operators tomorrow, which is kind of what I would prefer.
Yeah, I'll take it.
It's the best attitude ever. Did you have a nice lunch?
Yeah.
Did you go somewhere? Or?
Yeah, I go out to the bait shack.
Oh, you do that every time?
Not every time, but often. I like it out there.
Yeah, I used to do it all the time. I actually liked it better when it was JJ's. Did you ever work here when it was JJ's?
No.
JJ used to have this, like a ribeye sandwich with like honey mustard and grilled onion. Oh my God.
Yeah, it sounds
I mean, it's not something I can eat anymore anyway, but
Well,
it's
yeah.
something I used to eat all the time there.
I feel bad because Shannon walked in apparently when I was laying down.
In here? What were you doing? You were laying on the chairs? Oh, don't do that.
Okay.
Especially around Shannon, because now he's going to give you shit about it all the time.
Yeah.
But he won't. That's all he'll do. He might give you shit in front of everyone. He's not going to like, well, he's an e-board guy, so. Did he wake you up?
No, I got up and he was there, standing.
Oh. Did he say anything?
Yeah, he's like, kind of weird, man. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. And he was like, don't apologize to me. You didn't offend me. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not. The room's not going, but theoretically you don't do that because a client might walk in and if you want to find a spot behind the screen, you know what I mean, or under a table, that's different. But
I realized that.
I got one of the guys here that doesn't work with us very often, but used to work with me all the time. I got in a big fight with him because we were doing the Super Bowl in like whenever it was 2008 or whenever we had the Super Bowl here. It wasn't the Chargers, but it was the Rams. No, it was the Redskins and the Tampa Bay, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe no, that was Tampa Bay and the Raiders. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're setting up this giant thing for all the bus drivers, right, in one of the main halls. And we're done setting it up, and it's like an hour and a half before the show is. He decides to lay down on the front row of seats. And I'm like, dude, there's like 348 meeting rooms that are not going right now. Could you mind going to one of those rooms? He goes, no, you shut your fucking control. Started busting down on me because I didn't want him sleeping in the meeting room. I wasn't saying he couldn't sleep. I just was saying, hey, maybe not in the room that all the clients are going to walk. Go to one of these other rooms. You don't really have that option here, so.
I just felt bad because I feel like I don't want him to get the wrong impression.
It's better Shannon saw you than one of our actual uncles. But yeah, it's a good word of rule is go behind the screen or do what he did. I know it's creepy, but
yeah,
there's a reason why he did that.
Yeah,
and it's probably funny that Shannon thought it because it's better him than someone who's going to knock you out. You know what I mean? He might knock you off, but he's going to do it in a humorous fashion in front of your dad to be silly. But he won't because that's not his style.
Makes sense.
He'll tease you to your face in front of us, but that's as far as what we're Shannon. He's not about, he's not about busting balls other than just to bust your balls. He's not about getting you in trouble. It's about, just bringing light to it.
But it's hard to believe when he's also an e-board compliance member.
Yeah, it took a while. And he got a lot more serious. He used to be a lot more jokey, offensive all the time. Now he's taking things a lot more seriously. So he's still very humorous, but he got voted in before your dad did. Dad took like 5 passes to get voted in.
Yeah.
Shannon got the first ballot. He's the only one that got the first ballot.
Wow. Kind of impressive, right?
What?
It's kind of impressive, right?
It is. But I mean, he had just lost his brother. A lot of things had happened that kind of led up to that. And he was interested before. He wasn't interested in doing that. But he's a high up guy, so he has the right. And we needed a new voice there, and give him a shot.
Yeah.
Where Dave has been there before, so it's not like it would be a big thing, And because he's a steward, there's a lot of counter opinions. You know what I mean? Because he actually affects the bottom line, where Shannon doesn't usually do that. He's usually just the guy on the show. So we have interesting dynamics, dude. To say the least. At least we have good music to listen to. I should have warned you the other day when you were laying down there. You know what I mean? But it's not that big of a deal. It's not like the room was in session or like a client walked in inside.
I just didn't think about it because it was like 12:20.
And you're not the first one to do it.
No, I know that.
We'll see what happens if he comes in and gives
you're right. Shit, don't feel bad about it, dude. It's just a thing. It's
No,
done.
I get you. I get you.
Don't get me thinking about it too, because I'll start giving more reasons to worry about it. But there's really no reason to worry about it at all, dude. You're fine.
For sure.
You're golden.
I'm
Like I
just.
said, they're already pulling you out of rooms to save other rooms. I think you're gonna be all right, dude.
I hope so.
I told you that was my first like 5 years at the local. That's all I ever did was bail people out. So then I teach them how to do stuff, and then they bump me from the next call because I taught them how to do that. So Oliver done that. Oliver did that to me on an audio gig. I was like one of my first head audio gigs doing a breakouts. You know, and I was like, stoked, and we come in and Coy had talked to him like the show before or something about something, and showed him one thing, and Oliver got into his mind that he's now a qualified A1, blah blah blah, and bumped me off the call, bumped me off when I was still on the call, bumped me out of my position, and then came to me 2 minutes later. Was like, okay, that happened, but what I want you to do is show me how you did all that stuff so I can do it. And I said, I'm never going to show you a thing ever again, dude. Ever again, dude. He's like, why? I'm like, because you used what I showed you to bump me off my call.
What do you mean?
That's so classless and scummy and just, jeez, dude. So now, I've got to be careful what I do. But it's hard for me not to help people, so.
Well, yeah. Especially, I mean, it's kind of the idea around here.
Well, it's supposed to be, but unfortunately it's not shared by everybody, That's why people like me have skeptical beliefs in our education system and stuff like that, because that's happened so many times to me that now I just don't know if I trust my brothers so much when it comes to that. I'd rather have a certified technician tell me whether I'm qualified to do something or not than somebody who has an opinion about me or, I just don't think it's on the up and up. But that doesn't mean it isn't. It just, that's what leads me to believe that is because I've had it happen so many times. And I think Nathan's legitimate, for sure. And I'll still do classes, but I just am skeptical when certain people are teaching them, and it's like, yeah, if you don't know what you're talking about, how do you know whether or not I'm qualified to do it or not,
Yeah, we just don't have a certification process, really.
Well, if we do, it can't be through us. No. It needs to be through somebody else. It needs to be through a third-party entity that doesn't have sway, you know what I mean? And that's hard to do. Yeah. But we're not moving that direction right now. We're moving the opposite direction, so. And people learn differently too, Like I said, I can learn a lot better if I can watch something and review it and watch, you know what I mean? Like actually stop and start when I need to. And if you give me a piece of gear and a video, I can master it. The problem is a lot of the stuff I have to learn is without gear. So you're just learning theory. You're not actually.
It's kind of where it gets hard.
Yeah. And even in our classes, we rarely have the right stuff. So it's like, you can go through theories and stuff like my feedback's class. No education whatsoever. There was no sort of, because he didn't have the gear to show us. So it was like, in theory, here's a screenshot of what you might be looking at.
For VMix?
Yeah.
That was interesting because you just need the program really.
Kind of, but we had no way of importing anything or even the program to do the class, so or a switcher nor anything else. So it was kind of. But that doesn't mean you can't look it up on YouTube and learn how to do it in 5 minutes. It's just one of those.
Well, you can't put heads on it.
No, but you couldn't do that in our class anyway, so. That's kind of a grain of salt. That's why, like, if I do a new digital board, I'll literally do a bunch of different YouTube videos on it just to make sure I know one thing on it or whatever it is I'm trying to figure out. Because I know audio in general. I know most Pixie boards in general, but there's so many different ones now that sometimes you walk into a room here, you haven't used that board in, ever. And they're just slightly different from each other. Like, it took me a little while to figure out that you needed an iPad to do these mixers correctly because they don't multi-touch. A lot of people don't know that still, so they try to mix, and the pushing doesn't let you do that. It'll let you touch one, so it's not a touches mix. It's a touch mix.
Singular.
However, the 30-channel one does let you do multi-touch on it.
There's a 30-channel one?
Uh-huh.
How are you gonna do that?
But that one also crashes and shuts the whole thing down, so. I think they put firmware corrections on them, and they don't do that as much now as they did before, but it was enough. It happened enough times for most people that use these stop using them. Once it kills your meeting once or twice, you just don't.
Yeah, you just don't point.
Oh, you guys didn't think of this.
Hi, we did.
You did?
We're at the end of it right now.
Okay, we have the six of them.
So I put the keynote file is on this.
Beautiful.
And there's a PowerPoint file, which is the second talk. Mine's the first.
Okay.
Oh, got it.
It's a PowerPoint. Would you rather have
Mine's keynote.
Yours is keynote. We're going to run yours from back here, but
Yep.
The other one
put on the other one.
is hers.
Okay, cool. I'll load that one on.
And then we'll make sure, since you came in early, we'll make sure we take time to test and make sure it all works.
See if it works. Perfect.
Oh, there's our video guy right there. Hey, video guy.
Hey.
I need a video guy right now. Oh, there he is. So he brought his thumb drive. It's got her presentation, which we're now uploading on the PC. Okay. And then we're going to try to put this up on the Mac, and we're going to test it. Yeah. I mean, you're in charge. You tell me, but that was the plan until you popped out of the wall there.
Charge. Somebody did something wrong there.
Yeah. Well, you're in charge of video, sir. I'm the one with the radio, so literally I'm in charge, but have the least amount of responsibility. So yeah. I'm the one leashed. You're the one unleashed. Go unleash yourself on these people. I know. No, it's cool, man. I appreciate you came out of there, but we did go to lunch way early, and then here, so we might as well take care of them and just give them some opportunity to test it before and make sure it actually kind of works this time. And we don't. Oh, but we can't because we're running the loop right now. That's some fun. Well, I guess we can take the loop off for a minute, right? And then relaunch, or we relaunch Playback Pro. Yeah, could you even take the loop off of there? Oh yeah, you know what happened when you do that? Well, can't you fall asleep somewhere without your boots on? They put basically they put marks on it. You know that?
Well, it's the opposite. If you fall asleep with your shoes on, that means you didn't intend to fall asleep.
Oh, that's you actually are right. You actually are right. That's why I never slept at parties, no matter what. 'Cause people always got it confused.
Right.
That's why I had a truck. I just go out in the truck and pass out in the truck. Yeah, I had a shell, so it was. So they're sharing it. They're sharing it. There's a thumb drive that has both of them. He is uploading hers onto there, and then we're going to come back and upload it onto this computer. Stretch out. So are we. You're good. Oh yeah, plenty of time. That's good. Well, when he came in, we're going to have a chance.
I already uploaded the PowerPoint for the 6th.
Yeah, well, it wasn't doing that before. That's a new thing. So I don't know if that was a glitch.
You want to lower down the volume or something? Does it matter? All right.
Oh, I mean for that.
Yeah, I'm going to close it down.
We're gonna close it down. So we're going to test his keynote right now to make sure it works. And then we'll have to pull the remote.
Yeah,
Back
exactly.
here for that.
Yes. Right.
I'm telling you what you already know. Right.
PowerPoint. That's not the honest thing on like here.
Are you presenting in this one as well?
Yes, I was gonna ask for the USB.
The thumb drive?
The dongle here? Oh, the USB.
We were using your.
I have one right. I have one right here.
You can probably borrow it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is it the one plugged? Oh, you mean your leather one? Didn't you lend that out to somebody?
No, I had it. Oh well, it's all good.
Maybe John took it back.
Oh, John had a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're going to try to put your keynote on here as well. Is that the plan?
Mine is PowerPoint.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Smooth. Yeah, you know. Okay. You came in early to let us troubleshoot, so that's good. It's taking a while.
Yeah, we have time.
Just to close it.
Yeah, it's a copy.
Oh, it's a pretty big. Do you have a lot of linked videos and stuff in there, or?
No, it's graphics.
Okay, everything's embedded into that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
You know why I asked. But we'll find out here in a second as soon as it's all uploaded.
So we'll confirm this and then swap back to the loop for the remaining hour.
I'm gonna let them know.
Yeah, give them the heads up.
Hey, this is 7A. We had to kill the loop for a minute to test a keynote on this back machine. 7A. That's why you're not seeing the loop again. My freaking thumb drives.
Oh no.
That's weird. Finally.
Okay, I'll exit this one. Or eject this one. Okay.
Given us.
Oh yes.
Tends to let you right click if you actually have a way to right click. Give it a minute. It's got to unpack everything and make sure everything works. Yeah.
I think it's an extended screen though.
think it's what?
I didn't know if it was an extended screen or not.
I think we were actually set up correctly last time. It just was.
It was the Playback Pro
It was
part
the
of it.
playback pro that was screwing up.
Plus it starts off on the last one, right?
Oh, this is because it's on the last.
It was, yeah. No?
It's auto scrolling if you go too far up. So just drag
Isn't
the.
there a play from the beginning underneath the play? Look at that play tag. Or do that. Whatever. Cool. Beautiful.
Fantastic.
So do we want to test to make sure the clicker works?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
So we're going to have to physically move that in between Toms. So we're going to do it right now and make sure it works.
Are you first? Yeah, I'm first.
Okay. Oh, beautiful. Then we'll just leave it over here for you.
Yeah, for that.
Oh, I was going to ask you, do you have that one? If you did, then you could help them out.
I could, if I
I
did.
didn't give it out because it's got porno on it and stuff. You know, you don't want to put that out in the crowd. I don't really have porno. Not that I'm aware of anyway. That I have lived it out recently. So. I do believe there's a Fish album on there, which some might consider porn. All right.
All right, sir, you can go ahead and click forward and backward. I guess in theory, in any direction. Maybe we're too far.
Make sure it's turned off. I mean, the clicker itself. There's a switch on the side of that? That should be green.
It was on the morning.
Okay. Well, let's see how close you need to be. This might change the whole dynamic here.
That's interesting. Oh. No way, you have to be this close. Let's
Well, that
try
might
to-
have been you reseating it too.
Let's
Might
see.
not have been seated completely.
Have they got it too far? Let's see if it'll keep clicking.
The other option is, well, we don't have an extension, but you could lift that thing up higher. So that's probably not going to be. Oh, let's see if we can get a perfect Q.
Yeah.
This is 7A. Is there any possible way to get a perfect Q brought to us?
Oh, that's cool. You can see the slides on the little tab right here.
That's a preview tab.
That's badass.
Anyone copy that for 7A? Perfect Q for 7A?
Oh, hold on. In the meantime, I still need to get that thumb drive.
Yes. That would be great. Let me know. We've got a remote, but it's not working from the back of the room right now.
Or maybe if we get a secondary, if there's another clicker, maybe they have better ranges.
I mean, they're all the same. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't seen a different type of clicker on the show. I've only seen those ones that same box.
Yeah, lame.
But they should work. Honestly, that's kind of weird. But the first Q would be great. We should have used these rooms in the first place. But it seems like. Thank you so very much. It would be a show saver at this point.
You want me to walk down and get it? Or are they walking it up?
Well, the problem is the distance. The computer's in the back of the room. It's in the front of the room. We have a clicker, but it's not reaching.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a great idea, Chris. Thank you. I know I sound serious.
I'm sounding sarcastic.
When the oracle speaks, you need to listen. What's up? Don't you want to go at 2 o'clock? It does, but my clients are all here and they want to make sure stuff works, and we want it to work.
You can also try lifting the laptop.
It's plugged into a dongle, which is plugged into a bunch of things, so
which is also
might not
walking
be a
the
great
table.
idea.
Luckily for you, I just had a Royal Mandarin, so cool.
Oh yeah, well, maybe a little salty though. Did you have the chicken wings?
But I had sweet and sour sauce when it was sweet too.
Oh, that's good. Well, you've always been a little sweet and a little
It's
sour.
true.
You are sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah. I wouldn't call me saucy.
Well,
Pretty saucy, yeah, and pretty saucy.
You might not, but anyway. So yeah, you heard what I was doing. We're just trying to put it on here so it's not going to discombobulate the whole room. But as it turns out, no matter what we do,
If anything, at this point, it's better to just throw his stuff on them.
I think I don't care.
I know, 100%. You're going to go get a frappuccino, maybe take a poop. I get it. And we don't expect that. We didn't call a regular float. We called a super float, right?
I didn't even think about the Frappuccino, but you might be on it.
Yeah, I think you can go. You know what? Go get yourself one of those heavy ass teas that just.
They don't have them.
Oh, they got rid of them because of you, huh?
Yeah. No.
You finally killed somebody.
They ran out. They don't have the berries.
Oh, remember there was all that green tea concentrate. I remember you gave me one of those when I just about killed me. Yeah. I drank like a third of it. Like, how come I feel like my heart's gonna come out of my chest?
I wasn't having to give you extra berries and have them blended.
Yeah.
So it was a smoothie.
Yeah. That's why they're out of it. They're like, someone's taking all of our profit. What's going on? What's that guy?
Oh, wait, dude, I went there the other day. I got the four Frappuccinos for 81 cents.
You tipped them fat though, right?
Yeah, I get $5.
Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. Thanks, Shannon. Thanks for the assistance. We'll let you know if there's anything you can do. He's such a funny dude. Yeah, or he'll wait until you forget about it. And I'm just, you heard me say I didn't call for a regular floater. I called for a super floater. I like that his go-to is just put up there on his. He's the first guy, dude. But I think he's a video guy. So
Yeah.
what he wants to do.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. It's for you, bro.
Thank you. You know how much I needed to hear it over and over again. You know, it's like I've always heard
What's
this.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. They want it on for the stream, but I can bring it down for you. Yeah, I have yet to find anyone that actually likes his music. I mean, it annoys everybody. I have yet to see anyone that's been like, "Oh, this is great." Can you turn that up, bro? Can you pump that through the house?
You know, after 5 days, I think it's starting to grow on me.
Yeah, what sucks is I go to the bathroom and I find myself humming this shit. It's like, dude, really? And the worst of all the worst songs, to the Chipmunk song that's stuck in my head.
I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Hey, you know what? You are the V1. So whatever you determine is the right path is what we're going to do, okay? If you want to put it up there, you're more than welcome to do that. I just thought that would set precedence.
It definitely would, you know.
And it might make no difference what we do because it's probably going to set precedence anyway. So
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, John's recommendation was to lift that up and put it and raise the laptop up and like do this.
That's hilarious.
Everything here, we don't want to do that. Oh, this is your song, dude.
Okay, so I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna shut down the power. There we go.
Hold on, we gotta bring it back up. Well, no, we're in Playback Pro. We gotta reopen Keynote.
I have to completely close.
It's not you, it's
Playback.
us. He's getting a perfect cue. He's found a perfect cue too.
Awesome.
And that will definitely, as long as we have the USB cable connections. But if not, you can click it, you can advance it for the worst case, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, great, that'd be amazing. Can we do that?
I mean, it's the same
It's
thing.
it's this heavy duty text surround that's blocking it.
This drape is too thick.
It's the super thin drape. It's just. Thanks for trying, Chris.
All right, cool.
Anything to get you over here for a minute, you know.
Yeah, I needed to, get some.
We gotta try plan A first, you know.
Making sure I maximize my steps.
Thanks for being part of the solution, Chris. We really appreciate
it.
I mean, if we had
you open that?
If we had a slide USB extension, we had a USB extension cable, we'd probably be fine to just plop it right
I
over
totally
the
agree, but we don't.
thing.
But he's bringing up a perfect cue, which should be the
Throw
ideal
it over
way
the
to do this.
monitor, and it probably would have been just fine.
I was getting ready to do the next slide things. People love that.
Yeah, next slide, please. When they do the.
Especially when you're on video.
I did it before we left.
No, I believe.
Bothered me seeing it open for some reason. Because we were not going to be in the room. I don't know why. Yeah, a little bit. Got it.
I'm out.
You run the coffee.
I love how we got 2 lights on there.
No, it's refilled. Oh, I need to find out who's too, just to see who we're missing.
Oh yeah, could you ask about virtuals too? About virtuals too.
Oh yeah, everything seems to be approved.
I think
doing a great
so.
job.
switch to that computer just so that you can?
Sure. Well, how are you at programming these? Pretty good.
The analog ways?
Any switchers?
I've never tried, but I've never had a problem with.
If you can program one of these, you probably can program a Folsom or a Barco or any of those.
Oh,
They're more simple than these are.
I've never tried to program one of these, but I do pretty well with system menus. I've found.
It's just about learning what the.
It's what the things do.
What the outputs are. It's just
and that's never, signal flow through has never been a problem for me.
This switcher's confusing because of the layers.
Oh.
People get lost in the layer system. You don't know how to black a layer out and go back to the layer because it's very different from Barcodes. Barcodes didn't have that. If you wanted a logo or a story, you had a button for that. It wasn't a hidden layer with a different number. They're kind of confusing. This one's not as bad, but the pulse ones are.
I've heard the pulses are a little interesting.
They're just quirky and they're like backwards invented.
Interesting. No, yeah, I want to get more switcher experience. The only other one I've used is an ATEM.
So far. But I mean, those also can be real quirky depending on what you use. A mini ATEM or one of the regular ones?
It was the one at the Shell. I think it was a mini.
Did it have a screen and stuff on it?
Yeah.
Then it was a regular one. The mini ATEM is like this big and it has it's just buttons.
Wait, it might.
It's like this big. It's almost the size of this. It's got a bunch of pre-select buttons on it, but nothing else.
Oh no, I think it had a screen. So I think it was the full one.
I don't think they scale, but they do just about everything else.
The minis?
The minis. The regular ATEM can do a lot of things, but it really needs to be addressed and configured every time. And if you're doing different input refresh rates, it has a hard time. Like if you're shooting with a camera at 60 or whatever, and something else is at a different, it has a hard time. Thank you so much. I think that's going to be a
solution.
Yeah,
And
well,
it's
because the clicker doesn't work.
different from the other one, so
We hope behind that.
I did.
The
Oh,
method.
good. I tested it. It's been tested and working.
Awesome. But that's why you're not hearing the loop on the thing right now. And now, I'll shut it down one more time. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Does this one have a loop on it too?
Yep.
Cool.
There you go.
Save.
Oh, good.
Oh, nice. A real laser.
You want to bring it up and I'll check it for you?
He's not here. It's good to go now, or it should be. Should have been. Oh.
Well, that's the other. We switched the other computer. So we're just going to try this remote real quick, and then we'll let you run through.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, that's right. You have to be over there.
Yeah, this
Yes,
is
sir.
it.
Make sure it's selected on the right output.
Sorry about that. Just talking about the switcher.
Right.
Or the perfect cue. Sorry.
Both A and B lit?
I think just A.
Is the green arrow going on?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. We're just on A. It is flashing now.
Is it plugged into the USB drive?
No, it is not. That's what's missing. Air gap. We have an air gap.
It's not controlling the jack.
I was gonna say.
If you saw the light work from back there, it should be good.
Yeah. Let me hit that shit real quick.
You like the way I ask things, don't you? Here we go.
Boom. It was working. Or well, you're too close.
He just want to try.
Oh no. There we go. All right. All right.
All right, so now we're open.
And that could be left over at the table, right? Or we'll see when he gets back. He took off for a second.
We'll hand it off.
Thank you,
Oh, I'll leave it up there.
Yeah,
Right?
they-
'Cause he's the first guy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. So I gotta do.
Just gonna have to swap it real quick.
Yeah. But luckily there'll be like that introductory kind of thing.
Yeah. You can totally grab that. Were there any virtual presenters for this one? Okay, cool.
We only have one person. I want to say it's the last person that needs to drop off their presentation. So we're pretty.
Yulia?
Yeah.
Oh, she's also the other mod, so.
Oh, in that case, she's good. Yeah. Well, actually, I think one of them is good.
Makes me happy. Well, I can help you out with whatever you need on this end then while you're up there if you want. So,
Alright.
since I won't be doing too much. Just let me know, and if you want me to switch or something for you, I can just grab it out.
Okay. Oh, right.
But I feel like that's what we've been doing anyway, so.
Yeah, I know, right? If only we could just like use the Zoom in this scenario to feed us our freaking loops instead, or use this computer. If I can drop off this slideshow, we can throw it on here.
I really wish we could have used, like, we could have let that just be a dumb
Something
computer.
universal. Yeah.
Yeah, like there had to be. I wish there was some way to shrink this down a little bit.
Yeah.
I also, to be completely honest, and you know, I don't say this out of anything other than thought, but I feel like there's a way to automate what I'm doing for Zoom. Right now.
I know what you mean. It's
Like,
like you
there-
don't want to talk yourself out of a job, but like.
No, I definitely don't.
Yes, yes, yes. As soon as I finish putting it.
Yeah, it's like I'm not trying to talk myself out of a job, but I don't know if this is fully a job.
But yeah, exactly.
But apparently it's too much for other people.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy how.
I didn't know we had people drop out of this role at the beginning of the show.
Like I just heard about some guy who was like a medic or something.
Yeah, yeah. And he apparently like. Yep. Well, yeah, because he was.
That means I'm happy.
He pushed cases. And, yeah, I guess not.
That should mean you're happy too, right?
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Takes a lot to make me happy. But
That's true.
I'm content. That's what I shoot for.
There we go. You know, it's good to lower the bar sometimes.
Yeah, I just talked to GQ for like 30 minutes, so it brought me down a little bit. I mean, I'm sure I brought him down a little bit too. Greg Quinn?
Oh, Quinny, yes. You know what's funny? For the longest time, I thought his name was
Are you
Quinn.
going back to your?
Yeah, right now. For the longest time, I thought his name was Quinn, and then it was just like a term of endearment when people were calling him Quinny.
No, I call him the quintessential.
Nice, nice. That's a term of endearment right there. Is that working? Yeah. Oh, I need to give the moderators their microphones. Should I tell them to keep it on, and then you'll be on top of it, or?
They can turn it on or off if they want.
Okay.
As long as they know. You know what I mean? We had to leave them on at the beginning because she was doing some frequency checking. That's the only reason.
Oh, I see.
As long as they know where the switch is, which they showed me they did, we should be fine.
I was gonna say, I feel like they've been doing pretty good on keeping it.
Dude, I replaced the batteries once.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
5 days. So yeah, they've been really good on turning it on and off.
I don't know. Are their rooms just burning through them right now?
I think people leave their mics on. Some of these people got stands, so they can just put the mics out and leave them on stands.
You know what? That must probably be part of
Because
it.
I don't have a stand and it's all over the place. I really want them to be able to turn it off because if they leave it in the wrong spot, it's just going to start generating feedback and I won't know where it is. So it's,
Or if they leave it on and then they put it down
that's what
by
I'm
the
saying.
head or something like that.
And it also thumps and runs, so it's just, you got to trust the client sometimes. And if it burns you, then the next time you don't do it. I fucking hate this song so much.
So,
and apparently we have all our presentations, so none of them are remote from what she's telling me.
yeah, I was gonna say Poncho just confirmed it. So I told him I'm gonna back him up at that point then. If he needs help switching or anything like that, I can just do that instead. But
Hey, Poncho,
yes.
do you look out for people that are named Lefty?
That'd be great. No, I'm Poncho the Lefty.
Well, you know, are you Lefty too?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard Willie Nelson's Poncho and Lefty?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's the only way how to or that's my best way to show people how to spell it too, because they spell it right there.
It's a great song.
Or like I say Poncho with an A, it's a soft A like Andre.
You're not old enough to know that yet, but when you get older, you'll start listening to Willie Nelson. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
It'll start making sense around 40.
I think Willie Nelson's doing a show at the Balboa sometime soon.
No way.
See him if you can, because he's not
I
going to do
think
enough forever.
so, because apparently like people like him, and I say like him in the sense that I think more chill acts, because apparently we don't get rock stars or anything fun, are going through the Balboa, but really not a lot of other stuff.
His thing is probably some music and some talking. Too.
Yeah, and that's why, and that's kind of why that stage
That
works
seems
for it.
appropriate, and it's an
Dude,
important.
if you have a chance to see it, go see it, because he's not going to be around forever. And
No,
he's a classic. And
I definitely want to, and now that I've had a few calls there, I feel like I am surprised because I didn't even know where the theater was, to be honest. I don't think I had ever been inside before until I started working there.
Well, it's a niche theater. Sometimes it gets downgraded shows, but sometimes it gets shows that were designed specifically for that size theater because they want an intimate crowd. So it does a little bit of everything there.
And that's kind of where it's also weird because they do all of the comedians.
They do what?
They do like most of the comedians who come through here.
Because comedians don't want to do a show at a giant Civic. You know what I mean? It's too many.
But then they also get the double layers of people. They get the balcony. They get the access to all the drinks and things.
It's
It
a
works.
numbers thing. So
Yeah.
I mean, either you got downgraded from the Civic and that's a bad thing, or your show is designed to beat it that crowd and sold that amount of tickets for that amount of money, and so we get specialty things.
That makes sense. I
You
like
know,
it.
like 20 or 30 years ago, that theater was going to get destroyed. So you know, it's one of those.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was a landmark.
It is a landmark, but
Oh.
it wasn't all. I mean, so was the California theater. They got rid of that. So I mean, it's just.
Where was that one at?
I think across the street from there.
Oh, really? That place is so funny because it is like so out of place right there on 4th. It doesn't make any sense having it there.
Well, if you were at 4th when they built it, it made a lot of sense.
Exactly. But now it's funny because we have. Oh
And
yeah.
and then like the whole Navy thing kind of turned them all into adult theaters, and then that kind of brought the downfall of downtown.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's Ron's favorite fact is that the Balboa used to be a porn theater. It's Ron Hoag's favorite thing.
Well, that might not be true. You know, it's just a fact that he likes.
Peter confirmed it, which led me to believe it was true.
Like I said, all the theaters down there at one point were
Exactly.
because that's all that happened down there.
Yeah.
Gas lamp used to be the worst part of downtown. Used to go. When I was a child, the first time I ever saw anyone stabbed, it was in front of that spaghetti factory.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I mean, downtown back in the day was not a place you wanted.
See, when I was a
City
kid,
Heights.
the worst
City
place
Heights,
was
too, or North Park, even
uh,
for that matter.
yeah.
It was all kind of nasty back then. when I was a kid.
OB was weird to me when I was like first came here. OB.
Well, OB's always been kind of a weird, eclectic city.
But
It's
to me,
like,
that
it's like
was
the Venice Beach of San Diego.
exactly, and that's what I always tell people. My first interaction with OB, like as a kid, as a child, was I literally was walking down the street. It was the first place I ever saw someone just outwardly just smoking. Like,
Oh, it was the first place I ever.
and it was just he was just walking down the street, like fucking hanging out with one of his guys, and it was, we were like on a busy street, and I was just like, oh, you're just okay.
I had a friend
This
of mine
place
that
is
lived
different.
in OB for a long time. You know, he was his
I do
girlfriend.
that.
And
Yeah.
I went down there like one time, and he had moved out of his
child.
apartment. He had moved out of his apartment and was living in a tree in the park in OB with his whole family. They were living in the tree. And I'm like, that is the weirdest shit I ever saw. And then I looked over and there were 4 other people living in the other trees. I'm like, what the?
It's OB.
OB is a strange place.
Yeah, it's OB.
But now it's unaffordable. So back then you could actually afford to get a house and stuff there. Now you can't. So it's changed. You know? Now it's more like Point Loma.
Which is so stupid. But the funniest thing happened was we were doing since the symphony hall's being reconstructed, we're getting all of the La Jolla Music Society stuff over at the Balboa. So they did this pianist who's apparently like rock star level pianist for them. We had to set up a top down cam for his keys as he was playing. Like it was this whole big thing. Lin or Lang Lang.
He was a child prodigy.
No,
But a
he
real
he
one.
was like I think he must have been because it was him. I think his dad was there, but he was very old. He was an older, like he was probably either my age or older. But it was this like kind of not black tie, but like gala type event. And immediately after it lets out, which it lets out around like 9-10ish, it was St. Patrick's Day, and there were all of these drunk people out on 4th Avenue right there. Cause exactly. It's a waste.
Yeah, for real.
No. Oh my gosh.
Literally like right in front of you. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, I think Ryan and Eileen were there a while back, a couple weeks ago.
That was not as bad as the Civic.
It's getting there because Ryan was like, yeah, I saw a dude just like take a poop onto a wall, like just lean up against it.
Horton Plaza no longer being a bustling place is what makes it so Balboa's become as shitty.
Horton Plaza got that way because of the way it people didn't want to go to Horton Plaza anymore.
Oh.
Because it was super scummy. I remember when Horton Plaza was new and it was amazing.
Yeah.
And everyone was, oh, this is so great. And it's so expensive, but we love it. We'll go downtown for this.
It was supposed to be kind of.
It was not
No one
bad.
came downtown before. Nobody came down.
Yeah. Unless you had a good
But
court.
it wasn't like it is now.
Yeah.
No bustle. It's like, oh shoot, why are you downtown? Oh, I got to do free jury duty.
There was
like
very little
zaps.
housing too, yeah.
Say what?
There was very little housing too
Yeah.
there, yeah. I mean,
But now it's all that.
like
Those weird
Now
like
there's
luxury
lots of housing
apartments.
that no one can afford.
yeah,
So
like
now downtown is not filled at all to vacant. I mean, it's vacant. There's
yeah.
I
all those
don't
high-end things
understand.
didn't sell because people didn't want to have them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
they're not ready for the New York lifestyle yet. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
San Diego's not really laid out like New York.
Well, yeah, but also
Damn,
no one
that is
locally
real.
can afford it.
What?
No one locally can afford
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
New York gets the mix of, sometimes the first half of the building is like lower income and the other half is nice, but none of it is like that here.
Well, that's why they have good rent control there, because they realize that it's pushing every single regular person out of the city.
Yeah, the Bronx filled up.
Yeah, but that's the problem we have right now is we have the people in control of the rules are the people that want to make money in housing. So the first thing that goes by the wayside is affordable housing. How do you make housing affordable when nothing's affordable? And what is affordable? Like,
Right.
I love my favorite idea that I thought of was what's that golf course in Mission Valley?
I don't know what it's called, but I know what you're
You know what
talking
I'm talking about. I want to turn that into just like more housing.
I don't, and you know why?
What?
Mission Valley is so
It is so crowded.
But that's going to happen eventually.
I mean, it has to. I don't. Exactly. But this is mine is like, we have Torrey Pines, which is like world renowned level. And
But the price discrepancy between Torrey Pines and that spot in Mission Valley, I bet is
My point
astronomical.
is,
But
probably, but I've never seen anyone at the golf course in Mission Valley.
All right.
The first thing I would do is if I ever was in charge, I'd give it to golf on grand scale.
Yeah.
Like, you guys, go to the desert. Go someplace where it's not going to take good property in the middle of the city. Like you're not like you love everybody. Same with like, oh, you're a polo player, are you? Like, let me tell you how I feel about polo.
You own a horse, don't you?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I agree. It's just like, but that one specifically is so unnecessary because I think in the 4 or 5 years I've lived here, I've never seen a single person like out on it.
I've gotten hit by golf balls in there. I used to work at the town and country fair.
Oh, really?
Hit by a golf ball, my brand new truck. I just bought the truck, and like 2 days later, someone had shanked it over the fence and hit me. I went to the golf course. And I saw the guy do it. I went and found it. He's like, I didn't do it, but this is your ball, and it has your name on it. He's like, oh, God, could be anybody's ball, bro. And I was like, that was why. But you're right. Golfers deserve to not have a place to play. Sorry. Frisbee golf's okay.
Yeah, but frisbee golf you can do in a park.
It's
Anywhere,
kind
yeah.
of thumb in your nose in society when you think it's worthy of having.
Especially right where it is right there.
You know,
Because it's literally, Mission Valley is like so central to what is becoming the greater San Diego area because it's between like Claremont Mesa and downtown, like Hillcrest and all those other neighborhoods. It's just like, it is. It's, I mean,
what they should do is they should
20
take
minutes
there,
away,
knock
yeah.
it down, and just build a giant parking garage there. Because that's what Mission Valley really needs. A giant parking garage and a tram service to take everyone to their cars. And then maybe a heavy security service to keep all your cars from getting stolen and broken into. That's what happens in Mission Valley too.
Yeah.
It's a whole ring of car thieves that just go to the malls one after the other, just take cars.
Dude, it's been even worse than that. There have been people trying to, abducting people. My roommates and some of my girlfriend have all almost been approached by people who are trying to traffic them, like foreign people who are trying to be like, I don't know where to go or something like that. Like one of those schemes where they ask you to do something. Yeah, and it's usually a woman who leads you to a man who then would, strong arm you to wherever they want to go. So like they've all encountered shit like that at like the Westfield and other places down there.
I know they had to close those bridges or the tunnels that went underneath the river because of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's another whole different thing because I don't feel safe walking along the river anymore.
No, I wouldn't either. That's a super freaking home spot now.
And
it's aggressive. That's the difference.
Well, it's
Back in the
that.
day, homeless people weren't super aggressive. They were just surviving. Now it's kind of like they've been pushed into a corner so hard that they have nothing left but to fight.
I mean, last summer, I'm pretty sure someone started a small fire along the river by one of those big apartment complexes. Yeah, because I think they had to helicopter drop it in.
I heard a theory that was started intentionally to get all the homeless people
Really?
out of the riverbed.
That's
probably a vicious rumor, but it seemed to make sense when I saw what happened after the fire. When they cleared every single homeless person out and threw all their shit away. And, oh, I'm sorry, you can't live there. Well, where are they supposed to live? Like, where's the place where they can't live?
Right? I mean, hey, it's still not as bad as what LA did when they decided to build all those tiny homes in that one little. I drove by it the other day when I went back to LA, and it's this tiny part of like North Hollywood or something like that, where there's this small lot, and there's these tiny, like 28 tiny homes or something like that, and it was part of the like initiative to help end homelessness. And I'm like, you built 28 houses for veterans who are homeless, and you think that is going to stop it?
They built 28 houses that'll house maybe
29
One,
people,
one
and
person?
there's 500,000
Why not
homeless
make them a
people.
fucking
What
apartment
was
building
the
and build
what was the
upwards?
plan? Why don't you give them a place to?
The idea of that was to see if it would work, and then to do more.
Maybe, but it was just like it was one of those things where like Arnold Schwarzenegger endorsed it and all this kind of stuff, and I was like, you guys are this is so performative.
They say philanthropy is really what is it? It's code for don't kill me and steal my money. That's what philanthropy is code for. Like it's code for I'm not going to have to pay taxes, so I'm going to do this instead. It's voluntary taxes, basically. What people pay.
I mean, more or less. But that one was
More
just
or less,
that one
exactly.
got under my skin because I was like, this is so pointless. It's in a terrible part of the city where I wouldn't want to stay at night.
People already live there.
Exactly.
So I get it in some aspects, but it's not the fix that we're looking for.
No, not at all.
But there is no fix because shit's never going to go down in value, and everyone that owns a house, the last thing they want to do is have their neighborhood go down in value and
Well, no one even wants to.
Money, so.
No one even wants to sell anymore because if they sell, and even if they do,
they can't afford to buy anything else. Yeah.
No, but even if they do, it's not getting bought by Californians. It's getting bought by foreign investors who can dole it out in cash.
That's what happened when the crash happened. It's like that whole East Lake area. They found out that 90% of the houses in East Lake, maybe not mid-90s,
it's like a pretty high number,
a large
though.
percentage of those were bought by investors and never even lived in. They were bought by investors that were speculating on the price of real estate going, and it did go up. But the fact of the matter is, no San Diegans ended up with those houses.
No,
that happened. No one in East County ended up with any of those houses, or East Lake ended up with any of those houses.
You know, it's funny. A friend of mine was saying that back in he's in Toronto, and he was saying that they had to introduce a set of laws for the high rises because Chinese companies and different real estate groups were buying out the entire apartment high rises downtown and leaving them completely empty because they didn't need to do anything there. They just needed the foreign asset to eventually resell or just to hold for a certain amount of time. And they were just ending up with like he was a construction worker, so he would go and work in some of these places, and they would just be 22-story buildings with nothing inside. Exactly, because now we've.
Some limits on the.
Well,
You're
yeah.
in a neighborhood that's got this many people living there, and this many people need houses, and you're allowing people to buy houses to speculate on.
I know, but that's
speculating on gas or medical healthcare. None of that should be okay.
No.
You're speculating on people's lives.
They're kind of doing that with the Airbnb stuff down here. Aren't they trying to? I think they're trying to limit how much those places can buy in neighborhoods. Like, right? Because I think they're rezoning it.
Yeah, people that own conglomerates that own all of them.
Because they don't fully occupy the spaces, and they don't want that to happen. The idea behind Airbnb is you have a resident making extra additional income for their space. Exactly, and that's I think why the laws are trying to fix it, which I more or less feel like I support at this point for San Diego, just because. No. I mean the laws against it, because it's just like you look at like PB for example. I don't think almost any of those are actually residents anymore.
Mission Beach also. If they're
Mission
not
Beach
apartment
too.
complexes, they're Airbnbs.
That's what PB is pretty much.
That's true.
People that are barely clean.
Who've been there for 40 years and so on and so forth. But like, there's nothing.
That neighborhood is designed for high turnover.
I get that, but I still just am like.
High turnover.
That's true.
But the point of that is no one's actually building anything for anybody but rich people
And I mean, it seems like it's spreading to even further south. Like Chula's getting harder and weirder.
Salton Sea anymore. Salton Sea was given away land before. You don't want to live there anyway. But
no, Salton Sea's ridiculous.
The cheapest places in California are now out of buy range. It's getting like that in places like Michigan and things that were just people were moving away in droves. We're moving back, and it's scary.
That's another one.
It's a scary thing at my age, especially because I know I'll never be able to afford anything, and I know that I'm a couple of checks away from being on the street, having you guys talk about what an inconvenience it is that I'm there. You know what I mean? Like for you guys. I'm just using you as an example, but that's kind of how it's like you all these guys and blah blah blah. Then you realize how close you are to it.
Well, you were saying,
shown us all that we're very close to that ourselves.
Exactly like you said, we don't realize how close our kind of workers are to the poverty line. It's
very close.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like razor thin. We don't have a lot of room for wiggle room around
That's
that.
why when I was telling you about the whole people out
The bumping thing.
Because I don't want to have
the threat of my already that close.
Away from me because someone doesn't think I fit up to their expectations when Their
Exactly.
expectations never mattered before. Like,
No, it shouldn't matter. Yeah.
it's scary because now we're worried about. Now I'm worried. I can't afford a place to live, afford anything to rent. So it's kind of.
To be honest, from a newer perspective, it feels like I'm having trouble justifying trying to stay in this because I've always done entertainment. Like that was what I wanted to do out of high school, and it's just more and more seeming like everyone else who chose another path has a much more stable life than I
This is
do.
not as much. And right
Precisely,
now,
we were just talking about this,
more unstable than it's
and
ever
I'm
been.
like I'm more and more just looking like, do I really want to stay?
Well, you got to think about what I was saying is that there's a chance you get trapped in this, like I did, and like some other people do. Where there's not really many places I can go now at this point.
Yeah.
There's another job I can go do really easily. I'm too old and too overeducated for certain people to want to hire because I'm at this level that it's a trap. It's kind of like being a server. Like if you're a waiter at high school,
if you get stuck,
you get good money, so you think you're good, so you kind of get lulled into
you
it.
never realize that there's a ceiling to how much you're ever going to
There's also a
achieve.
ceiling
And then by the time you realize that, it's a little too late. You're 40-some
But
years old.
that's the problem with what we do is hypothetically there's no ceiling. If you work every day in the year, you'll
But you're a
make it.
slave to your
But
telephone.
then it's exactly like you said, you become a slave to the job.
Well, that's how anybody
Or
works.
you end up dying because you've overworked yourself from what we do.
And as it turns out, the world doesn't really give a shit.
Nope. Inconsequential.
I just want to know why you want so much money and why you collect unemployment.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I don't even know.
That's what
When I worked at Seas,
I'm literally like fucking applying for jobs at the shipyard, like literally these last
Well,
few
'cause you
days.
like that.
Yeah.
Did they call you immediately?
It will. It will be, yeah. But I mean, eventually, the plan is to be the finger pointer. You know.
Well, and if you
I'm the
are
master
already
ranger after 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If you've already done good, it sounds like you could move up to that.
And I did love it,
One
man.
spot.
For
You know what I mean? So
master ranger?
No, NASCO,
not
there's.
everyone moves up. Is my point.
Yeah.
So if your plan is this is what I'm going to be, you got to do the math. Kind of like when I was in college and my teachers said, you're very amazing at this. This is your ability. There are 4 jobs in the state that do this. 4.
Dude.
Like, and that's a harsh reality, but that's the way it is. You know, just
It happened to
I'm
me.
a good football player. I'm the best high school football player. And what's that means? I'm going to go to the NFL. It doesn't mean that. It means that you are in this window of opportunity, but the odds that you're going to make it are so low that
Yeah.
you really got to weigh all that stuff.
When I was in high school, they were still doing the like career training where you answer questions and it tells you what you want to do.
What you're fitted for.
Yeah. The thing I got picked for killed all the hope I ever had for finding a correct
Yeah,
job.
I did that assessment test too.
They told me I should be a fish and game warden.
I got that one too. I got that or plumber.
Exactly.
Or divergent thinker. I think that was the third one.
Divergent thinker.
And I turned out to be that.
And you picked divergent thinker. But the thing about fish and game wardens,
that wasn't even a category. They just put that for me. It was a writer.
they added it.
They're like, for you, divergent thinker.
The thing about it,
you could be a plumber or an aircraft engineer. Like, what the?
those are very different.
Yeah, I think I'm 13 at the time. So how the hell do you know from what I'm answering here what I'm doing?
Yeah. I was
just raise chickens for a living. Well,
it was deeply
people
flawed.
don't do that anymore. So
yeah, I was upset because I was like, there are like 15 spots for fish and game wardens nationally in all 50 states.
I wanted to do that forever. I tried to go to Humboldt State to do that, but I couldn't get into Humboldt State, and I realized the Humboldt State the graduation rate was so low there because everyone goes up there and gets hooked on meth or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other problem. But like, there's just not. It's one of those ones where you kind of like not us, but other tenure places where you have to literally wait for a spot to open.
Well, that's in the city jobs.
I know, and
That's
with
what this job is
the like that kind of forest or whatever that thing is.
City jobs like people do. It's a little different. Not as much. There's still some influence, but it's harder to force someone in your family into the city job without actually having them pass the test and stuff. There's things in the way to keep that from happening. It's happened so much.
Yeah.
But yeah. They'll wait for that test, and then when they pass the test, and then they have to wait. They go get another job, and then 5 years into that job, they get a call. Hey, that job is open. And then the people that did that, like in the last 10 years, the job is open. Oh, but there's a caveat. You don't get any of the benefits that everyone gets, and you get a lower rate, and you're not going to get tenure. And they changed all the rules, so now people don't want those jobs.
You talking about city work?
Yeah. State work too. They changed all the rules. But I think they just now moved it back. But for a while, it was like, no, if you get the job, you have no guarantees of anything. You have no pension. You have no. And it's like, wait.
Well, how is this
but
better?
all these other people you're working with do.
Yeah, that's silly. I've been so hesitant to look at government jobs ever since. I mean, look how many shutdowns we've had in the last 3 years.
You're young. You should be looking at every opportunity.
Oh, without a
and
doubt.
analyzing as much as you can because you're going to have the chance to make those decisions.
But we've just had so much interference in the jobs that hypothetically should never have any, like, ceasing. And I mean, I don't even know how many times we've had governmental shutdowns in the last 12 years. Like, far more than.
All those people are still fine. You know what I mean? Like, if you had one of those jobs during the pandemic,
Yeah,
you were
but
pretty much fine.
You're not going to be at the high level to be fine. City workers are fucked, so they're the ones that are getting furloughed.
Some of them were, yeah.
I
They
think
weren't
so.
never seen other version of the.
But to be fair, yeah, that's like
I mean,
a majority of that was also like
90% of
the
all
construction
employees from
industry.
everywhere got laid off or fired. They didn't bring back they said people didn't want to come back to work. They offered the jobs back to people that were making good money.
No, I mean, look at like
It's kind of a loaded statement when people didn't want their job. No, the people that you didn't want to bring back didn't want their, the people that were cheap that went somewhere else didn't want their jobs back. But all the people that were making good money with you wanted their jobs back, and you didn't take them back.
No.
So, but you got a multi-million-dollar loan to cover paying.
And the problem is, whatever they're pitching now, people are much more critical now. People aren't.
Because they've
the
learned
Great Resignation
the
right now.
stands, yeah.
Like I quit my job, because I was like, oh well.
I didn't have to quit my job. My job quit me.
Yeah.
That's true.
And then unemployment figured out I wasn't worthy of paying unemployment anymore because that was when everyone was getting shamed for being on unemployment. So they just kicked everybody out. Well, there's people that were taking advantage of it, but I wasn't. But because of that, I got flagged and kicked off for some reason. No legitimate reason.
They never even, I think, told me why mine stopped and never got renewed. Yeah, they just stopped, and I just like.
Reapplied. Like, well, you didn't earn any money last year. Why are you reapplying? Because you told me I had to reapply to keep getting certifications.
Exactly, and
no, you're not getting it because you didn't.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing happened. No one, was I supposed to? It's like, and it was like, you expect us to live off of $1,200 and then whatever I got for the first year of unemployment. How do you?
Some people could. I was getting $2,000 twice a month or once a month for a while. It's not bad.
I was not getting a lot. I was getting. Oh, but that was thankfully because of California. They were able to bump it up, and it was like you could see where it was like the federal amount was a certain amount, and then the state add-on would be like another $500 or $600.
Yeah.
It was nice.
Every other week, and it was like, wow, I felt guilty. Like, even though I paid into that, I just don't like it. Even though I paid into it, for me, there's a mental block here that's like,
Well, no,
it feels
I
weird.
get scared. I'm not into that. Like when they ended it for me, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna walk away from this because I don't want to run the risk of like getting audited or anything crazy with unemployment. Because I was like, that'll put you on like a blacklist for a lot of your life.
Not when everybody's on it.
And that was why my fears were not justified. But for a minute, I was like, this is.
Mine was all my personal. Like when they cut me off, I tried to get back on it, but they didn't let me stop fighting because I'm like, look, how greedy am I going to be? I'm already paying like $16,000 or whatever this year. That's enough. Like pay me unemployment for almost a year and a half. But there were other people that collected to the last day. And I actually got back checks like $20,000 because they didn't get paid for those things. Just they don't feel guilty at all.
No. I think they rely on that though. They rely on you not asking. They rely on you not asking and pressing the issue. You know?
Well, I pressed the issue. I actually talked to a specialist like 3 times.
Oh, really?
Each time they were going to turn it back on, and they never did. Ever. I called back, and like I said, I thought that you guys said it was fixed, and you were going to turn it. Oh yeah, no, it shows right here. Give it another week, and I give it another week, and it's been 30 days. You're unqualified now. What the?
Where was that before?
Like 2 weeks ago, saying, that back pay, you're qualified for that. And I called them. We're like, oh yeah, let me fix that for you. And I went to my account 3 days later, and it said, you are not qualified for anything anymore because it's past your date. Blah blah blah. It was like very specific to exactly what I told that lady. The opposite of what you told me.
It's just proven how stupid.
Just give me more free money. I mean, come on. I could have bought a car or something. But I also had a place to live. I was with my parents at the time, so I still am. But I wasn't homeless. But if I hadn't had a place to live, I would have been homeless. I mean, you had roommates. Roommates suck.
Oh, yeah.
You're still young, so you'll learn. But roommates suck.
I have roommates. I don't like it anymore.
I get it. Yeah.
What?
I don't like it anymore. I want to move out. But
3 years, yeah, that's
San
what did
Diego
it
is
for
so
me.
hard to afford.
And then I moved to a place by myself, and I can't go.
oh, I
can't
can't
go back.
I can't afford by myself. But thankfully, between me and my girlfriend, I feel like it's better.
I had a place by myself as well. It was not great, but it was mine, and I was very happy with it.
Oh no, I'm fully aware of the fact that once I'm out of this, I'm never gonna want to go back. Besides
Well, you have a
my
girlfriend.
girlfriend.
You know what I mean?
But
At least you
like,
have one other person that makes a big difference.
but the problem right now is it's like we've always been really close friends, so it kind of bit us in the butt because now we're doing everything together. So I'm buying groceries.
So now
for
you're
four
like in a
people.
4-person relationship.
Well, it's like I'm
instead
a fucking family, you know. It's
Yeah.
like I have kids, or not kids, but
Well, once one of
I'm
you guys
providing
has
for
kids,
more people.
Once one of you guys has kids, one couple, it'll change.
Buying plenty of things in bulk is
They'll-
kind of
they'll
beneficial
push away
sometimes, is
from
what I
you,
found.
you'll
For
push
sure.
away
I mean,
from them, it'll be
I was living with 5 other people, so we've got to do Costco runs, and
Yeah.
it kind of made groceries slightly cheaper if we
Well,
coordinated well.
the Costco runs are
Yeah,
fine,
but
but
you
I
have to
can't.
trust your roommates to coordinate, and that's real tough.
Exactly, my
Especially
room.
if you have shitty roommates that tend to eat everything that you buy and don't buy anything. And
Oh no,
open your cartons and drink half of them and put them. You know,
once we parcel them out, I definitely have better friends than you.
I lived with roommates that their parents owned the house, so they
Oh, I
didn't
see.
pay rent. So anytime I'd buy anything, they just thought it was their right to it. So
Mm.
eventually, I couldn't bring any food to the house. Everything
Yeah.
had to be packaged.
You just have the
and
worst
put in
luck,
my
bro.
room. Yeah. These are my
But,
friends. These were friends of mine before
Yeah.
I moved in.
But
But because
yeah.
they didn't know any responsibility because they weren't paying anything, I was the only one paying rent, and I was
Mm.
paying. They wanted me to pay half the bills in the house, and then I finally said, "Yeah, I'm not doing this anymore.
That is
You
fine.
guys have the cable box in your room. You have everything. You got moved your girlfriend in here, moved your girlfriend's family in here. None of them pay anything that I pay. It got stupid. So
Yeah, that's fair.
then I kept getting threatened for my life too, which is another thing. So I just,
Yeah,
that's a
like I
good
said,
one of his
it's
friends
the
came
worst
over and
luck.
tried to stab me with a screwdriver. I thought he was joking. I was laughing at him. Did I miss something? Oh yeah, he had a bad day, you know. Well, I'd like it to him not to be here anymore since I live here, and like he threatened to kill. Well, you're making a big deal out of this, man. That was when I realized I needed to go, and then COVID happened. Then my liberty, all that happened at the same time. So I really know. I'm much better in the head though because I'm not there.
That's good. That's what's important at the end of the day.
So when I do become homeless, I'll have a much better perspective.
Yes, you'll be so clear of mind that the crack will do
And you'll
wonders.
drive by like these people and you go, "Hey, Greg, how you doing?"
Oh,
Don't stop because I'm gonna ask you for stuff.
No. We'll see you. I'll see you on the way to the
Balboa?
the 5. No, over on in Barrio Logan. That corner where you turn after I leave the convention center. I'll just be like, "Oh, Greg, okay, bye. I'm not gonna get out."
Nicest 10 here. You must be new.
I'm not gonna roll the window all the way down, but have a great day, man.
Rush that,
Here's
bro.
$5 if you can catch it.
Okay, gotta go.
Flutters away.
My point is, COVID should make everyone realize how fragile our industry is, and how much potential we have to be kicked in our asses all the time.
Yeah.
And also that we're working with a lot of people on the authority side of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, even people like this have never experienced how. I mean, their COVID and our COVID were very different fucking things.
Yeah.
They. Oh.
Are you ready?
Yeah,
The
I'm
stream's
good.
already started.
Shoes up. It's all good. We're on graphic right now.
Yeah, we got 10 till. 13 till.
7A's streaming already, it looks like.
You did let them know that we will have to.
What?
About the keynote thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, that's.
Well, by the time the show
Caveat to 7A, our first talk is keynote through that presentation computer in the back of the room, so you will lose your loop in a second.
Or 5 minutes or so. Or once you start sucking.
Yeah. But they're going to lose it anyway because we're going to go to the.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, well, why did I even bring that up? Because it's.
Did they ask about our room?
No, he asked about every room.
Oh, okay. I was like, did they ask about 7A
specifically?
specifically?
Anybody would, because no one's saying anything on the radio, so they're freaking out. I just wanted to reiterate, my guys are doing a great job. Please critique them away because they're doing such a good job.
Again, yeah.
They seem to be on top of their stuff. You can be someone who isn't. Thanks. Shh. Dude, it's a radio. It already goes shh. You don't have to go shh. Okay, I'll stop going shh. Shh. After this one, shh. You have seen Saving Silverman before, right? If you haven't, you need to watch it. It's very stupid.
I fucking love Neil Diamond.
And Neil fucking
For some reason, like, fucking, it's the Jason Long or something? No, the dude from American Pie and Jack Black are like best friends. Steve Zahn.
I think you're right. I think it's Jason Long.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that movie's pretty fucking hilarious, actually.
Saving Silverman?
Saving Silverman, yeah.
I haven't seen it.
The dude from American Pie is getting married, and his two best friends are trying to save him from getting married because that girl's the worst.
Yeah, because they know she's really
And they're in a
like
Neil
the
Diamond
worst.
cover band.
Wait, you know what? I think I did. I saw the opening of this movie. I didn't watch the rest of it.
Corny, but it's
like
funny.
97. It's like right before American Pie, I feel like.
I just like the end. It's good.
Yeah.
It's entertaining. Jason Biggs.
Jason Biggs. Jason Biggs. I'm thinking of Justin Long.
Justin Long. That's
Nobody knows who I am. They only know me from that pie movie. I was not the guy that fucked the pie.
I'm the guy that fucked the pie.
What about that movie this? That movie that? No one knows them.
Yeah, dude. You should have never fucked the pie, bro.
Isn't that what he says? He's like, you should never. Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back.
Yeah.
Him and Jason Vanderbeek.
Yeah, exactly. Playing Bluntman.
Bluntman and Carl. That movie was silly. I enjoyed it though.
Did you see the reboot one? Jay and Silent Bob reboot?
I didn't like
it.
It was a movie to put his daughter in a movie.
Right. It was just like
and
meta.
And get Jay off of whatever drug he was on at the time. So that would kind of why he did that.
But damn, wouldn't that have gotten the money to get back on drugs?
Yeah. Theoretically, but it was a favor. He did that to.
Hey man, it's a cycle for a reason.
Yeah. And he'd be the first one to tell you that.
But I fucking love what's his name? Not
Jason
Kevin
Biggs.
James. No.
Justin Long.
No, Silent Bob.
Oh, fucking Kevin Smith.
Yes, I love Kevin Smith, and his comic shop I think is in Burbank where I used to live.
What?
Yeah, it was always funny because he had that show.
I'm not a huge fan of his movies nowadays, but
that's fair.
It's called Batman's Comics or something.
Stuff, and it was good. It was good at writing dialogue, kind of like Quentin Tarantino's movies.
Yeah, the art of conversation is tough, is what I realized.
But I mean, if you look back at all those movies, the actors are awful. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of.
The Quentin Tarantino movies or Kevin Smith movies?
Kevin Smith movies.
Like Clerks, they're not.
Well, he
not
wasn't
acted well, and Mallrats not acted well. I mean, there's the one movie I really liked by him was Dogma. I really thought Dogma was like the peak of his movies.
Yeah, because
he had real actors in it.
Yeah, he had A-listers, A-list production value, and yeah.
It was a good.
But the dialogue of Clerks.
I kind of like. I was just gonna say, I kind of like the banter between the two best friends.
Well, that was his style.
That was really it.
That's what made that movie.
I get it though. Outside of that movie, like the interactions with the love interest is a little weird.
No,
on the first one.
It's got stranger and stranger as well.
Chasing Amy was also another weird one that had some moments with conversation.
I didn't like Chasing Amy. I thought it was a little bit.
It was a weird one, but I feel like it had its
Ben
moments.
Affleck as a main actor. Not real thrilled with that. Although I did like The Accountant. I thought that was a really good.
I don't mind Ben Affleck that much. Yeah,
did you ever see The Accountant?
No, The Accountant is. That's not a Kevin Smith movie.
No, it's a Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
He plays like this accountant slash man
was that
crazy dude.
good?
Like he's got autism or whatever, but it's good.
I saw the trailers for it, but I never caught it.
It's probably his best movie.
I can't take Ben Affleck serious in like anything.
Like
Like when they made him Batman, I was like, this is funny.
I was doing my best to take.
I forgot about George Clooney. Or Val Kilmer was also funny.
I actually kind of like better. I like Val Kilmer.
That is true. Those movies were weird.
I'm surprised that John Bravo brought it all back. I see a laptop up there.
It's okay.
I thought we had everybody.
Everybody but the last one.
You might want to go talk to them. She's got a laptop.
That might be Yulia.
I want to let her.
Furnace.
Gotcha. A second. Yeah.
I mean, I think all of the other ones know that we are.
I'll make Rick feel better. Saw her up there, I'm just making suggestions. Nothing I say you have to do. Just trying to lead because I have a radio in my ear, but I'm really not a leader.
That makes you our lead. Our fearless leader.
And if I need a regular, floater, that's the regular floater. Can I get someone to help with streaming specifically? Because I'm having a streaming specific problem. I don't know if you used to be a streaming version that knows how to do streaming. Please, thank you.
Dude, just say you want Canon to.
That's how that. I need a soup operator here now. They're all the same folders. Just call for.
Just say a hybrid floater. It's all you need. That's why it's.
I stopped saying that because I want to say it. I coined the phrase and I have to uncoin it.
Hyper floater.
I want a hydro floater. That's when they were talking about water in the world. And I called for a hydro floater. Can we get a hydro floater over here? No one even got it.
I left a hydro floater.
Stop saying hyper.
I left the hydro floater in the bathroom earlier.
Yeah, I do a hydro. Oh, there's one today.
Did you find it?
It's a weird spot. Yeah. You're worried someone was gonna steal it, so you hid it from yourself.
I know, right?
Does she need help with that?
I'll leave it there. I'm gonna hand it to her so just have it ready.
This sucks. You can't take the flash drive out.
I know, and it's actually so bulky
Is
that,
it?
that I can't put it to the spot next to the HDMI cable.
I think it must be, but John was saying it's like 4 gigs. Like it's terrible.
4 gigs 2 years ago was a huge flash drive.
I know. I used to have, and I think about this literally all the time. I had my mom gave me a flash drive for school when I was in like high school or something, and it was like not a full gig. It was like it was literally I think 124, and I was like, what? It wasn't big enough to hold my PowerPoint. And now I think about it, and you can buy like 1 to 2 terabyte
I
flash
remember buying
drives.
a 32 gig one that was like $100 and something.
Top of the
And it
line.
was like, it was in a rubber thing, and it was nice. I still have it, but now you can buy it for
Well,
2 terabytes.
but also it's like what USB 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, this was USB 3.0. It was right when USB 3.0 came out.
Oh, see, that's
why it was
worth
so
it
expensive.
because the transfer rate is still there,
It
but
was fast enough to disappear.
especially for the size sizing. Really?
No, people don't really have much of a filter.
That's fine. It looks like he was trying to fuck with it.
I think he was feeling the side of
worm
the
is?
thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. You can do that all you want. But it looked like to me like it was
It looked like he was gonna lean on it. I was like, what is?
especially after he said that comment walking by us.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, stay away from the technology.
Headphones in and I heard that. So
Mechanical, there's a problem. Was it like a mechanical? There's a problem. Yeah.
I have noticed the show has gone from everyone who listens to, let's say, 20% of people last year, like within a day. So it happened overnight.
I think what it is everyone being in proximity with each other for so many days. It's like, well, at this point,
we're safe now, so let's go ahead and blow it off.
or either we got it or we don't at this point.
So what you're saying is this. Safe.
Yeah.
I'm a divergent thinker.
Yeah.
I think divergently.
Or
divergent.
That's a good way to word it.
I don't see it as an insult. That's true. I don't think like everybody thinks. I think that's what makes me special. Probably also why I had that special bus when I went to school. They always told me I was special.
I was gonna say it's why
they wiped the food off my face.
They gave you the very large pencils.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I had the number 7. Here, it's soft. You can't stab yourself with it. Okay.
At the number 7.
We got some crazy stuff going in this room, so came at the right time.
Crazy.
I just left the other side because all the crazy stuff was going on over there.
Oh, don't bring crazy over here, man. Come on. Nobody's already here. Don't worry.
How much craziness?
We're running the first session on this.
One of the laptops disappeared.
Oh, I heard that on the radio. It wasn't locked down, or?
No, they're locked. It wasn't locked down, but it wasn't. It wasn't like someone new was giving a list to clean these rooms, and they just went and they're doing it sectionally. Like, I'm gonna go get all the laptops from all of them, and I'm gonna get all the projectors from all of them. Like she's doing it that way, and she went in one of the rooms wrong, so it looked like a podium stall. But then
It was just her taking the wrong room.
But like she took the power. Like if you're gonna take this, you're not gonna take this and the power cord and the extension cord, the power cord is on, and unpull up all the tape. That's all up. You know what I mean? So it's like everything for the projector was pulled up. Everything was So it was like, this wasn't somebody just trying to grab it and go. This
Yeah.
was somebody's cleaning it up and started striking the room and then went off to go do something else.
Yeah.
So.
But the laptop went missing. I think it's just because it died. That's because I think kind of like how I didn't want to leave the iPad alone or whatever. If they're gonna get away from stuff, the easiest thing that someone's gonna want to take is the iPad.
People were calling for keys this morning though, so maybe.
So I'm just laughing at text. Joking.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Gosh, you're so good. How did we get so lucky to have Fox in this room? Say that again.
Did you jinx him, Greg?
I did. Sorry.
So we started Law and Order, Missing Laptop Division.
Nice. Dun, dun,
So.
dun.
Well, I guess it was too soon, but.
No, it's good because it's 2, right?
I probably should have waited until she did a little introductory thing, but this was to make you feel better.
No, it's going to take you don't have to switch to it. That's your own.
Well, there's really no other option.
You can't go to that slide that said day whatever and the whole slide.
There's a whole slide?
Remember the one that was the desktop view from something that said Route 7A, blah, 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 blah?
Oh, no, it's the PowerPoint projection. Maybe I
Well,
you
could have quick framed it. That's what the dude in 6C was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Come on,
I didn't think about it either until he was like, I quick frame it, and I was like, that's fine.
That's a great idea, especially in this scenario. I mean, it never really became crucial until now.
Welcome to the afternoon session. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Richard Brochi from University of South California. And so I think we continue with the nano team. So
Not talking about nano stuff.
I'm gonna confirm the levels.
All right, let's get going. I'll start with saying congratulations. These are some pictures from various celebrations over the year. This was the most recent when we had you at the USC this past fall. My daughter refers to this as hair and post-hair. And we'll have another picture to add from today. So I look forward to keep adding pictures. Congratulations, it's so well deserved. So today I'm going to talk to you about some chemistry that's been happening in my group. Actually, just to back up a second, I debuted this chemistry, I think, at this symposium for Susan. So this you'll be able to see sort of where it's gone over the years. So the motivator here is being able to solution process macroelectronics. So what is this? Well, things like flat panel displays, solar panels. So large area semiconductor thin films, which are obviously fundamentally different in a fabrication point of view from microelectronics, which is what we mostly think about on a day-to-day basis and rely upon. So the way that microelectronics industry has developed, it's too costly a solution for large area macroelectronic applications. They're just different economic drivers and product attributes. So one of the goals that's been long-standing in this area is to be able to come up with ways to do very low-cost deposition of high-quality functional semiconductor thin films. And of course, this quality part is very important. If you can cheaply deposit a junk material, it's useless and no one cares. So you need to be able to do this in a way that you get a very high-quality material. And solution-based approaches have been one of the desirable routes to do this because of the inherently low capital costs that are associated with doing this. These are just two examples of roll-to-roll printing. And you'll see the temperatures that I described today are amenable to doing solution processing and film deposition on polymeric substrates. So this is a real possibility. People have done it. People have also done spray coating, which is a very high throughput and cheap process. So it's generally thought that if successful, the solution processing could be done at a cost of sort of cents per centimeter square, which is on the order of 10 to 100 times cheaper than traditional high temperature, high vacuum methods that people would use to deposit these materials. So in thinking about ways to do this, we were inspired by David Mitzi's chemistry from when he was at IBM, when he took hydrazine and he showed that you could dissolve a lot of different metal chalcogenides by adding chalcogen plus the chalcogenide in hydrazine. And that would chew up the material and dissolve it to give an ink, which you could then solution process. But in talking to people at Dow and DuPont and other places, they really weren't interested in hydrazine. They wanted an alternative. And this is what got us thinking about alternatives. And I like to motivate this by this word alkahest, which is something that was developed by this alchemist, Paracelsus. He was a Swiss alchemist many hundreds of years ago. And he was looking for a universal solvent that could dissolve anything. And you might ask, why would you want this? Well, they were trying to take base metals and convert them into gold and do lots of crazy things. And he actually came up with alkahest mixtures, and it's thought that these were basically just very caustic solutions. So this is kind of the goal. Can we take a bulk solid, maybe the semiconductor that we're interested in, and dissolve it to make an ink, which we can then solution process as a thin film and recover it as a polycrystalline material. So we took inspiration from some chemistry in the mid-1960s by Billy Vineyard, pictured here. He was an organic chemist at Monsanto, and he did a lot of sulfur chemistry. And he had a series of papers that described the reaction / dissolution of elemental sulfur using a couple of an amine and a thiol. And the mechanistic work that he did showed that the amine could deprotonate the thiol to give a thiolate, which would then enact a nucleophilic attack on the sulfur ring and open it up. And in that way, you get these dialkyl polysulfides and H2S. So it's a base catalyzed reaction. So we kind of naively thought, well, if this works on sulfur, perhaps we can get it to work on things like metal chalcogenides. And that's where we started with a reaction like this one up top. So we took antimony selenide in this first paper from 2013. We did just a simple matrix of 9 5-6 semiconductors, binary semiconductors. And we used the thiol and amine. We generally like to keep these low carbon content as possible. So the amine is generally ethylene diamine. The thiol is something like ethene dithiol or ethene thiol. And using these mixtures of thiol and amine, it can fully dissolve the antimony selenide at room temperature, ambient pressure to give an ink, which you can then solution process however you like. And at fairly mild annealing temperatures, you can get the same material back out, but now as a polycrystalline thin film. So we worked on this, and it works quite well. And I'll show you in a minute sort of the scope at which this works. But it occurred to us that, a lot of times you're not digging the metal chalcogenide out of the ground. So we wanted to expand the scope of bulk materials that one could dissolve to hopefully be able to arrive at the most inexpensive route to the inks as possible. This isn't a good example of that because you're not also sourcing antimony out of the ground either. But just as an example, you can take elemental sources, just keeping with this scheme of antimony selenide. And if you put antimony and selenium in the right stoichiometric ratio, they co-dissolve in the same solvent mixture to give an ink, which gives antimony selenide in the same way. And what we did last in 2015 was show that this can extend to oxides. So this differs from the hydrazine chemistry, which was sort of limited to this top row. And we're now showing that we can dissolve elements. I'll have more to say about this later, and oxides, and I'll talk about this more in detail. But in the same exact way, same annealing temperatures, you can form antimony selenide. So what are some of the benefits, or perceived benefits that we think we have here? You can get pretty high solubility for these bulk materials, about 48%. It's really ready to solution at really benign conditions. You don't have to cook it up. It's just stirring it at room temperature, generally at ambient pressure. Both the thiol and amines are needed, and I'll talk about that in more detail. And the nice thing about this solvent combination, while the thiol does stink, that's something that's not always pleasant, but if you get over that, the solvent mixture has the appropriate volatility for solution processing. Okay, so here's an example of the antimony selenide thin film on silicon. You see it's a nice uniform polycrystalline thin film. Here's a macroscopic photo of that film. We can make it pretty nice, defect-free, just by spin coating. This is the ink. Antimony tends to give these red inks. And what I showed in the previous slide was if you take, for example, antimony oxide plus a stoichiometric amount of selenium, you can form antimony selenide. If you put substoichiometric amounts of selenium into that ink, the rest of the chalcogen is filled by sulfur from the thiol. And in that way, you can make really nice solid solutions of antimony sulfide selenide. We get decent adherence to Vegard's law. And by doing this, we can tune the band gap nicely through the sweet spot of where you would want for a single junction solar cell. Antimony selenide is of interest for solar cells as something that's relatively non-toxic and relatively earth abundant. Okay, so this is where we are today in terms of published work. There's over 100 proven solutes. I could fill this in more with unpublished work. The alkaline and alkaline earths are pretty much filled up. A lot of the main group is filled up. The sort of early transition metals are still a bit of a challenge for us. This is something we're working on. I don't have the F block on here. It just hasn't been really all that explored up to this point, but I think we probably can dissolve F block elements. So there's still more to do, but what we can do is giving us a large sort of playground to put together various inks, and that's what we've been leveraging in recent years. So we can use this palette of inks for a lot of different applications. My group has shown that you can deposit electrocatalyst materials. This is a marcasite cobalt diselenide, which was a decent electrocatalyst for HER. Probably the most popular application of this has been for photovoltaics. This is from the Bowers group in the UK, where they spray deposited a CZTS absorber using this method. Their power conversion efficiencies, this is the material Amy was talking about earlier. This is near state of the art. So this material has fundamental issues, but it's not the process with the solvent that's causing them. So we can get numbers that are very close to the hydrazine-based numbers for CZTS. People have looked at thermoelectrics to a certain extent. This is a tin diselenide example. And the last thing that we and others have been using this for is surface engineering of nanocrystals. So there are some nanocrystals I like. So you can take things like cadmium selenide and enact ligand exchange in a biphasic system and remove the aliphatic, like oleate ligands, for example, and put it into a polar solvent where now you have anionic ligands that result from the dissolution of various bulk semiconductors. And by depositing these as thin films, you can get much higher photocurrent density because you're coupling the nanocrystals together, not sintering, but spatially coupling them together. Maxime Kovalenko and Maria Banez, who's now in Austria in an independent career, have and are still using this method for thermoelectrics. And this is an example where they took tin telluride nanocrystals and put them in a matrix of cadmium selenide, which you can kind of parse out with the elemental maps here. Okay, so given this, what we have been looking at most recently is the extension of this method to make multinary semiconductors.
There have been a lot of papers in the literature data mining, which are very helpful to people like me who make things. This particular paper from Aaron Walsh's group did data mining of something like 400 naturally occurring minerals. And they looked at naturally occurring minerals because they were looking for photovoltaics that would be thermodynamically stable and environmentally stable. So they took this sort of matrix of minerals. They coupled that with looking for a dark street test, which suggests that it would have a band gap in the visible range. And they also looked for polar crystal structures. And the hope is if you can couple these three together, that you might find a photophoroic mineral that could be of interest as a stable replacement to things like the methylammonium lead iodide perovskites. So what has been done in the literature? There is some solid-state literature on this material. As expected, you have to heat these to really high temperatures. There's often small amounts of lead sulfide impurities from these solid-state routes. No one had made this as a thin film, but it was of interest to us. This is a picture of the actual mineral from the LA Natural History Museum. And as you can see, it's a black mineral, a black cobalt salt mineral. So this bornonite was something we wanted to try to see if we could figure out how to make using our solution processing route. So what we do is just simply combine the constituent parts in the proper stoichiometric ratio. So we took a copper source, a lead source, and an antimony source, put it together, and they all co-dissolve in the thioamine mixture to give an ink. After annealing to 400 degrees, we can get phase pure bornonite, copper, lead, antimony sulfide. The interesting thing is we were able to get an actual sample of bornonite from the Natural History Museum that also dissolves, and we can also recover that as the same material out the back end through the solution processing. So here's just a TGA showing the decomposition of the ink, so you can see we get nice decomposition, and by about 350, we get the material. That's pretty consistent throughout this chemistry. Usually by about 350, you get the end point of decomposition. And for most materials, it's nicely crystalline at that point. We can see that the organics are gone after that. So here are just the various organic stretching peaks that you get in the IR from what's in this dried ink. And I'll get to that again in more detail. But after an anneal, that goes away. And we can make, as I said, nice phase pure bornonite. So this is, as I said, the first example of making a thin film of this. So we were able to measure the absorption coefficient. It's about 10 to the 5th. It has a direct band gap of 1.2 electron volts. So that all seems really good for a solar absorber. From the solution processing, we were able to get mobility values in the range of about 0.01 to 2 centimeters squared per volt second. This was with the help of my colleague Brent Milo at USC, and there was some photoactivity that came out of these materials. Okay, so we can make stuff, but what's happening, right? So we're chemists. And fundamentally, from the very beginning, we were just interested in understanding better what's happening. In a sense, it's so easy that everyone has been able to take it and use it, which has been fantastic. But we wanted to really start taking a step back and trying to understand what's happening in this dissolution process. So our first kind of foray into this was to dissolve elemental tin, 10 monooxide and 10 monosulfide. So these are tin 2, obviously. This is 0 valent. We dissolved them under identical conditions in an identical solvent. And what we planned to do here was to utilize solution 10-119 NMR, which has a huge chemical shift window that's very indicative of coordination environment. So we hope to be able to use this to help identify what the solute is as the result of this. We didn't have an expectation, I should say, particularly because we were starting with materials that were of different oxidation states. And so it was surprising to us that when we did this and took the NMR, we saw a single chemical shift at about 217 ppm. We scanned the entire, it's like a 3000 ppm window. This is the only peak. So then the question is, what is this? Well, the literature is pretty extensive in 10 NMR. And what this told us immediately is that it is a 10 surrounded by 4 sulfurs. Okay, so it's some sort of molecule where you have a 10 surrounded by 4 sulfurs. So this was what we came up with, a hypothesis that it could be, which is a 10-2+ ion chelated by 2 of these thiolate ligands. The question then was, is it this or is it the 10-4 analog, which is neutral? And we can independently prepare that molecule, which we did, and we put it in the solvent system, and it gave a vastly different chemical shift from what we observed. So this told us that this was a good guess. The last thing we did is we did DFT on this and tried to predict the chemical shift that we would see in the 10 NMR, and it agreed really nicely with what we saw experimentally. But as an inorganic chemist, relying on spectra isn't always that satisfying, so I kept pushing that we needed to do more in terms of trying to solve a crystal structure for this. And so my student, Chris, recently published this work, which he had been working on for a number of years, which was to try to understand what happens when you dissolve zinc oxide, just as a simple binary oxide. And he did this using a thiol and amine that have some aromaticity to them in the hopes that we could help crystallize the solute that comes out of this reaction. And so he was able to do it, and what we get is, in this case, is a neutral pseudotetrahedral zinc molecule that's bound to 2 thiolates and 2 methyl which in this case are acting as the in-donor solvent. And so by isolating these crystals, we were able to take an NMR of the isolated crystals, and what we immediately saw is that when we compare this to the NMR of the crude reaction, that they match perfectly. So this tells us that in the reaction, this is what we're forming as the sole solute that's coming through the process. And now what we have is a handle, and we can follow kinetics of this process. So we did some kinetic analysis with my colleague Travis Williams, also in chemistry at USC. And what we saw is that when both of the ligands are present in stoichiometric excess, which is generally how we enact the dissolution, we get a zero-order reaction. And so the way we interpret this is that the thiophenol is kinetically invisible, and that's implying that the thiol saturates the zinc oxide surface. We studied that by putting thiophenol on the zinc oxide, rinsing it, and pumping on it, and you can still see the thiophenol there. If you did the analogous reaction with just methylamidazole, the methylamidazole disappears, so it binds much more weakly. So the thiophenol is saturating the surface. The next thing we did is we took the whole thing into dilution. And when we do that, we get a rate dependence of a little under 2. So what that's implying is that we get a different kinetic regime here under dilute conditions. And this order of 2 implies that there are 2 ligands binding in or around the rate determining step. So this is the kinetic analysis that we did to help explain that. We did an I-ring plot, and that gave us a low delta H double dagger. And that suggests to us that there's a high covalent character in the transition state relative to the bonds being broken and formed in the system. And there's a negative delta S double dagger, which suggests it's an associative mechanism, which kind of intuitively makes sense. We were able to derive a rate law that fits with our experimentally determined rate of about 2. So it's first order in thiophenol and first order in methylamidazole. And we can get that by, once we have the thiophenol bound to the surface, the methylamidazole and another equivalent of thiophenol come in, and this is how we can determine that rate expression. So we took this then to my colleague Shama Sharada, who's in chemical engineering at USC. She's a DFT guru, and she tried to calculate this using an established zinc oxide cluster that's been used in the literature. And this is the sequence of events that she came up with as being most thermodynamically preferred. And so it agrees with our experiment that thiophenol binds first. Then we find that methylamidazole is next. Another thiophenol comes in, and it's this 2 to 3 where we think is the rate determining step. This delta G double dagger, this activation energy is experimentally measured at about 118 kilojoules per mole. And once you get there, it's downhill to the molecular solute, which is that pseudotetrahedral zinc complex. So this works exactly the same if you use the mineral. So we bought some zincite from eBay. It came from Poland. And we took an XRD of it to make sure it was zinc oxide, and it is. But we can crush it up and dissolve it in the same way. And we see the same NMR spectrum resulting from that molecular solute, which isn't surprising, but it just shows that we can do this on the oxide ore as well. So how does this work for those other systems, as I was describing earlier? So zinc sulfide, for example, with this particular combination of a thiol and N donor, it works, but it's a very, very slow reaction relative to the zinc oxide. This happens quite quickly. And the way we're thinking about this is that obviously the lattice energy, the melting point for zinc sulfide is lower than zinc oxide. So it's not the lattice we think that's sort of driving this in terms of you would predict then zinc oxide would be harder to dissolve. We think it's this formation of water and H2S. So we can see this stoichiometrically in the NMR. This is what's coming off from the lattice oxygen in the zinc oxide. And it's these bond strings that we think are driving it. The oxygen-hydrogen bond is significantly stronger than the sulfur-hydrogen bond in H2S. So we think this is why the zinc sulfide dissolution doesn't happen as quickly. It's not as ready dissolution. How about zinc itself? If you use freshly distilled thiophenol, there's no reaction. And this actually isn't surprising if you think about it. You have to do an oxidation to get from the zero-valent zinc to the solute, which is zinc 2. So you have to add the disulfide. And when you add the disulfide in a stoichiometric amount, you get the same exact solute. And so while us and other people have dissolved metals, we think it's because a lot of the thiols we use have disulfide in them just from oxidation in air, right? So this is kind of how we're piecing it all together. All right, so the last slide I'll show in terms of data just shows that we can decompose this thermally. In this case, it's not we didn't solution process it. We're actually taking the crystals of the solute because we could isolate them. And we did a TGA. The ceramic yield of that you could calculate, and it matches exactly what you would expect just based on the formula. And we can get sphalerite zinc sulfide. Nothing particularly exciting about that, but again, this was just a model system to help us better understand what was going on. Okay, so in terms of our conclusions, we have this thiol-amine mixture, which we can use to solution process a lot of different chalcogenide semiconductors. It works at low temperature, ambient pressure. You get mild recovery of the thin films. Stoichiometric combinations of bulk materials can be solved to give compoundings, which can yield complex multinary semiconductors like that ornanite I showed. And then the dissolution of bulk materials gives molecular solutes, whose identity we're finding, which isn't surprising, depends on the coordination chemistry of the metal that we're working with. But in terms of the zinc oxide, this is a stoichiometric liberation of water, which we think is really driving it in terms of forming this strong oxygen-hydrogen bond, and that makes the oxide dissolution easier than sulfide dissolution. And now we're starting to get some design rules, right? When you're trying to make an ink, we try the oxide first, because we know that the dissolution will generally be easier than the sulfides and the selenides. Even though you can do those, it's easier with the oxides. Okay, so I'll stop by just thanking my group. These are the students that have all worked on this thiol-amine chemistry, and everything in the second half of the talk has been done by Chris Pascala, who's graduating from my group. This spring, this was a recent group photo from a department banquet we had a few weeks ago. And this particular work is funded by SSMC and DMR. So with that, thanks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, we have time for a couple of questions. I would like to begin. So, you've shown a very long list of site uses. Why do you think phosphorus is not in that list?
So it is. We haven't published it. We're working on it.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful talk. I was wondering, do any of these complex inks survive diluted in like something like acetonitrile or methanol?
Yeah, so
Chemically intact?
they do. It's not, it needs to be a polar solvent. It does seem to depend on the particular system, but you can kind of choose the usual subjects and you can usually get something that can be diluted. And people have done that. So a lot of like the photovoltaic work has been done using another solvent like DMF or DMSO or something of that nature. The zinc oxide work, I didn't say it explicitly, but that was all done with acetonitrile also present.
In that case, could you inject on ESIMS or something like that?
Yeah, we're working on that too. We do have data. I didn't show it, but it works. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi there.
Hi.
Very nice talk.
Thank you.
Quick question. So you showed in the beginning the periodic table with the dilutions that you've been able to do. Is that with just the ethylene diamine, ethane dithiol mixture, or does that include other formulations? And what concentration are you using? Are you using the 10-to-1 ratio?
So, yeah, that's a good question. It usually varies between 1 thiol to 10 amine to about 4 thiol 10 amine. Those are the bounds we generally work in. For us, we almost exclusively use ethylene diamine. The thiols are either ethane dithiol, ethane thiol, or occasionally we'll use mercaptoethanol.
Great job. Sorry, quick questions. Do you think it will work with cadmium telluride or gallium arsenide?
So we have shown that you can dissolve tellurides. Some of them tend to precipitate something out immediately upon dissolution. So it depends on the system, and that seems to be unique to the tellurides, but we should talk about it later. It's possible. I don't think we've tried those explicitly, but there's nothing fundamentally that I would say, no, it won't work.
Okay, great. So let's thank our speaker again. Our next speaker is Professor Bing Feng from University of California at Riverside.
Okay. First, I would like to have my congratulations to Susan. Actually, this award to Susan is well deserved, and I'm glad it is funded here. I met Susan in a golden conference shortly after I became assistant professor. Over those years, Susan has been a mentor for me all over those years, and has been very supportive for me. And actually, it's her supportive and always optimistic attitude motivated us to do an excellent job, to achieve the best. So thank you very much, Susan, for all your support over these years. And now let me report to you what we are working on recently. And I could not find any photo between me and Susan. Maybe we are too focused on research. I didn't take any photo. So I got this from web. Sorry, Susan. So I'm from UC Riverside, and my group is at University of California, Riverside, and I changed my title. I changed my title of my talk to nanoporous material. Before it was porous material to match our symposium nanomaterials. It still works because our pores are embedded in nanometer scale. So my group actually has two different directions. And one is the synthesis of this crystalline calcogenide, metal calcogenide clusters, and organize those clusters into three-dimensional porous material. So this is one project. And the second ongoing project in my group is to synthetically design of new metal organic framework materials for gas absorption and separation. So I'm going to briefly mention the first project, and then I'm going to focus more on the second project. So for the first project, the objective of my group, what we try to do is to integrate the porosity with the semiconducting property. So in here, usually you have a nanoparticle, but you do not have uniform pores on high surface area. So what we try to do is to integrate both of those properties into one material. So we have tried to use this cluster as building units here. So those clusters are called the super tetrahedral cluster. So it's actually a piece of zinc blantup structure. So if you cut a shape of tetrahedral from zinc blantup structure, you get this different size of super tetrahedral cluster. So metal is located at the middle of this tetrahedral. So if we have two metal layers, we call it T2, three metal layers T3, four metal layers T4. So those clusters can be synthesized with different sizes. Prior to our work, the largest super tetrahedral cluster people can synthesize in literature is T4. And then it took us a while to move it from T5 and recently to T6. So T6, which has 56 metal cation and 84 sulfur anion, I think this is the largest one super tetrahedral cluster solved by single crystal analysis. So all those structures were solved by single crystal analysis. So we know precisely the location of those metals and also the sulfur ions around this metal cation. So also the bond angle. So from single crystal, we know a lot of information about those clusters. So use this cluster as basic structure building units. You can get a three-dimensional network like a zeolite. So each of those super tetrahedral cluster actually can serve as a pseudo tetrahedral atom. So if you view it as a tetrahedral atom, and then you connect it together through this sulfur bridge, you get those semiconducting porous materials. So those porous material has high surface area and uniform pore size distribution. So, however, those properties are similar as zeolite, but those are in different chemical compositions that give us semiconducting properties. So with those materials, we can introduce water molecule into the channel of this material because of their semiconducting property, so we can shine light to convert water into hydrogen. And also we found that those material has high uptake capacity for carbon dioxide. So that actually the uptake capacity of those material for carbon dioxide actually is comparable or even better than most of the MOF materials. So with those, we said, okay, we can introduce the carbon dioxide into the channel. Then by introduce co-catalyst into the channel, we can convert carbon dioxide with the help of steam to get different chemical species. We have methane detected, and we think we have other chemical species. At that time, our GC did not work well, so now we can detect other chemicals in the system. And recently, we found those materials can act as a substrate to host different nanoparticles. So you can see from here, we try to use this to host nickel hydroxide, and with nickel hydroxide act as an electron catalytic material for oxygen inclusion reaction. So what we did first here is to directly introduce this nickel cation through direct ion exchange into the channel of this semiconducting porous materials. However, the amount we introduced is minimal. So that's why we then developed this fluoride-assisted cation stripping and in situ formed this nickel hydroxide in the channel of this material. So what we did is to use this hard fluoride anion and simultaneously introduce nickel cation. So with fluoride here, it strips out germanium because germanium is a hard cation. It strips out the germanium. At the same time, nickel coordinate with this remaining sulfide here to form this nickel sulfide bond. Then at the same time, we introduce a little bit of extra fluoride. This fluoride through hydrolysis to form hydroxide anion. Then those anions can coordinate with the nickel here to form nickel hydroxide. So this is a way to control the size of this nanoparticle of nickel hydroxide. And also we have this sulfide dope nickel hydroxide that here with electrochemical properties. So you can see from here, the overall potential of this material trapped nickel hydroxide trapped in the channel show low overall potential, lower than uranium oxide, and also the half slope of this material is small, and also from this electrochemical double layer capacity measurement, we show this material have a high active surface, a high active area. So this material is quite good. We try to further improve the material's property in the next phase of this project. So now let me move on to the second part of my talk, that is metal organic framework materials. So as we know, metal organic framework material MOF actually are constructed from individual metal cation, all those metal oxide clusters. Those metal cation or clusters can be connected together with those different organic ligands to form three-dimensional network. So here, what we try to do is to synthesize new MOF materials with desirable chemical and geometrical features for gas adsorption. So specifically, we developed this pole-space partitioning strategy in the MOF system to partition a large channel or large cage into different domains. So this is a strategy we developed. So by using different chemistry, we developed ways to partition this channel or cage into different domains. I won't be able to cover all those strategies we developed, but I'll try to get some important thoughts here. So this project started with this synthesis of CPM5, 6. Those two have the same topology but different cations in the channel. So this material constructed from these two different cages. One is a larger one, which form through this 24 indium monomer connect together to form sodalite cage. Then small cage, this cage contains four of those trimers, one behind, to form a tetrahedral cage. So this tetrahedral cage sits inside the large sodalite cage to form cage-in-cage structure topology. Then the same design strategy can be used in different systems. For example, this is an in-cobalt system. We have a pad wheel dimer. These pad wheel dimers are connected together to form this small cubo-octahedral cage. Then we have V-shaped dimer here. This V-shaped dimer connect together with isonictinic acid to form this large cage. The small cage sits inside the large cage to partition this large cage into different domains so that the size can have a better match with the gas molecule we would like to introduce into the material. So this, you may wonder how this cage-in-cage strategy works. You can see here, for this CPM24, we all use this BTC, this have three functional group here. So two of this functional group form this small cage. The third one pulled outward to define the metal cation in the big cage. Then in another situation, CPM5, two of this functional group help the formation of this large cage. Third one pulled inward to define the cation position in the small cage. That's how we get a cage in cage structure topology. And as we know in morph synthesis, there are a number of materials synthesized with this bidentate ligand. We cannot have third group to use. So can we partition these particular channels in those different morph materials? So we use this MEL88 as a platform. You can see from here, this MEL88 was synthesized in various group in 2004. And when you look at the structure, it looks like we have 6 trimers form this hexagonal channel. But actually, when you look at the structure in more detail, you can see 3 trimers are in the same height, 3 above and 3 below. When you look at each trimer, it provides 3 orbimetal sites here. So each hold to different direction, different channels. In one particular channel, you can see we have 3 orbimetal sites to use, and those 3 metal sites has C3 symmetry there. So in here, in order to partition this channel, what we did is to introduce a ligand. So we hope this nitrogen coordinate with this orbimetal site, then carboxylic group here link with the metal we introduced, like zinc or cobalt. So indeed, it works this way. The structure was solved by single crystal analysis. We have a metal in the middle, then this nitrogen coordinate to the orbimetal side. However, the individual zinc here is not that stable. So in order to enhance the stability, we said, okay, we can use this organic molecule. This is a very stable molecule we call TPT, and which has this 3 pyridine group we can use to coordinate with this orbimetal side. And indeed, happy that way, it has C3 symmetry there too. So we partition this channel into different domains. So here you can see this is the channel before partitioning. This is after partition of this channel. And before we have this straight channel, if you look down at C direction, and then after partition, we divided this channel not only along this direction C, but along this, not from the C, but along the C direction. You can see we divided this straight channel into different cylindrical pockets. So this actually gave us opportunity to functionalize the channel and to use it for different purposes. So here, the pocket of this cylindrical pocket, the length of this cylinder are determined by the bidentate ligand. So we can control the length of this cylinder, and also the diameter match with the TPT or this partition ligand. So with this strategy, you can see we can tune the cross-link ligand and also tune the partition ligand to synthesize a large family of materials. So we first made this in nickel chemical composition. You can see the carbon dioxide absorption was improved dramatically. And then we said, okay, we should use magnesium because magnesium morph 74 at that time show very high carbon dioxide uptake. So if we use magnesium as our trimer chemical composition, we need to form this magnesium nitrogen bond. So we thought, okay, this may be not possible because this magnesium loves oxygen, not nitrogen, right? But we tried anyway, and we tried this nitrogen and this TPT ligand with magnesium here, and turned out under this confined environment, we indeed formed the magnesium nitrogen very stable bond at the conditions we are using. So with this material synthesis, you can see the carbon dioxide uptake actually broke record when we published this work. I think it's still very high at this stage. So you can see from here, if we have a pure magnesium system without partitioning ligand, just the MEL88 without partitioning ligand, the carbon dioxide uptake was only 36. Then if we introduce a heterometallic system into the material, it improves from 36 to 95 without partition ligand. But when we introduce those different partition ligand, even so we do not have more orbital size because we use all the orbital size for this partition ligand, but the carbon dioxide uptake actually improved from 36 to 194. Then this 95 to 232. That was the record for carbon dioxide uptake. So that is a great improvement. So when we compare our material with literature work, you can see all those labeled with star are from literature. So others are synthesized in my lab. So you can see from here, this green bar represents the carbon dioxide uptake. Then the purple bar represents heat absorption. So our material actually show very high uptake capacity for carbon dioxide, but the heat absorption is very low. So this could be an advantage for using regenerate of those materials because we do not have orbital side anymore in there. So that is one work. And then later on, we found we can replace TPT by different metal complex. As long as you have the C3 symmetry there, you can use those ligand to partition this channel. So there are a number of materials can be synthesized in this way. And in addition, we also can combine COF chemistry with MOF chemistry. So COF is a covalent organic flammable materials. So COF1 was synthesized in OMAS group, and they use this boronic acid through hydrolysis, through condensation. They form this E3O3 ring here. And my student actually proposed, said, okay, we can use this pyridyl boronic acid, then through this hydrolysis condensation, we can get those kind of ligand, and this ligand should be able to partition our channel. So in this case, we introduce Lewis acid into the channel of our material, so that is extra functionality. So we try to synthesize this ligand first, however, we could not get it. No matter how hard we try and we search the literature, there's no one synthesized this ligand before. The main reason could be because you have both Lewis base and the Lewis acid side in the same ligand. So then my student tried anyway. What he did is to introduce this monomer directly into our MOF synthesis. So with this, we actually achieved two goals. One is to synthesize this ligand in the channel, and also the channel was partitioned by this ligand. So we combine COF chemistry with MOF chemistry successfully. And this material, in addition to show other gas uptake capacity, we actually indeed see high uptake capacity for ammonia. So that is a base gas that uses the boron side inside of the material. So now we are also interested in using this material for gas separation. As we know, for industrial production of ethylene, we actually, from petroleum chemistry, they usually come with impurity. So if we can, right now, the industry process for the separation of these two gases rely on low temperature, cryogenic distillation, very low temperature, cost a high amount of energy. So if we can use this MOF material for those purposes, it will be great. So in this case, we would like to have material with a high uptake capacity for C2H6, not C2H4, so that we can remove C2H6 from the system. What we want is C2H4. So also we want to have high selectivity. So this kind of selectivity, people call it inverse selectivity for MOF, because usually MOF actually have a higher selectivity for C2H4 with metal side, with orbital side. But our material has no orbital side. It indeed shows the inverse selectivity for C2H6. So that is great. And then through our simulated breakthrough curve, we demonstrated that indeed those material can have a potential to be used for this gas separation. And in addition to use this tri-functional group to partition this channel, we also show that we can use this 4,4-bipyridyl sulfide to partition this channel. In that case, we have both work. So we occupy 2 of the open metal side, then leave 1 open metal side for other functionality. So that's great that we combine both of this word. And turns out this material indeed have a very high uptake capacity for C2H2. So we know this C2H2 for industry storage or shipping is a problem. So we can use this material for this C2H2, very high uptake capacity. Turns out this material actually broke several records for this different gas uptake capacity. So we are happy to see those results when we combine both of this open metal side and post efficiency strategy. Okay, let me give you a summary of my talk. Our pulse space partitioning method complete a cycle in researchers pursue from small pore to larger pore and then back to small pore again. Many critical applications, such as the small gas molecule capture, do not need large pore, and strategies for small pore have high impact. And I would like to thank my collaborators, students, and also undergraduate students for their hard work, and also those funding agencies for their financial support. And finally, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. And also, I would like to congratulate Susan again for this award. I'm so happy. Thank you.
Thank you for the talk. So I always had the question on the MOFs. So when those MOFs uptake the gas molecules, have you ever think about the volume change? So you mean when they uptake the gas, there's no volume change on the MOFs?
We didn't do XRD after we introduce the gas molecule into the channel. But we can recycle this process. So at least we didn't destroy it. So that's why we think we probably do not have volume change, or even we have, is very small volume change.
I think maybe it would be a good idea to do some like in situ XRD.
Yes, we cannot do that.
Inline has the capability to do such things on the MOFs.
Yeah. So we cannot do it because when we take it out, the gas already not in the system. Yes, if we can do the in situ, it will be. Yes.
Yeah, I think the problem is inline now, you can just simply flow the gas and do the in situ characterizations.
Yes, that's
APS.
That's a very good idea. Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah.
Any further questions? If not, let's thank our speaker again. So our next speaker, introduce Professor Joy Pulling from California State University, Fullerton.
Hey, can I be heard here? Great. Okay, so it's so wonderful to be here with all of you, especially after the couple of years we've had. So it's really nice to be back here with everybody. And so I'm Joy Pulling. I'm an assistant professor at Cal State Fullerton. I've been there since July 2020, so excellent time to start anything, especially a lab. But I hope to show you that because of the resilience of my students, they've done a really great job, and I'm really proud of all the work that they've been able to accomplish. So let me start, of course, by doing a little, waxing nostalgic about Susan. This is us at my graduation. Me with straight hair. Most of you people have never seen that. So I was in Susan's group from January 2013 to January 2018. It was like exactly 5 years and a week. And Susan influenced me in so many ways. I could stand up here the whole 30 minutes and tell you, but I'll try and keep it brief. So Susan really influenced me as an educator. So I came from a small liberal arts college, and I never even had a TA. So when I went to graduate school, I was like, I don't even know what a TA does, and I have to do this. And then I started TAing, and I absolutely fell in love with it. I really loved teaching and working with undergraduates. It was just the most fun thing in the world. And Susan really encouraged me by encouraging me to apply for teaching fellowships, one of which I got, and encouraging me with professional development opportunities. And I later on, I kind of expressed interest in being at a primarily undergraduate institution where the pace of research is different than it is at an R1 or big research institution. And I mean, I'll say it, there were plenty of people who told me, like, you're not going to do real research, that's a cop-out, you know, why would you go there, which I have a lot of thoughts about that. But it says a lot about Susan that I don't think she knew people were telling me that kind of stuff, but we had a meeting one time, she's heard me say this before, but she said, you know, Joy, I hope you don't think going to a PY is easier. It's different, but it's not easier. And her example was, you know, we're working on a single crystal refinement. She can look at my refinement and say, oh, you need to think about this. But maybe she doesn't know the, you know, ShellX commands you have to put in to get that done. So she says, okay, well, you go down the hall to Jim Fettinger. So at Cal State Fullerton, I have to be Jim Fettinger, right? So Susan was the first person to really validate that being at a PUI was, I knew it was a good choice for me, but she validated that it was a great choice. And Susan also influenced me scientifically. So here are some of the publications that we did together. You notice every single one of these has a solid solution. So Susan taught me to love a solid solution. And I think there's something so elegant and like logical to my very type A brain about, okay, well, we have these things at one end, we have these things at the other end. What happens when we look systematically in the middle? Can we exhibit any control? Maybe sometimes you get your best properties not on the ends, but in the middle. Like we found with my final paper, that x equals 0.2 was the best CT we could find, not on either end. So I think there's something really cool and elegant about this. Okay, so I wanted to start with my acknowledgments slide. So with the exception of my student Lynn, who graduated in December, this is my entire group, and they're all still with me. Most of them pictured here at group lunch a couple of weeks ago, but not everyone, because I don't know, you try getting 12 undergraduates in one place at one time. It's not easy. So a lot of the work that you're seeing was done by Lynn, who graduated, a lot done by Carolina, who's here at the conference. All the people with asterisks by them are here at the conference. They've already had their posters, but I'm sure they'll answer your questions during the break. So Carolina did the majority of this work, and also my student Diana. And so Diana is an interesting case. One thing I love about Cal State Fullerton is we have a program called Project RAISE, which is a program that takes community college students who are planning to transfer to four-year colleges, and it gives them summer research experience. So Diana came down and did research in my lab for one summer, and she did end up transferring to Cal Poly Pomona, which I was very sad about because she got so much done and she really thrived on this project. But I should say, she went to Cal Poly Pomona because she wanted to do chemical engineering. Cal State Fullerton doesn't have chemical engineering, so I forgive her. But she actually, every weekend, she drives 30 minutes down from Pomona and still works in my lab on her own time, which I think is really cool. So yeah, I just love that. Okay, so also I want to thank Steve Carl from the Cal State Fullerton Biology Department, who's done some microscopy for us. Of course, Saul at 11BM has been really helpful. We use the mail-in powder diffraction program a lot. And actually, Molly and Kevin at the SSRL at SLAC, they have also been really helpful with synchrotron powder diffraction. And they wanted me to spread the word that SSRL does plan to have a mail-in system, diffraction system, very similar to the one at 11BM. And we are very grateful that they allowed our group to help us pilot that with a lot of our samples. So definitely thanks to them. And our funding for the project I'm going to talk about today is all done with startup funds and an internal grant. Okay, so a bit of an outline. So first I'll do a little bit of motivation and background, and I will spend a good bit of time here because this is a brand new field to me. This is not something I'm known for, so I kind of want to explain my point of view, where I'm coming from, and my ideas. And then I'll talk about one project that we've been working on in my lab. So first we'll start with a bit of motivation. Okay, so this video shows as a function of months in 2020, basically the difference from average temperature. So if you see red, it's warmer than average. And then at the end, it sort of goes to the 2020 average for the year. And essentially, yeah, I probably don't have to tell this group this, but climate change is increasing the temperature of the Earth, and it is leading to more frequent, more severe, and longer heat waves. And one very interesting thing that was very jarring to me is that without regulation, Chicago is projected to experience 30 more days per year above 100 Fahrenheit, which is, yeah, again, it's kind of jarring because you think of it as this very mild Midwestern city. So one consequence of global warming is the urban heat island effect. So this is the idea that when you have sort of downtown areas, probably here in San Diego, where you've got a lot of buildings, a lot of infrastructure, they absorb a lot more heat from the sun than somewhere like a rural area where there's lots of forests and grasslands. And of course, urban heat islands further contribute to global warming, because if your building's hotter, you got to run your air conditioner more, your refrigerator has to work harder. So that's that energy supply and demand, more pollutants released. So it's kind of this cyclic thing that we're just feeding into. So there are many detrimental effects of urban heat islands. One, of course, is what I just talked about, increased energy consumption. So this is a violin plot that shows, as a function of continent, they basically looked at different cities on these continents and found the percent change of building energy consumption, and this is specifically for cooling, so the energy that goes to basically air conditioners. And what they're showing here is basically across all of these continents, every single city that they looked at has at least a 20% increase in energy consumption. And if you look at some of the cities in Europe, it can even go up over 125%. So it's really increasing our energy demand towards cooling. Some others are, of course, elevated pollutant and greenhouse gas emission from that increased energy demand. One I hadn't thought about really, but I do teach general chemistry a lot at Cal State Fullerton, and we serve a lot of biology majors, and so this kind of kind of idea is interesting to them. So it impairs water quality in that when you have warmer water sort of sitting on hot pavement and hot buildings, and it runs off into streams and creeks, it affects the temperature of those streams, creeks, and lakes, and that affects aquatic life. So it actually has all these implications in like marine biology, because some species may thrive in a hotter environment and some may not. So it really changes these sort of predator-prey relationships and entire ecosystems. And the other effect that I kind of focus on is the idea of compromised human health. So in these urban heat islands, you see higher instances of heat stroke, heat exhaustion, and even heat-related death. Being in the heat can exacerbate existing medical conditions and even increase food and vector-borne illnesses. And one thing that is kind of personally important to me that I've found in a lot of literature is that the brunt of these detrimental effects are disproportionately borne by marginalized communities. So people that already have less access to healthcare and emergency medical funds, things like that. So, so it's really contributing to the disparity in quality of living based on your color or your race or your income. So some specific examples, they've actually looked at this effect in a lot of different cities. So what you're seeing here is basically a map of a city, and the warmer the color, like the more you get to this red color, the hotter that area of the city is. And they have correlated with this on the left, they've correlated it with race, and on the right, they've correlated it with income. And what you find is that people of color tend to live in the hottest areas of the city. What you also find is that poorer people tend to live in the hottest areas of the city. So, I mean, it's really not kind of an accident that these kinds of things happen. So, again, because of my personal interest and because of what interests students at Cal State Fullerton, I really spend a lot of time thinking about the impacts of my research on social justice, because I think that's really important to me and students at Cal State Fullerton. So this particular graphic is from Greenville, South Carolina. That's actually where I went to college, which is why I picked this, because I know this area. I know who lives here. My family still lives in these areas. But this group actually has made an interactive Google map where they have overlaid their urban heat island data on top of census data. And so you can kind of see what this effect looks like where you work or live or where your hometown is. So this is the URL, but I promise you there's a QR code at the end, so it'll be easier to get to. Okay, so now we want to think about how do we want to start thinking about fixing this. So we are thinking about cool pigments as an urban heat island mitigation strategy. So this is sort of the intensity of intensity of the sun as a function of wavelength. And so you see this black region over here, that's your ultraviolet light, that's your sunburn, suntan. Visible light is almost half of the intensity that we get. And the majority, about 49%, is this near IR radiation. And the near IR region is important because that's what causes heating. So, we're interested in what's going on in this near IR region. And the idea behind cool pigments, so if you have a normal pigment, an ordinary pigment painted on your building, it would, usually if it's a darker color, would absorb more heat, again, further contributing to the urban heat island effect. The idea behind cool pigments is that they can actually be any color, including dark colors, and they will reflect away that near IR radiation. So we kind of have a lot of goals. Hopefully I'll explain all of my goals to you here. But so one thing that we've been looking at is this cobalt pyrophosphate. It's got these two transition metal sites, two cobalt sites. One is 6 coordinate, one is 5 coordinate, and they are shared by 2 oxygens, so they're edge shared. The 6 coordinate has a much bigger polyhedral volume, about 12 cubic angstroms, than the 5 coordinate, which is almost 7 cubic angstroms. So our kind of first goal is to understand how can we control color tunability? So for example, if we try substituting in nickel, which is slightly smaller than cobalt, but not small enough that it won't actually substitute in, will it preferentially substitute on this smaller site? Can we basically use the size of the ion we're substituting in to control where it goes towards controlling those orbital interactions and controlling color maybe? So that's kind of goal 1, color tunability. We want to understand what we can feed into design principles about color tunability. And the other thing I talked about, so I mentioned that the near IR reflectance actually has nothing to do with the color, and it kind of has nothing to do with chemistry. I spent a lot of time in chemical engineering literature, and what I found is that that near IR reflectance actually has to do with particle size. So you want, this is kind of your optimal particle size between about 0.35, 1.25 microns, which is typically much smaller than you get with traditional furnace synthesis if you leave it in the furnace for 3 days or whatever. So our secondary goal is, well, can we use some kind of alternative synthetic method to control the particle size towards trying to control the near IR reflectance? So the alternative synthetic method we are interested in is this microwave-assisted synthesis. I tell, when I do my sort of research talk at the beginning of every semester, I always say, there is a microwave in my lab. It's got a potato button and a popcorn button. It is just a domestic kitchen microwave. And the idea here is that you would set it up like this, where you'd have this outer aluminum crucible, and you'd fill that with a susceptor material. And we use activated charcoal because it couples very well to microwaves, and it's fairly inexpensive. And then inside that, you put another crucible with your starting materials, and you use power and time to control the temperature. So the idea here is that because your synthesis times are reduced 50 to 100-fold, so you're synthesizing in minutes rather than hours or days, this can lead to reduced particle size. And there's a very nice methods and protocols paper about microwave-assisted synthesis using the domestic kitchen microwave that came out of Rom's group a few years ago. And they cite some specific examples where they've been able to reduce the particle size using this synthetic method. Okay, so generally traditional solid-state synthesis, grind together our materials, make a pellet, and we go one of 2 ways. I say we. Carolina goes one of 2 ways. So she will either do the traditional furnace synthesis, put in time and a temperature, or she will try out different microwave conditions. But either way, she will collect the products and do X-ray diffraction. And so I'll try and stress this a lot, but my students really do all the work. So Carolina does X-ray diffraction on our lab X-ray diffractometer, and my students do their own Rietveld refinement. I just throw it in a figure, so she has done all this work. And so we see that we have fairly successful phase synthesis up to x equals 1.75, And we actually see that the A, B, and C unit cell parameters and the overall volume seem to be decreasing. And that makes sense to me because nickel is a little bit smaller than cobalt, so as we put it in, we should be kind of shrinking. And honestly, it's miraculous that we see that because these data are abysmal. As you can see, it's really hard to see anything on these. And that's because we have a lot of cobalt in the sample. So cobalt fluoresces in the presence of copper K alpha radiation, which is what our diffractometer uses. So of course, in order to get some better data, Carolina, she applied for an APS badge. She wrote her own mail-in synchrotron proposal. She loaded the bases and we mailed them off. And she gets really nice fits to her synchrotron diffraction data. So this is from x equals 0 up to x equals 1.25. We get really nice Rietveld refinements. And then if we go over that, as we get to x equals 1.5 and 1.75, it does look like our target phase is there, but there are clearly a lot of unassigned peaks. So there are some, so we're working on figuring out what impurity that may be and how we can tweak our synthesis a little bit in order to make that phase pure. But again, because the main phase is still there, we can at least get out lattice parameters and see what those look like. And so we see here just what we expect, the A, B, and C still decrease, overall volume decreases. So all of that suggests we actually are including nickel in our structure. Okay. So since these are pigments, we of course want to think about, well, what do we call the color of our pigments? So this is a compound that's made by Diana. I'm not actually talking about this compound much more. I just really like this color, so I wanted to show it. But you know, I might call this baby blue, and Susan might call it robin's egg blue. Like who knows what we should call this? Actually, my student Trevor, who's here, he's making some samples that are different shades of yellow. We were having a Zoom meeting, and I said, "Oh, well, what does the color change?" And he goes, "Yeah, it goes from like a cheddar to a parmesan." Like, I know what that means, but that means different things to different people. So we want to be able to rigorously describe color. So we have a handheld colorimeter in my lab, and basically we measure our sample, and it gives us these LAB parameters. So what this is a point in this 3-coordinate space. So L is the lightness, where 0 is going to be basically black, and 100 is going to be white. The A-axis is the red-green axis, where more negative is more green, more positive is more red. And the B-axis is the blue-yellow, more positive is more yellow, more negative is more blue. So with the LAB, we get basically a precise point in this color space that allows us to understand the color that we made. And that's really important if we eventually want to compare the, especially near IR reflectance properties to commercial pigments. Well, it doesn't make sense to compare to the commercial pigment if it's not the same color, right? So this will be really important later when we hopefully compare to some commercial pigments. Okay, so up here I have some photographs of Carolina's samples. They look better on my computer, so if you want to come up later, you can see them. But some trends we see in the LAB. So the lightness continually goes up. That kind of makes sense as we go from a deeper purple to these lighter yellows. The A-axis goes from slightly positive to slightly negative. I would say that at the slightly positive B end, A end, purple should have a little bit more red in it. Yellow should have a little bit more green in it. So I like that you can kind of make sense of these. And then our B-axis goes from slightly negative to fairly positive, which also makes sense since we go from a little bit purple to quite yellow. There are a couple of other ways that we can describe color, especially in order to be consistent with how they describe color in the literature. So one is the hue angle, and it's just a bit of math with your B and A. And it describes in degrees where on this sort of central circle you are in hue. So that's kind of how you get, is it red, green, yellow, blue. And you can also describe the chroma, also doing a little bit of math with the A and B, which is essentially the saturation. So if your chroma value is smaller, that means you're sort of towards the middle where you have more pastel colors. And if your chroma value is larger, you're out towards the edge where you have more vibrant colors. And so looking at the chroma, so the chroma kind of hovers around, smaller values, goes up a little bit at the end. And these are not the most vibrant colors, but they get more vibrant as you go to the yellow. And then the hue angle, it does look like there's a big drop off here, but remember these are degrees of a circle, so it does sort of go up and over 360 and back around. So it actually is kind of making a path just around the hue angle circle. Okay, so we have characterized our furnace synthesized samples structurally, and we can characterize their color. And so now we want to see, can we make these same compositions in the microwave? And so the answer is yes so far. And I should mention that these next couple of slides don't really portray all the work that Carolina puts into optimizing these conditions. But basically, so the x equals 0 was made in the furnace. It took 12 hours. Okay, that's not that long. But in the microwave, we get synchrotron X-ray diffraction data that fit very nicely to the model, and that was made in 9 minutes. So that's, yeah, drastically reducing your synthesis time. So that's x equals 0. And then if we go to x equals 0.25, the furnace synthesized data you have already seen. We just don't have the synchrotron data of these just yet. But these microwave conditions were kind of the best fit we got to the lab data. So we decided to sort of keep going on with this sample. But we will measure this at the synchrotron soon to make sure it actually does match the model. So if we want to compare two pigments made by two different methods, of course, like I said before, it makes sense to compare if they're similar colors, right? So we have a color comparison, we can do a color comparison using this delta E formula. And this is just a distance formula. So what it does is tells you the distance between your 2 points in color space, so you can decide if they are the same color. So if we plug in the values for the LA and B for our microwave and furnace synthesized samples, we get 4.66. Okay, what does that mean? So if you have a delta E that's less than 1, that is sort of definitely an imperceptible color difference. You definitely can't tell the difference by the human eye. Then, when your delta E is between 2 and 5, it gets a little bit fuzzy. From what I've been talking to a lot of people in color science about this, and that's because when a color is lighter, it's actually easier for the human eye to tell the difference between it than when it's darker. So if you had lighter colors, you would need a smaller delta E, but if you have darker colors, a larger delta E will still be imperceptible to the human eye. So that's why it's kind of a fuzzy range. And so our delta E is, yeah, it's kind of at the end of the range, but I mean, I think we're doing okay so far. And okay, so we have said these are essentially the same color, and now we want to see, well, have we affected the particle size with this synthetic method? So so I'm showing you some SEM data. On the left, so these are all x equals 0.25. On the left are 2 magnifications of the furnace synthesized, and on the right are the same 2 magnifications of the microwave synthesized. So looking at the sort of low magnification, I guess I could say, like, yeah, there are some smaller particles over here, but I can't really say that that's representative of our sample at this point. So we are trying to see if we can find some microscopy collaborations so that we can have more control over the microscopy images that we collect, so we can actually see if this is representative of our entire sample. If we look at the high magnification image, we see kind of some morphology differences. So the furnace synthesized, these are a lot smoother crystallites, and then in the microwave synthesized, you see this sort of bubbling and these striations. So there's a little bit of difference in the morphology. Okay, and unfortunately, that is where the story ends for now. So the next step, of course, would be how well do these reflect the near IR radiation? We just got our diffuse reflectance instrument, so it's going to kind of be a summer project of mine to make sure I understand, make sure I understand our measurement conditions, so we get reproducible measurements, and so we're matching the way people in the literature do these measurements. So maybe if you're at Gordon, I'll have some data for you. But for now, we just got the instrument. Okay, so far, talk super fast. All right, so far, I've shown you that the furnace synthesis across most of the solid solution is successful. I should mention, I think I didn't mention, these solid solutions have been made before, but they were made hydrothermally. They made single crystals, and it was like a 10-day synthesis. So even the furnace synthesis in 12 hours is much better than 10 days. The lattice parameters do suggest that we are including the nickel. So until we sort of get towards the end, we do see the same structure type. And the microwave-assisted synthesis has been shown to recreate some samples accurately. And again, Carolina puts a lot of work into optimizing these microwave synthesis conditions. So she just sort of makes her way through compositions, and I'm really proud of all the work she's done. So next steps, there are a lot. So in the shorter term, we want to optimize the furnace synthesis of those last 3 members of our solid solution where we started to get some impurity peaks showing up. Since nickel and cobalt are only one electron different, even synchrotron diffraction can't really tell us about site preference of our nickel or like an actual composition. So we'd love to maybe use Malin neutron diffraction to understand site preference and composition. We're continuing the microwave synthesis attempts of the entire solid solution. And then again, as we sort of get these sets of samples that we can compare, we start to try look at microscopy images, and then we will do diffuse reflectance measurements to understand the near IR reflectance. And then in the longer term, any sort of promising pigments, anything that displays pleasing color and has that high near IR reflectance, I set up a collaboration with Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, specifically Professor Leslie Hamachi, who's in the Department of Chemistry and is part of the Western Coatings Technology Center. And basically they have a ton of not only expertise, but industry backing from the paints and coatings industry. So they're actually going to take our pigments and make real paints out of them, and do all the additives and the dispersion and everything, and test them for viability as commercial pigments. So they can do things like UV test, testing for UV resistance, acid resistance, impact resistance. So that's a collaboration I'm really excited about. And I sort of have grand dreams of collaborating with maybe Cal State Fullerton, but perhaps at other universities, public health or sociology departments, to really bridge the gap between physical sciences and social sciences in understanding where our science could do the best good in the community, bringing back to that social justice angle. That's really important to me. So finally, I will say that's sort of one half of what my lab does. The other half of my lab works on some negative thermal expansion materials, actually in a very familiar family. So this is just one example of one of the solid solutions we're working on. This was made by my student Sophie, who is here, and my student Rosaria. And actually my students are in the air right now. My students Jasmine and Erica are meeting me in Chicago tomorrow, I believe at 6 a.m. And we are going to have our first in-person beam time at 11 p.m. So we're going to do some temperature-dependent synchrotron diffraction of some of these samples. And we are very excited that we've been recently funded by the NSF for our work on thermal expansion materials. Okay, so again, I would like to thank my entire lab and my collaborators. And for the funding, here's the QR code that I promised you. So again, I do encourage you to kind of check out that interactive Google map. And once again, congratulations, Susan. I'm so happy to be here with all of you. And yeah, if we have time, I'll take any questions.
Thanks so much for that talk, Joy. It was very good, and your motivation is like very inspirational. I was wondering about the difference in this is between furnace and microwave. I have like a little bit of difference in the color.
Yeah.
Do you think that is like due to like a band gap change, or?
So it could actually even be due to the particle size, because your particle size can change your color. So part of what we're doing is trying to see, okay, can we affect the particle size enough that it increases the near IR reflectance, but not so much that it changes the color? I really don't know. As far as if it's the actual band, I mean, I'll have to, again, when we get the diffuse reflectance instrument going, we will, do our Kubelka monk and try and get some optical gaps out of those. So I don't have an answer right now, but again, maybe it would.
Thank you.
That was really cool, thanks. For your particle size analysis, instead of doing microscopy, have you thought about just doing something rather simple like sieving, which is what the catalysis community is like always relied upon?
Yeah, so yeah, that's right. And yes, so that is a much easier method. I guess the reason we want to do particle size using SEM is because we want to see to what extent can we control the particle size across the sample. Does that make sense? So like we want to see what happens over the entire sample. But you're right, for practicality, if we were actually at a commercial paint plant, we'd just sit it and like, let's get the smallest particles. But for the purpose of understanding to what extent can we control the particle size, I would like to continue doing SEM so we can understand what it looks like as a whole. Yeah, let's go.
So for your same chemical composition and tune the cold pigments or hot pigments, or how do you control this?
So that's what we're trying with so because the sort of coolness is based on the particle size. So doing the microwave synthesis, we're trying to see, can we shrink the particle size? Because essentially furnace synthesis gives you too big particle size, whereas microwave, because it's such a short heating time, will give you small.
So you think only size determines the cold or from hot?
Yes, it actually has nothing to do with the chemistry. It took me a lot of reading in the chemical engineering literature, but yeah, it has nothing, well, nothing. It doesn't have much to do with the chemistry, but it's actually the particle size, yeah. Exactly.
Particle size.
Exactly.
No surface chemistry.
Now that's a better question. Or that's a very good question. I don't know if I have a good answer to that.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so yes, surface chemistry could come into play, but it's not. But it's mostly particle size, from what I understand in the chemical engineering literature.
Thank you very much.
While we're talking about particle size, is there a lower limit to the particle size that's acceptable for practical use?
Yeah, so I don't have a number for you, but I would say yes, because one, again, as you get lower and lower particle size, you start to change your color. So you can think about like, forget which copper salt, but like the copper salt crystals are blue, and then if you grind them up enough, they just turn white. So you can start to affect your color too much. And so this is why I had this collaboration with Cal Poly Slow. The particle size is also very, it has a lot of effect on like the dispersion process, so actually getting the pigment into the paint. So I'm not an expert in that, but luckily the people at Cal Poly Slow are. So I would say the answer is yes, I just don't have a number to give you.
So in terms of dispersion, I mean, is there a concern that the sizes that are small enough for what you want are too small for what an industrial process would be?
Yeah. So yeah, when I went to a summer school at Cal Poly Slow that's actually meant for industry professionals in pigment and paint industry, and I was the only academic there. It was kind of fun to talk to all these industry people. So from what they told me, not necessarily, but again, it kind of depends on what the issue is. So like, is your issue agglomeration or flocculation? So it's kind of dependent on the system. So not necessarily just the size, but the size could be an issue. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to follow up with the surface question, I think, have you ever think about the surface roughness for different synthetic masters?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The surface roughness.
Surface roughness.
Yeah, because that definitely will influence the scattering
Yeah, that's
of
a
the
really
light
good.
and the reflective.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a really good point. So that's not something, yeah, that we are looking specifically at, but that's absolutely a good point. We should certainly take into account surface roughness.
Also, just another suggestion: when you try to do measurement on the light distribution, probably another good method is to do the light scattering.
You like scattering? Okay, that's really good.
Which is called dynamic light scattering.
And now that you mention that, right.
Better statistical.
Now that you mention that, I remember Leslie did buy a DLS for her lab at Cal Poly Slow, so I'll send her an email.
Okay, other questions? To the kids, so let's thank Joya and all of us. We're gonna have 8-minute intermission, and I'll see you all at 3:40.
Trying really hard.
I don't want anyone to hear what I'm saying.
Just send me to the other side of the building.
Do what?
They're gonna send me to the other side of the building.
Think so?
Yeah, as soon as you say I'm doing good.
Yeah. Don't worry, no one listens to me. But apparently your dad did, and that guy did the same. But I went to the place and moved back. So.
Yeah.
Time it out.
Or,
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if
Or
I
should
have
we
more.
just
Do you have more tape? I might have. I think I gave mine back to them.
I have a huge Sharpie.
They're all so excited about it.
I have a huge Sharpie.
That's all
I remember giving you comments about your huge Sharpie.
Yeah, everyone always has shit to say. I don't understand.
And I have one too. I just don't bring it. So, I use it for like art projects. I like to hold it like a knife. I don't know if I have my board. I gave my board tape to Paul because he lent me and I was looking. I lost it.
Oh no. Oh, Paul.
Huh?
Oh, Paul, what are you doing?
Not Paul. He lent it to me and I lost it. So.
Oh.
And he's like, well, that was my own personal tape. Oh, here's something. And I'm like, dude, okay. So I gave him my roll yesterday. What do you do with it? Where'd it go?
What are you gonna? Just gonna put like laser pointer ugly?
Yeah. I was gonna tape over the other buttons.
Oh, that's fair. That also works.
Yeah, I don't like writing things. My handwriting, and I hear all about it. Plus, all these signs probably read my handwriting, and that's scary too.
What? No, doctors.
Doctors should read my handwriting too. I'm sometimes asked if I am a doctor.
Yeah.
My handwriting is so disgusting.
I've had that happen to me before. Because
what's funny is if I concentrate, I can actually do calligraphy and write amazingly, but I usually just scribble. My brain goes so fast, it's hard for me to focus on writing. Psychotic.
Are we all?
Well, some of us more than others, I find. That looks like a laser pointer, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. And I said having board tape never pays.
I was gonna say, looks like Chesterfield laser pointer.
Now we have the best race.
You want me to swap it?
No, not until
I didn't know what you wanted to do. What's up? I couldn't tell if you wanted me to swap it or not.
Oh no, you're good.
We gotta do the 8
Oh, I did see it on here though.
Nice, yeah, stuff's moving and stuff, right?
Whatever the next one is, it didn't show up.
Yeah, he's actually nice, so
beautiful.
Yep, and he's the room.
He's dragging all the other ones that are not.
We got the math thing out of the way, and we did introduce multiple math disasters. So that worked out. I mean, it was almost a disaster, but still.
I think what helped also is the lady was on the moderator, and she was like, dude, trust me. Like, she went through it, she's like, the guys, you know, the way to minimize her. Yeah,
Well,
I think. I mean, that's what happened. You know, so far
I think by
But you know, we started that.
Well, no, but that,
Figured out how it worked.
That's what I think it is. I think it's finally gone around the public attention where everyone's realizing like it's not just us, it's not just whatever room they're in at that moment. Like, I think we were literally, yeah, that's why it was so hard at the first day.
Everyone's consistently telling them that
piled on.
I think they just get it. So yeah.
That's why I don't think too bad. I'm like, I love you. I told you so. So.
Oh, I do that with my eyes. I don't have to sit down. I literally could just look at people and stop. Like, dude, I'm not saying anything. Just stop. Just stop. I know, bro. I know. But I'm the kind of person who tells you it's going to happen, and it happens, and then there's blame to me that it happens. I got to be careful with my future predictions.
Weird. I feel like the one girl looks like me, Khalifa, but it's like it's racist. I'm like, the one in the front. It's like, yeah.
Okay, like a little bit.
Everyone that has the glasses and the hair is just gonna have that double take.
I'm mad that I know what you're talking about, but you're not wrong like 100%.
I was like, wow. It'd be amazing.
I'm just gonna sit there. that stage.
Okay. The one that's live right now?
The one that's talking to
That's the funniest.
I almost want to.
What's gonna suck now? Because if I see her, I'm gonna think of you. That's not cool.
Yeah.
That ruins the whole thing.
Make you think about work.
Yeah. Don't think about work.
Don't think about work.
Oh, well, that's a cool thing and not a cool thing. That sucks. You gotta draw such accurate pictures.
For the stream.
Oh, this is so, because when you talk there, it feels the eye is working.
Yeah, no, we're unfortunately we're aware, but they put it in so that the people on the stream can see you guys very clearly at the podium. Unfortunately. Yeah, no, it's right at the eye line. Unfortunately. Yeah, no, of course. Kind of funny.
Right. Well, you're not sure though.
No, but it's
That's what
it's like
you are, and that's what they're noticing. I don't get it.
Really?
Every other week, we call for extra volume, all sorts of things. We call for help. No one is calling.
That's so weird. It's so not porn. It's I don't even have buttons.
Well, it also might be it might not be all technician installed. Sometimes they can.
I believe that, but there's a point where I'm just I don't have physical buttons to touch.
You're young and you still have all your facilities. You know what I mean? So some of our guys don't.
All my brain cells for now.
Some of our guys don't. Don't worry. There'll be a time when you'll feel like, how did I know how to do this before?
Yeah. Hey.
I was where you were once. I've come down to that mountain. It's okay.
A year working like this, maybe.
That's the thing too. It's easy now, but you go away from this. I don't give this job for 3 years, and then you come back into it. It's not as easy the second time. You know, repetition means a lot.
That was already where I was at after the pandemic. Back it was like I don't remember somehow. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Finishing off this session with Osler. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker, Ram Sushant.
Thank you, Stephanie. And this is just a wonderful opportunity, Susan, to speak at this session in your honor. You've always been such a strong supporter of the community, such a strong supporter of newcomers to the community. And you've not only sort of supported people, but you've also taught them how to treat each other. So you've sort of said, as far as I can tell, when I came to this community 20 years ago, you were the person who was setting the tone. You were the person who was hugging people in the Garden Conference. So now what do Stephanie and I do in the Garden Conference? We hug. Yeah. So thank you. So I've known about your work since the time as a postdoc, because my postdoc advisor, my second postdoc advisor, Wolfgang Freeman, would have folders of papers, because in those days people actually printed out papers or photocopy papers and filed them away like they were ever going to look at them again. And he had a paper, he had a folder with your name on it. You know, I remember a few other names. There was Joe Solis, there was, I surprised to find Sienna Rao, but he had a folder with your name on it. So I started learning about what you were doing at that time. Of course, I didn't know very much about interfaces. But some years ago, with Sadia further compounds, where we actually recognize that a lot of the Zinke principles are fulfilled in these compounds. We said that in the paper. So, for example, titanium cobalt antimony or titanium nickel tin, these are half-Boltzmann compounds. The titanium you can treat giving up 4 electrons. The nickel and the tin take 4 electrons, and when they do, it becomes isoelectronic with gallium arsenide, which is a semiconductor, valence semiconductor. And the sublattice that it takes on, or the substructure, is also the gallium arsenide substructure, very much like, you know, examples like sodium hyaluron, big concept here. And I should have sort of properly acknowledged that when we did this, we said it's even when you put a manganese ion like manganese, it goes with more or less behaving like just electron donor, but it's a spin-on. Right? Very much like some of the work we've done with European and with nitrogen. So I'm not going to talk about these today. I'm going to talk about halides because that's what people do. They nowadays people say perovskite and they mean one particular compound, methyl ammonium lead iodide. So you know, perovskites have been known beyond that compound. Some of them even have oxygen in it, and some of them are not so good. But I'm going to talk about some work that we've been doing in the past 4 years in a joint grant that I actually have with my and another colleague of mine, Michael Shapley, who's more of a device person. And a lot of the work I'm going to show you was led by Pratap Bishnoi, a former postdoc who's now at GMCSI in Bangalore. A little bit of work from England.
I was trying to see. I was trying to drag it next to it. Drag it next to it. But I couldn't find the new one. And that was right after I took the thumb drive off. And I was like, wait a minute.
And one
Did
of my
you
friends,
drag the thing off of it? And she's like, oh, I was like, oh,
she knows better than to show for my talk.
She did drag one copy over and then it was a typo, so then she went back to her computer and redid it. But I wouldn't drag it out.
Hey, Emily, can you do the solid state NMR experiment?
I told her, I was like, you want to drag it? I don't want to run it off the strap, but then I was like, I don't know if that's part of it.
Okay, so just some background. The halide perovskites have been known for a very long time. So the cesium lead halides have been known since about the 1890s. Of course, in those days, people knew the composition, they didn't know the structure. The structures started arriving very soon after the Bragg law in 1912, and the methyl ammonium compound was in 1978, at least as far as I can tell from the literature. Although methyl ammonium metal halides have been known for a very long time, other alkyl ammonium metals. And of course, you know, the reason that people now think methyl ammonium lead iodide is perovskite, and perovskite is methyl ammonium lead iodide, is because of this paper from Japan, from these 4 authors who thought actually that the methyl ammonium lead iodide is a sensitizer, like in a dye-sensitized solar cell, but it transpired soon thereafter that it's not a sensitizer, it's actually the active photovoltaic material that absorbs photons and splits it up into an electron in hole. So now functional halide perovskites are not new, and they're particularly well known in the magnetism. For example, this is KCUS3, which famously has this, you know, spin and orbital ordering. It's one of the archetypical compounds for understanding how spin and charge order. Of course, this is a top 2+ compound, so it has Young-Taylor order. And the compound KMNF3, which is an antiferromagnet, is actually formed the basis of a lot of our current understanding of critical phenomena. So halide perovskites have been known for a long time, and we've been sort of interested in sort of revisiting them in their various structural forms. So just to show you some of the structural variants, let me use my more powerful laser pointer. So I've not shown the A cations in these depictions, but here is perovskite, you know, which for me, to call something a perovskite should have conogenic peroxide drugs, 3-dimensionally conogenic, right? And as a journal editor and others can confirm that there is no limit to what people will call a perovskite. Compositionally, structurally, you know, if it has lead in it, we can call it a perovskite. If it has iodine in it, we can call it a perovskite. So some of us fight back, but mostly in vain. But anyway, here's the REO3 framework, and you know, you may or may not have A cations. But of course, you have many variants. For example, you have double perovskites where every alternate octahedron is centered around a distinct cation. And you can also have vacancy order variants, which actually some people call a fluoride structure, like this compound, which would have actually again, I've not depicted the A sites, but every second oxidation is missing. You then have all these variants, which you could call perovskite derived. So here are variants that have phase sharing chains. So this is the structure of compounds like barium nickel oxide and cesium nickel fluoride. And then, of course, you can order these variants as well by choosing different cations. And when you choose these different cations, what you do is, in effect, you fork the charge, right? So in a halide perovskite, this is the divalent cation here. So you can replace the divalent cation by a combination of monovalent and trivalent cations. And this is well known. There's a beautiful old article by Ken Potemmeyer, a sort of perspective. But the most important thing is not size in separating, in having an ordered pair of cations. The most important thing is not size, it's charge. And in oxides, you actually need a very large charge difference. You need as much as a 4+ charge difference. For example, magnesium and tungsten order 4+ and 6+. But scandium and niobium 3+ and 5+ don't order well. But in halides, because diffusion is so much faster, the compound finds its sort of equilibrium much more easily. So you know it's easier to find a crystalline ground state. And of course, halides form very easily, which is also the problem because of microscopic reversibility. They form so easily that they also fall apart very easily. Right? But halides can order with just with smaller charge differences than what you need for oxides. So typically a charge difference of 2 is ample. The size doesn't play a big role in such ordering. Which surprises most people. So you also have this structure which is particularly stable for cesium, bismuth, and iodine. It's a vacancy ordered variant of that sort of is a combination of this structure and this structure with vacancy. And of course, you have layered variants, right? These are the famous Radisson-Popper phases, the La2, the structure of K2NiF4 and La2CO4, the parent of high temperature superconductors, and you can also have ordered variants. So having shown you this, let me just point out again that halide perovskites take some of these structures, and this has been known for a long time. For example, this particular mineral compound is cryolite, and 100% of all the new aluminum produced on this planet, aluminum metal, goes through a process of bauxite being dissolved in cryolite and being electrolyzed. That's the so-called Hall-Héroult process. So both Hall and Héroult discovered that molten cryolite is a good solvent for bauxite. It's an alkahest for bauxite. And a cryolite is a double perovskite. So it's Na2, NaAlF6. They're 2 sodium sites. So the Na is on the A side, but Na is also on the B side, alternating with aluminum. And again, it's a halide, so a divalent charge is sufficient to give you a valence. And by the way, the crystallography was done in 1938. So you'd be surprised at how quickly after Bragg a lot of this crystallography was done. But I was amused some years ago to read a perspective article on halide double perovskites that said, unlike oxides, halide double perovskites aren't well known, aren't well characterized. And I was like, wait a minute, cryolite, you know. Okay, and here is basically we go back to the literature, which if you're writing, I've learned if you're writing a paper for a journal like JACS, you shouldn't do this because then the editors will tell you, oh, this is an old subject, so we won't send it out for review. But if you're curious about history, you don't want to go back. This compound, ammonium platinum chloride, the structure was done in 1921 by someone called Wyckoff. Okay. And this is stunning to me, right? Because it's this is a vacancy order double perovskite. Because it is the F4 bar 3M space group that naturally accommodates tetrahedra, this paper in 1921 got the positions of hydrogens right. So here is the depiction of ammonium, and here is a more modern structure with hydrogens located. And this 1921 paper got the hydrogen position. It's an accident of symmetry, right? But it's still stunning. Okay, hey. So what have we been doing? We've been looking at materials like these platinum halides. So we've mostly been driven by curiosity, right? And again, you know, one of my peeves in this community is people measure a DD transition and say, look, there's a 1.1 EV band gap, so it will be a good photovoltaic. No, it will not be. So a band gap is only like a very small fraction of what makes a good photovoltaic. It must have high optical absorption, high extinction coefficient. But the hardest thing, and of course, the hardest thing to sort of figure out is if you did create the electron in the hole, will the electron in the hole be swallowed up by defects? That's a very hard thing to calculate. But what is not hard to calculate is when you produce the electron in the hole, they must be transported away. So you need something that doesn't just generate the charge carriers, but also transports. So anyway, none of these materials are ever going to do that. But it's still interesting for the structural principles. So this series is nice work from Hayden Evans. In this series, we found, for example, that hydrogen, as you go to larger and larger amines, hydrogen bonding actually holds structure together. So even though it sort of starts violating, some tolerance factor principles for stabilizing the perovskite, it's hydrogen bonding sort of keeps the structure perovskite-like. Okay, so when we have platinum and you have a nice solid-state NMR spectrometer, you have to do some gratuitous platinum NMR, and here it is. We've also done proton and nitrogen, and yeah, it's nice. The interesting thing about these compounds is even though there is every alternate reactiveness missing, iodine is so dispersed that the iodine-iodine contacts in effect give you a dispersed conduction band. This is just iodine-iodine contacts that's giving you a band that's about 1.5 eV in width, which is pretty remarkable because it's basically a non-bonded interaction between iodide atoms. And apparently this is known in the solid state, in the sort of organic electronics community. If you ask the right people, they tend to be old. But it's known that carbon tetraiodide, for example, has high charge carrier mobility. I wonder who would ever think of doing such a measurement, but people have done it, and it's so non-bonded iodine-iodine interactions give you this. But today, what I really want to, and then this is another thing we found. This was an accidental finding. Hayden Evans working with a brilliant undergraduate, Jennifer Andrews, who's now a graduate student in the Mello group at USC with an NSF fellowship. So they discovered that if they just actually allowed some of these compounds to sit in contact with the supernatant liquid from which it's precipitated, they get these polyiodide chains that start intercalating into these regions. So this is cute. But I want to focus on magnetism today. Of course, if you're working with compounds like platinum or palladium or gold, you're not going to get magnetism because the electrons pair up. But ruthenium likes to go magnetic. So ruthenium is often 3+ or 4+, and both of these are magnetic ground states. And ruthenium, both of these states, as you see, have orbital degeneracy. You see this electron can sit in any one of these 3 T2G orbitals, and here this electron likewise can sit in any one of these 3 T2G orbitals. So there's orbital degeneracy. Now, orbital degeneracy, you're accustomed to seeing relieved by Yarn-Teller distortions, but this in the 4D transition metals and 5D transition metals, this doesn't happen as much as instead you get these spin-orbit coupling effects. And this has been a sort of resurgent area. This is actually a review written by my colleague Jan Valens and co-workers, but they believe that just as you can tune the Hubbard U in extended solids, electron correlation, if you add another axis where you tune the spin-orbit coupling, you can get a whole zoo of interesting ground states in materials, including, for example, these things called axion insulators, and of course, wild semi-metals, and topological Mott insulators, etc. So I don't know whether this is true, but this certainly makes writing the introduction of a paper on ruthenium magnetism easier. So the other thing that happens here, as I said, with spin-orbit coupling, if you have large enough spin-orbit coupling, this degenerate T2G splits into a J-effective 3/2 state and a J-effective 1/2 state. And when you then have a ruthenium like this, on a honeycomb lattice, you get these things called the Kitaev ground state, which is of great interest for things like topological quantum computing. Okay? And in fact, there was this paper some years back that said the Kitaev model is potentially realized in alpha RUCO3. Of course, these things are never unambiguous. It takes a lot of work to truly establish something like this is happening. Okay, So ruthenium 3 and 4 are interesting. So we started asking whether we could make magnets, halide perovskites with these things. And here are a bunch of compounds that Pratap managed to make. And as you see, they're all chlorides and bromides. We'll come to the point of why you can't make these easily as iodides. And these are typically made with hydrothermal syntheses. If you want to make, if you want to keep ruthenium in the 3+ state, you usually have to add a little bit of, to make 4+ compounds, you can just start with 3+ and automatically oxidize it. You have to do things, especially to keep ruthenium in the 3+ state. So in this first paper, and you'll notice that the previous speaker is an author because Joya also contributed to this work. In the first work, we just focused on the vacancy order double perovskites with ruthenium 4+. And here is optical absorption. You see they absorb nicely in this region where you can, put it on your rooftop as photovoltaic. No, you can't. But here is the metal ligand charge transfer, and here is the D to D. Here are the D to D transitions, and the metal to ligand charge transfer obeys the kinds of trends that you would expect for changing the size of the cage and for changing the ligand. And the D to D is a little less predictable, although if you're brave enough, you can look up at Rambe Sogano diagram. Yeah, and we've explored the magnetism of these compounds. So what we do in these compounds, so these compounds do something which, if you're not used to 4D and 5D magnetism, can come as a surprise. So you measure the magnetic, basically you measure magnetization as a function of temperature, you transform magnetization to susceptibility, and then you transform the susceptibility to a mu effective or an effective moment. And in these compounds, you find the effective moment decreases as a function of temperature. Now, these are compounds where there is effectively very little or no ruthenium magnetic interaction. So this is not happening because the rutheniums are talking to each other magnetically. It's happening because of the spin-orbit coupling. It's the action on the ruthenium. Okay, again, it's because of this this magnetic ground state. And there's a gentleman called Kotani in Japan in the 1950s who figured out equations like this that basically relate this effective moment to the value of the temperature through the value of the spin-orbit coupling constant, right? So Julia Zhuo in the group of Stephen Wilson sort of very bravely coded this into a MATLAB program to fit these for these different compounds. So we actually found that we can systematically, structurally and compositionally tune the spin-orbit coupling across these compounds. You see these beautiful fits, and we can actually then rationalize it on the basis of the size of the A cation and the nature of the ligand. And this is really the first time that something like this has been attempted. So this is really an area where all the data you find is from the 1950s and 60s. So there are opportunities when you go back with a modern magnetometer and a little bit of MATLAB or Python, right? And of course, the older papers, you'd rarely find data going below 77 Kelvin. Okay, so we've also looked at hybrid compounds. So here are methylammonium, the ruthenium 6, chloride 6, and the ruthenium bromide 6, again vacancy ordered. And again, the methylammonium compound also follows the Kotani behavior, and these kinds of hybrid compounds have never previously been reported. But there's very little. In general, there's not a lot of work on magnetism in hybrid compounds. We've also tried to make hybrid double perovskite. So now we have ruthenium 3+, okay, and we keep it as ruthenium 3+ by using a reducing agent in the hydrocarbon bar. But rather than forming 3-dimensional variants, they form these. I told you the barium, like the barium nickel oxide structure and the nickel chloride structure. They form 1-dimensional chains that are edge sharing that alternate ruthenium and sodium. Okay, and in these compounds, we were quite surprised that they no longer readily obey the Kottani behavior. So the Kottani model is for isolated spins. So everything else, if there's any sort of magnetic coupling, the model fails. And then, in fact, there are no models. So we are actually trying to talk to theorists who can delve into this to understand how to fit something like this. So we've made a whole slew or Pratap made a whole slew of these compounds that we see. These are plotted in scale, so the chlorides and the bromides, and changing the A cation from sodium to silver, and again the optical absorption, which is it doesn't have any surprises. We've also found this interesting compound. This is one of those vacancy ordered phase sharing variants. So if there were one more, you see this is an RU2. If this were RU3, there'd be another ruthenium there. And this is methylammonium again. And this has an unusually short ruthenium contact. It's about 2.8 angstroms. So the magnetism is completely sort of, does not look like an isolated D2 ion in this case, because we think that it's strongly quenched. We think because of axial magnetic interactions across the space. So I've shown you a bunch of chlorides and bromides. You may ask, why no iodides? And the answer is here. So again, this is something that Pratap figured out, and this is. By the way, I haven't even mentioned this last author in all these papers. This is my postdoc. His name is Sir Anthony Kevin Sheaton. No, in fact, I call him my postdoc, but he thinks he's running my group, right? No, it's just absolutely wonderful, both for me and for him. He's retired. He doesn't have to run a group. He doesn't have to worry about whether people are sealing silica tubes properly. I do that worry. He just taught science to my students. So I didn't even know that Pratap was doing this, but he systematically went through the literature and pointed out that there is a problem with iodides, that the trivalent metal ions are usually too small to form, to be happy as octahedral iodides. They really want to be, it's just a radius ratio consideration. So you make a plot of the tolerance factor on one axis and the radius ratio on the other, and you find that if you want to make a double perovskite with iodides, you need really large trivalent cations like lanthanum, okay, which are not sort of interesting for this community. Bismuth is large enough, but bismuth likes to form the 3-9 structure. 3-9 structure is a rock, so it just comes out as a structure. Okay, so just to sort of conclude, I want to tell you where we're taking this work. I showed you previously that we can form these layered compounds, and the layered compounds typically follow this Dion-Jacobson pattern where the octahedra are on top of each other, or this Radu-Spin-Popper pattern where the octahedra are staggered along the z-axis. And this is a nice review that Hayden Evans and Vinny Mauro, again, along with Tony's encouragement. This was a nice COVID project for all of them. I made the figures. They usually say, hey Ram, we need you to make figures, so I make figures. We've also been making compounds with this Lingling made all these compounds which are layered and ordered, and Pratap has since been making these magnetic plus again, and he's also made Moly 3+. So with that, I want to just say that these are compounds that keep giving, and potentially they're very interesting materials here because magnetism plus spin-orbit coupling means interesting magnetic so optical phenomena. And of course, there is all this interest because of that map I showed you of what you can do at low temperatures. I just want to sort of conclude by showing you this. So again, this was instigated by Tony. We wrote again. The V is like Tony and Hayden Evans wrote a very nice review on the RU3 structure type, which is quite ubiquitous. It includes things like sphalerite and Prussian blue and so on that you wouldn't expect. But I put this up because of a comment that was made, I think, this morning, someone complaining about how the NSF wants us to show that things are useful. But in the history of materials, most things are not made because they're useful. Most things are made because chemists want to make new things. Their use can sometimes come 100 years after they were made. So repurposing known materials made by typically German chemists 100 years back is how the world progresses. So this is my last slide. Congratulations, Susan. It's been such a great pleasure being a part of the same community as you and working with you indirectly, but based by your benevolence, shall we say. Thank you.
Questions?
Virtual, okay. Thanks, Ram. Great talk. So I'm obviously from a very different community, molecular magnets, but
that's great. Hi,
Ram. The drop is as a function of temperature and the magnetism of those isolated, magnetically isolated spins. To me, that's also crystal field potential, right? That's not just spin over coupling. Of course, they come together. So does the Catani model assume a fixed crystal field potential, or what's the?
So this is the $1 million question, and I'm really happy you're asking this because potentially we can assume this. No, the Catani model doesn't assume a crystal field. It's really not. It's really the only model around that we know of, and it's not. It's 1940s vintage. It needs a lot of input.
Okay.
Thank you.
We should talk later.
Yes.
For the talk, so in one slide you should you are fitting the spin auto coupling parameters for different cations with different anions. It's not like one that displays like with different anions, the parameters are the same, but another one with different anions, the parameters are different. Is there a specific explanation on that?
Well, I can go back. In general, the trends are. Yeah, let me go back. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So you see, this is the general trend, and it seems to be largely driven by just the atomic number, average atomic number, which is what you'd expect for spin-orbit coupling, right? So the bromides have